absolute most. Just imagine that. The potential for providing sustained, meaningful help is just, wow, it's on a whole other level.
But of course, anytime you talk about sending out billions of dollars, there's always that one huge question that hangs over the entire conversation, and that's inflation. What would this kind of spending actually do to the economy?
It's the critical question, right? Wouldn't pumping even $70 or $140 billion into the economy make prices spike for everyone? I mean, that's what a lot of folks think happened with the last few rounds of stimulus.
Well, the argument here is that it all comes down to how the money gets spent. People with low incomes are way more likely to use that money for immediate, essential needs. We're talking about groceries, keeping the lights on, paying for medicine, or just trying to pay down some debt. They're not running out to buy new TVs or book vacations.
So here's the crucial point. Because this money is going straight to essentials, to covering costs that already exist, it helps people stay afloat without necessarily overheating the whole economy. This analysis suggests the impacts on inflation would be negligible. That's a huge contrast to universal checks, which can definitely fuel widespread consumer spending and drive up prices.
And that really brings us to the final thought here. What we've walked through is a case built on some pretty simple math and really clear data. It suggests that by focusing our help where it's needed most, we could actually have a much bigger impact for a fraction of the cost. So the question it leaves us with is this: could this data-driven approach be the blueprint for how we handle economic support from now on?
You know, tens of millions of Americans depend on Social Security and SSI. And right now there are a couple of major proposals on the table that could change those benefits in a really big way. So we're going to break down the hard numbers and see what these plans could actually mean for your wallet, for your budget, and honestly for your peace of mind. Let's dive in.
Just look at this number for a second. $70. Now, I want you to imagine that after you've paid your rent, your electric bill, your groceries, your prescriptions, all the absolute must-pays, this is what you have left. Not for the week, for the entire month. What could you even do with that? Could you grab a coffee with a friend? Get a birthday gift for your grandkid? What if your car gets a flat tire? For way too many people, the answer to those questions is a really stressful no way.
And that $70 scenario? That's not just some hypothetical exercise we're doing. For millions of seniors and folks with disabilities who are living on a fixed income, that is their reality, month in and month out. It's this constant, grinding financial squeeze that forces them to make impossible choices every single day. Let's break down exactly how this happens.
So, on average, a Social Security recipient gets about $1,900 a month. Seems okay, right? But watch how fast it just evaporates. Right off the top, over a third of it, poof, gone, just for housing. Then you add in the other basics, utilities, groceries, getting around. But here's the real budget breaker for so many, healthcare. We're talking over $550 a month between general costs and prescriptions. And after all that is said and done, you're left with $70. There is zero room for error, a broken microwave, a new pair of glasses. Forget about it. That is the squeeze, right there in black and white.
So, just how critical is this income? Well, this chart says it all. For a whopping 40% of seniors, Social Security makes up at least half of their entire income. And then look at the smaller slice, 14%. For them, Social Security is basically everything they have. We're talking 90% or more of their income. So for this group, it isn't just some safety net, it's their entire livelihood. And that's why any change to it, no matter how small it seems, has absolutely massive consequences.
Okay, so with that pretty stark reality in mind, let's turn to the potential solutions that are actually being discussed. There are two key pieces of legislation out there designed specifically to deal with this financial pressure cooker: the Social Security Expansion Act and the SSI Restoration Act.
Let's look at what these two acts would actually do. On one hand, the Social Security Expansion Act is pretty straightforward. It would give an extra $200 a month to every single person receiving Social Security. That's a flat increase of $2,400 a year. Pretty significant. On the other hand, the SSI Restoration Act has a different focus. It's about supplemental security income, and its goal is to pull recipients out of poverty by raising their benefits up to the official federal poverty line. For some of our most vulnerable citizens, that would be an immediate, life-changing increase.
When you strip away all the legislative jargon and the dollar figures, the mission behind both of these proposals is actually really simple and profoundly human. It's about changing a life filled with constant financial anxiety, where every single expense feels like a potential crisis, into a life where people can actually afford what they need, maybe plan a little for the unexpected, and just live with a basic sense of security and dignity. To really see what that means, let's look at a real-world example.
All right, so all these policies and numbers can feel a little abstract, so let's make it tangible. I want you to meet Margaret. She's 72, and she relies completely on her Social Security income. Her story is going to show us what this shift from stress to security actually looks like on a personal level.
This quote, wow, it just gets right to the heart of it, doesn't it? These aren't choices about luxuries. This isn't should I go out to dinner or save for a vacation. For Margaret, and for millions of people just like her, the choice is between two absolute necessities: food or medicine. It's an impossible daily calculation that just creates this constant level of stress, which, as you can imagine, takes a huge physical and emotional toll.
Okay, here's the breakdown of Margaret's monthly budget. Her total income is $1,650, but after she pays for rent, utilities, food, and her health care, she's left with just $120 for the entire month. That has to cover everything else: toiletries, clothes, any extra doctor copays. A single unexpected car problem would be a complete financial disaster. There is just no breathing room.
Now, let's see what happens when we apply the Social Security Expansion Act to her budget. Her income immediately jumps by that $200, up to $1,850. And look at the incredible difference this makes. Her main expenses, like rent and medicine, they stay the same. But look at the changes she can finally make. She can increase her grocery budget by $70. That's the line item for dignity right there. It means she can now afford the fresh fruits and vegetables her doctor's been telling her to eat. But the biggest change, the real game changer, is this new line item, an emergency fund. For the very first time, Margaret can actually put away $100 each month. This completely transforms her financial world from just reacting to crises to actually planning ahead. And even after all that, she still has $150 left over. This is what stability looks like.
So when we ask, what does $200 really buy? The answer isn't just a list of things. It's the freedom to not have to make that impossible choice between food and medicine. It's the ability to plan for the future instead of just dreading it. It's being able to buy a new pair of shoes without having a panic attack. But really, at the end of the day, what it truly buys is the one thing that's priceless: peace of mind. That reduction in daily stress is worth everything.
But the impact of these proposed increases doesn't just stop with one person's budget. It's not just Margaret's story. It actually creates this positive ripple effect that can make entire communities stronger.
Here's how that ripple effect works. First, local economies get a real boost. Seniors tend to spend that extra money right in their own communities, at the local grocery store, the pharmacy, the corner auto shop. Second, and this is a big one, it can actually help lower healthcare costs for everyone. Why? Because better nutrition and people taking their medication consistently means fewer expensive preventable trips to the emergency room. And finally, it strengthens the very fabric of the community. When seniors aren't totally consumed by financial stress, they have the energy and the freedom to contribute more, whether it's volunteering or just being active in local groups.
So you see, this isn't just about helping one group of people. Investing in the financial security of our seniors and those with disabilities is really a strategy for creating more vibrant, more stable, and more prosperous local economies for all of us. A senior's personal victory over financial stress becomes a shared victory for their entire town.
And all of this brings us to the final fundamental question here. We've seen the numbers, and they're pretty clear. A couple of $100 a month can be the difference between a life of constant grinding stress and one of basic stability, health, and dignity. The debate around these proposals really boils down to this: what value do we as a society place on making sure that the people who contributed for a lifetime can live their later years with some security? What is the price of dignity, and who is responsible for ensuring it?
If you've been keeping an eye on the news about benefits, your head is probably spinning, right? You're hearing about a $2,400 boost over here, and then $1,200 monthly checks over there. It's a total whirlwind, and honestly, it's super confusing. So what we're going to do right now is slice through all that noise. We're going to break down exactly what these plans are, who they're actually for, and what it all could mean for your wallet.
So yeah, let's really get into this, because this is the big one, isn't it? Are these numbers part of the same plan? Or are we talking about two totally separate things? And, the question I bet you're really asking is, hey, could I get both? It's so easy to see how these things get tangled up in the headlines, but trust me, they are two very, very different ideas. Our goal here is simple. We're going to give you the clarity you've been looking for. You'll know exactly what each plan is and what it's not.
Okay, so here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll talk about this flood of proposals out there. Then we'll dig into Plan 1, that's the $2,400 boost. After that, Plan 2, the $1,200 monthly checks. Then, the one you're waiting for, can you get both?
and we'll wrap up by looking at the bigger picture, why all this is happening right now. All right, Section 1, a flood of proposals. Let's try to make some sense of all the different plans being discussed. I mean, it really feels like every single week there's a new idea or a new bill being talked about, right? So let's just categorize them a bit to figure out what's what.
You know, it's so easy to get lost in all the headlines. And you might have even seen some of these ideas pop up in your local news. There are all kinds of city and state-level programs being tested out. But for today, to keep things simple and focused, we are zeroing in on the two big ones, the major national proposals. Because, let's face it, those are the ones that would affect everybody.
Okay, before we get any deeper, we've got to clear something up. There's some key jargon here, GBI and UBI, guaranteed basic income versus universal basic income. They sound similar, but they are not the same thing. Think of it like this. UBI, the U stands for universal, means everybody gets it. Rich, poor, everyone, no questions asked. GBI, on the other hand, that G is for guaranteed, but only for a specific group of people, usually based on their income. The big national plans we're talking about today, they're GBI. All right, on to Section 2. Let's talk about Plan 1, the $2,400 boost. This is all about the Social Security Expansion Act. And the first thing to know is, this isn't some brand new payment program. Nope. This is all about boosting an existing one. We're talking about a direct increase to Social Security benefits. So, the magic number everyone's talking about is this, an extra $2,400 a year. Now, what does that really mean? It means an extra $200 every single month. And look, for anyone on a fixed income, you know that $200 isn't just pocket change. That's a huge deal. That could cover groceries for the week, a utility bill, or those annoying copays. It's a real, tangible difference, and it's the heart of this proposal.
So how would this thing actually work? Well, the official name is the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard lawmakers like Senator Bernie Sanders talking about it, and here's who it's for. As the bill's written right now, it's for all Social Security beneficiaries. That means retirement, disability, survivors, the whole shebang. And the other critical piece of the puzzle is the funding. Where does the money come from? It would come from the Social Security system itself, funded by payroll taxes through the Social Security Trust Fund.
Okay, now let's switch gears completely for Section 3. We're looking at Plan 2, those $1,200 monthly checks. And this is a whole different ballgame. We're no longer talking about tweaking an existing program. This is about creating something brand new from the ground up, a national guaranteed basic income.
And the numbers here are even bigger. We're talking $1,200 every single month for each eligible adult, plus another $600 for each dependent. I mean, let's do the math. That's over $14,000 a year for one person. For a couple, you're looking at almost $29,000 before you even add in dependents. A key piece of legislation here is called the Support Act, and the whole idea is to create a recurring payment like a national income floor for people.
So let's get into the nitty-gritty. How would this GBI plan work? Well, a major difference right off the bat, eligibility has nothing to do with being in a specific program like Social Security. Nope, it's all about your income. The Support Act, for instance, sets the cutoff at around $75,000 for an individual. The funding is also totally separate. This money isn't coming from the Social Security Trust Fund, it would come from general federal funds. Think of it like the stimulus checks we saw a few years back. Same kind of idea.
Okay, let's put these two plans side by side. This is where the light bulb really goes on. You've got the Social Security boost, that's an increase to a benefit you already have, for Social Security beneficiaries only, and paid for by the Social Security Fund. Then you've got the National GBI, that's a brand new program for people based on their income and paid for with general federal money. See? They're like two different trains running on two separate tracks. Getting this difference is absolutely crucial for what comes next.
Which of course brings us to Section 4, and the question that I know is on your mind. Could you get both payments? If both of these proposals actually became law, could one person get money from both? Let's find out.
So let's really spell it out. Could a fixed income beneficiary get payments from both of these proposals at the same time? Imagine you're on Social Security. The first plan passes, boom, you get an extra $200 a month. Then the second plan passes, and your income qualifies you. Could you also get that $1,200 check on top of it? That's the million-dollar question, right? And the answer is yes. Simple as that. Based on how these proposals are written right now, you absolutely could. I know, it might sound a little too good to be true, but when you see how they're designed, the logic is actually rock solid.
So why isn't this double dipping? It really boils down to two super simple reasons. First, they are separate programs. They just are. One is a tweak to your Social Security, and the other is a totally new income program. They don't overlap. And second, and this is huge, they have separate funding. Remember, one is paid from the Social Security Trust Fund, the other from general federal funds. It's like getting your paycheck from your job and also winning a lottery prize. Two different pots of money.
So that leads us to our last section, the future of benefits. You have to wonder, right? Why are these huge conversations happening right now? The answer is pretty interesting. It's because a lot of folks in Washington aren't just looking at today, they're looking down the road, 5, 10 years from now.
See, the argument is that lawmakers are looking ahead, and they believe a national income floor is needed before it's too late. The idea is that our economy is about to go through a massive, massive change because of technology. And the people pushing for these plans are saying, look, we need to build this safety net now, before things get crazy. It's about being proactive instead of just reacting to a crisis after it's already here.
And you can hear that urgency when they talk about what's coming. They say things like, we're going to be completely overrun by AI, sophisticated technology, robotics, automation. And that's really the heart of it. The fear is that all this new tech is going to eliminate a ton of jobs, and soon. The thinking is that this isn't science fiction anymore. This is a real economic shift that's just around the corner, and something like a GBI might be the only thing that provides some stability.
And really, that leaves us with the biggest question of all. As technology reshapes the entire workforce, how must our economic safety nets evolve? Because at the end of the day, this whole debate isn't just about a specific dollar amount. It's not just about $2,400 or $1,200. The real conversation is about what our safety nets are even for. As technology changes the very definition of a job, how do we make sure everyone has some level of economic security? That's the question that's really pushing all of this forward.
We're going to talk about some really hopeful, really tangible changes that could completely transform your monthly budget. But more than that, it's about restoring a sense of security and dignity. This is your path forward. So let's just start with a simple question. What if an extra $200 just showed up in your account? Every single month. No strings attached. Just take a second and think about it. What would that change for you? You know, that $200 a month, it really adds up. We're talking about an extra $2,400 a year. And that's not just some number on a screen. That's a real resource for the things that matter most to you and your family. Okay, so let's get into it. Where does this new income actually come from? We're going to break down these proposed increases piece by piece so you can see exactly how the numbers could add up to a huge change in your financial reality. First up, let's talk about the Social Security Expansion Act. The idea is to move the average monthly benefit from around $1,905 to $2,105. And the key takeaway here, it's a straightforward, across-the-board $200 monthly increase for every single person receiving Social Security. Next, let's look at Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. Now, the SSI Restoration Act is trying to do something really fundamental, lift benefits up to 100% of the federal poverty line. This would mean about a $130 increase each month, finally moving folks from below the poverty line to just above it. And, the changes go way beyond just the monthly check. For decades, if you were on SSI, you couldn't save more than $2,000 without losing your benefits. It was impossible to build a safety net. This proposal dramatically increases those limits to $10,000 for an individual, finally letting people build a small emergency fund without being penalized. So we've seen all the numbers, but what do they actually mean for your day-to-day life? This is where we get to the heart of it, how those dollars translate directly into dignity. $200 isn't just a number, it's real stuff. It's tangible. It could be 40 gallons of milk. Or maybe it covers 10 of your doctor's copays. It could pay for 3 months of internet access. Or just mean you can finally afford fresh fruits and vegetables every week. But you know what it really buys? Peace of mind. This quote, wow, it just perfectly captures the reality for so many people. Let me tell you about Margaret. Her story really highlights the impossible choices that millions of seniors on fixed incomes are forced to make every single day. So before any increase, just look at Margaret's budget. It's on a knife's edge. All the essentials, housing, healthcare, food, they eat up almost everything. And see that tiny little sliver? Just 7%? That's all that's left for an emergency, a new pair of shoes, or any small comfort in life. But look what happens with that extra $200. Her budget isn't just bigger, it's healthier. That little slice for everything else more than doubles. That isn't just money, my friends. That is breathing room. That's the ability to handle a surprise car repair without having to sacrifice your medicine. For Margaret, this change means she doesn't have to choose between food and medication anymore. She can actually manage her health properly and have a small cushion for emergencies. This is about so much more than money. It's about restoring the dignity that every single person deserves. Now, these proposed improvements, they don't just exist in a vacuum. They actually build on some recent victories that are already providing real, lasting relief and creating a much stronger foundation for long-term security. Let's take a look at what's already been accomplished. A huge win was the Social Security Fairness Act. See, for years, these rules called WEP and GPO unfairly cut the benefits of public servants, people like teachers and firefighters, just because they also had a public pension. Well, this act finally repealed those rules, restoring the full earned benefits that these folks were entitled to all along. And here's another massive victory: the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. This recently passed law created a major new tax deduction for seniors. We're talking an extra $6,000 for single filers and $12,000 for married couples. That is a direct boost to their take-home income. And the impact of that law, it's profound. I want you to think about this for a second. Because of these changes, a staggering 88% of all Social Security recipients will now owe zero. That's right, zero in federal income tax on their benefits. This is a monumental shift that provides immediate relief for millions. You know, these financial changes are so important because they give you the security you need to appreciate what really matters. So for this last part, let's look beyond the bank account, at the real foundation of your worth and the future you're building. Financial security isn't the end goal, right? It's the foundation. It provides the stability that lets the things that define your true worth really shine. The wisdom you've gained from a lifetime of experience, the relationships you've built, the contributions you've made, and the incredible resilience you've shown time and time again. It is so important to remember this. Your value as a person, the impact you've had, the legacy you've created, none of that can be measured in dollars and cents. Your worth extends far, far beyond your bank account. So as we close out, I just want to leave you with this question to think about. With the promise of greater financial stability and with the recognition of your inherent value, what will your future of dignity look like? It's a future you've absolutely earned, and it is filled with hope. You know, there's so much talk about increasing Social Security and SSI benefits, but what does that actually mean for the millions of people who depend on them every single month? Today, we're going to go way beyond the headlines. We're going to break down the real numbers, see the impact on a monthly budget, and get a feel for what this kind of financial uplift could truly look like. Let's dive in. All right, so let's start with this number, $1,905. Right now, this is the average monthly benefit for a retired worker on Social Security. And for so many people, this isn't just some extra cash. It's their entire income. It's the number that has to cover absolutely everything: rent, food, healthcare, you name it. So the big question is, in today's economy, how far does this money actually go? Well, take a look at how fast that average benefit just disappears. Based on national averages, housing and utilities alone can take up nearly $800. Then you have groceries and healthcare, that's another $700. After you factor in just basic transportation, you're left with $70. $70 for the entire month. For a car repair, a new pair of glasses, a birthday gift for a grandchild, I mean, it is a razor-thin margin with absolutely zero room for anything unexpected. So, to really get the full picture, here's our roadmap for today. First, we're going to look a little closer at that fixed income reality. Then, we'll introduce two key proposals that are designed to change it. We'll spend most of our time visualizing the direct financial impact of these proposed changes. After that, we'll look at how these increases would be funded. And finally, we'll boil it all down to the bottom line on what this all means for benefits. Okay, so let's start with that fixed income reality. That $70 margin we just saw, that isn't just a number on a chart. For a huge part of our population, it's a daily source of stress and incredibly difficult choices. The financial pressure is just immense, and for a lot of people, Social Security is the only thing standing between them and actual poverty. And these figures right here really show you just how vital these benefits are. For over 40% of women and almost as many men over 65, Social Security makes up more than half of their income. Just let that sink in for a second. And for 15%, that's about 1 in 7 seniors, it makes up over 90% of their income. So we're not just talking about tweaking a budget here. For millions of people, a change to this benefit fundamentally alters their ability to survive. Okay, so what are the proposed solutions on the table? Well, there are several pieces of legislation aiming to tackle this financial strain head-on. We're going to focus on 2 of them. And each one proposes a really clear and significant increase to those monthly benefits. All right, the first piece of legislation is called the Social Security Expansion Act. It's a pretty comprehensive bill, but its most direct, most immediate impact really comes down to one key number. And here it is. This act proposes a very straightforward, across-the-board increase of $200 per month. And that's for every single Social Security recipient, whether they're retired, disabled, or survivors. That works out to an extra $2,400 a year. Now, this isn't your typical cost of living adjustment that changes every year. This is a direct, fixed boost to that base benefit, and it's aimed at providing immediate relief. Now, the second proposal we're looking at is the SSI Restoration Act. This one targets a different, but often overlapping, group of vulnerable Americans. Now, before we get to the numbers on this one, it's really important to clarify what SSI actually is. Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, is a federal program that basically provides a financial floor for adults and children with significant disabilities or for seniors over 65 who have very, very little income and few assets. It's an absolutely crucial safety net, but as we're about to see, the current benefit level often falls way short of covering just the basic needs. The SSI Restoration Act aims to fix that by increasing the maximum monthly benefit by about $130, which would bring it up to $1,073. The goal here is really specific and significant: to lift the benefit to 100% of the federal poverty line, making sure the most vulnerable people in our country are no longer forced to live below it. And this is the heart of our explainer. Because, knowing the proposed numbers is one thing, but seeing how they can completely transform a real-world budget, that's something else entirely. So let's apply these increases to the financial situations we looked at earlier and see just what changes. Okay, let's go back to our average senior's budget. Remember, before the proposed change, they had an income of $1,905, and after covering necessities, they were left with just $70. Now let's add that proposed $200. The monthly income jumps to $2,105. The cost of necessities, that stays the same at $1,835. But just look at the difference in the bottom line. The remaining funds leap from $70 to $270. And that right there is the key takeaway. That $270 isn't just a number. It's a transformation. It's the difference between constant anxiety and actually having a small cushion. It's being able to afford fresh produce instead of just canned goods. It's the money to fill a prescription without having to cut back on groceries. It's the freedom to handle a minor emergency without going into debt. We're talking about a nearly four-fold increase in discretionary funds, which would fundamentally change someone's quality of life. Now let's do the same thing for an SSI recipient's budget. The current maximum benefit is $943 a month. With necessities costing around $920, that leaves a perilous $23. The SSI Restoration Act would increase that total income to $1,073. Again, necessities stay the same, but the remaining funds, they jump from just $23 to $153. I mean, this is absolutely life-changing. It means being able to afford new glasses, or replacing worn-out shoes, or simply having a small emergency fund for the very first time. It's a move from pure survival mode to a state of basic stability. Of course, the natural and very important question that follows all this is, how would we pay for these increases? Well, the proposals don't just create new spending, they also outline specific ways to make sure the program stays solvent for the long haul. So let's take a look at that side of the equation. So the proposal outlines two key changes to make sure it's funded. First, a direct funding source, applying the Social Security payroll tax to all income above $250,000. Right now, there's a cap, which means high-income earners stop paying into the system partway through the year. This change would simply ask the nation's highest earners to contribute more. The second part is a change to how benefits are calculated in the future, proposing a whole new inflation metric for adjustments. Now, this second point, it might sound a little technical, but it is absolutely crucial for long-term stability. It's called the CPIE, or the Consumer Price Index for the Elderly. It's designed to more accurately measure the inflation that seniors actually experience. Now, why does that matter? Well, it's because seniors spend a much larger chunk of their income on healthcare than everybody else, and healthcare costs rise much faster. So by using the CPIE to calculate future cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, the annual increases would better keep up with the real-world expenses that people face, preventing them from losing purchasing power over time. Okay, so we've walked through the problem, the proposals, the impact, and the funding. Let's bring it all together and really summarize the bottom line. What are the most essential takeaways from all this financial info?
At the end of the day, it really comes down to these two numbers: a proposed $200 monthly increase for Social Security recipients and a proposed $130 monthly increase for SSI recipients. These aren't just abstract percentages. They are fixed dollar amounts designed to provide immediate, predictable relief to millions of Americans living on fixed incomes.
And that really is the fundamental purpose here. The aim is to move beyond complex formulas for a minute and just deliver a simple, powerful boost to people's income. The goal is to create more breathing room in those tight budgets, to reduce financial stress, and to restore a measure of dignity and security for everyone who relies on these programs.
And that leaves us with a final thought to consider. Beyond the immediate impact on individual budgets, how might a direct, significant, and fixed increase in benefits change the entire conversation we have about retirement security and the social safety net in this country? It's really a question about what we value and what level of security we believe every person deserves after a lifetime of work or when they're facing a severe disability.
The $2,200 bonus check.
You know, before we even get to the nuts and bolts, let's just start with the one question that's really at the heart of this entire debate. When you think about a Social Security check, is it a nice little bonus on top of everything else, or is it an absolute necessity, the money you need to survive? It turns out the answer to that question might have everything to do with the actual dollar amount on the check.
Okay, let's dive right into this first part and get to the core of the proposal. It really all comes down to this one number that basically acts as a dividing line.
And here it is. The key number in this whole plan is $2,200 a month. You can think of it as a conceptual line in the sand. This is the threshold that, according to the proposal's research, really separates two completely different ways people experience their Social Security benefits.
Now you might be thinking, okay, $2,200, is that high, is that low? Well, here's the context that makes it so interesting. The average Social Security benefit for a retiree right now is just a little under $2,000 a month. So this proposed line in the sand isn't some far-off high-income number. It's actually really, really close to what the average American is getting today.
So why that number specifically? Where did $2,200 come from? Well, the logic behind it all comes from studies that found beneficiaries tend to fall into two very distinct camps, and it all depends on which side of that line their monthly check falls.
The data paints a picture of two different worlds. For people getting less than that $2,200 threshold, their payment is what you'd call a necessity check. I mean, this is the money they count on for rent, for groceries, for the basics. But for those getting more than $2,200 a month, the story changes. They are much more likely to have other sources of income, right? Things like pensions, 401ks, investments. So for them, the Social Security check feels less like a lifeline and more like a bonus. It's a nice extra, but it's not what's keeping the lights on.
And this quote right here, it just nails the core idea that's powering this whole proposal. It's a pretty simple observation, right? The more money someone gets from Social Security, the less they tend to rely on it, and the more it starts to feel like bonus cash. That single idea is the justification for this entire reform.
All right, so we get the why behind this dividing line. We see the logic. But what about the how? What are the actual mechanics here? How would a plan like this work in the real world?
Okay, so the plan basically unfolds in 3 steps. First, it would gradually start to reduce the monthly benefits paid out to the highest earners. Step 2, and this is a really big one, it would limit how much of the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA, that those high earners get. So their benefits would grow a lot slower. And third, and this is crucial, the money saved from those first 2 steps doesn't just disappear. It would be directly reallocated to boost the checks for the lower income folks.
So, and this is probably the most important thing to get about this plan. This is not about cutting Social Security spending overall. Not at all. It's about an internal redistribution. The whole idea is to shift funds from the people who see it as a bonus over to the people who desperately need it as a necessity. It's about strengthening the safety net for the people who need it most, using the money that's already in the system.
But what's the end game? I mean, this isn't just about a few tweaks here and there. There's a much bigger, long-term vision. And that vision is to reach a state they call equilibrium. Let's take a look at what that actually means. So what on earth is equilibrium? Well, the long-term goal is to dramatically narrow the gap between the biggest Social Security checks and the smallest ones. The idea is that over time, by giving more to those at the bottom and slowing the growth for those at the top, all the benefit payments would slowly start to converge towards some kind of middle ground.
Now, I've got to stress, this isn't something that would happen overnight, not even close. The proposal lays out a very slow, very gradual process. It could take 20 years, maybe even longer, to get there.
You'd move from the big disparities we have today through a decade or more of slow reallocation until you eventually hit that projected state of equilibrium.
Okay, as you can probably imagine, a plan this radical faces some serious pushback. And the main criticism isn't just about the numbers. It's a deep, philosophical question about what this change would fundamentally turn Social Security into.
The big fear for critics is that by pushing all benefits towards this equilibrium point, you're essentially transforming Social Security into a form of guaranteed basic income, or GBI. And a GBI is a totally different animal. It's a system where everyone gets a standard payment from the government, no matter what they paid in. That idea runs completely counter to the way Social Security was originally designed.
Let's really break down this critique. The number one concern is that this plan changes Social Security's entire purpose. It would shift it from being an earned benefit, something you get based on your work history, to being a needs-based program, kind of like welfare. Critics also point out a huge risk. What if this new equilibrium benefit ends up being too low to actually help anyone? But maybe the biggest issue for them is that it completely breaks that sacred link between what you pay into the system and what you get out of it.
This table just lays out the debate perfectly. On the left, you've got Social Security as we know it today. It's an earned benefit. What you get is directly tied to your lifetime earnings. But on the right, you have this proposed new system, and its basis isn't your work history, it's need. The goal isn't to reward your contributions, it's to provide a standard floor for everybody, which means all the benefit levels eventually have to merge together.
So at the end of the day, that's what this entire proposal forces us to grapple with. It's a fundamental question about the very identity of Social Security. Is it supposed to be a safety net for everyone, making sure no one falls below a certain level? Or should it remain a reward system, a program that reflects a lifetime of hard work and contributions? The answer to that question is going to shape retirement for millions of Americans for generations to come.
Today, we're diving deep into a topic that, honestly, is at the core of financial security for millions of people. We're talking about some major proposed changes to Social Security and SSI benefits. So we're going to break down exactly what these proposals could mean for you, for your budget, and look, this isn't just some dry policy talk. This is about real stability, real peace of mind for so many families out there.
But before we jump into all the legislative jargon, let me ask you a really simple question. Just think about it for a second. What could an extra $200 a month do for you? For real? Would that cover the grocery bill that just seems to get higher every week? Would it mean you could actually pick up all your prescriptions without having to stress about it? Maybe it's finally being able to visit the grandkids, or just, the simple relief of having a little bit of a cushion for emergencies. I want you to hold on to that thought, because that real-world difference, that's what this is all about.
Okay, so here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll look at the tough reality of living on a fixed income right now. Then we'll get into the exciting part, the proposed financial boost. After that, we'll see what a transformed budget actually looks like. And finally, we'll talk about how this goes way beyond just the money. It's about dignity.
All right, first up, let's ground ourselves in the numbers. Because to really get why these proposals are such a big deal, you have to see the kind of financial pressure people are under every single day.
Wow, okay, this chart right here really tells the whole story, doesn't it? Take a look. The average Social Security check is about $1,905 a month. Now, stack that up against the cost of just the basics. We're talking rent, food, healthcare, the essentials. That comes out to about $1,835. That gap? I mean, it's tiny. We're literally talking about living on a financial razor's edge.
And that tiny gap leads to this number right here, $70. After everything essential is paid for, that's what's left for the entire month. Just think about that. $70. Is that enough for new shoes when your old ones have holes? What about an unexpected copay at the pharmacy? Or a birthday gift? Or heaven forbid, a car repair? That's not a buffer. It's so small that one little thing going wrong can just completely throw you into a crisis.
And we have to remember, for so many people, Social Security isn't just some extra pocket money. No way. It's their primary lifeline. Sometimes it's the only thing they have. I mean, look at these stats. Almost half of all women over 65 are counting on it for at least half their income. And for 12 to 15% of all seniors, it's basically 90% or more of their entire income. This isn't some abstract problem. This is the day-to-day reality for millions of people, for our parents, our neighbors, our friends.
Okay, so we've laid out the problem pretty clearly. Now let's get to the good part, the proposed solutions. There are two really key pieces of legislation on the table that are designed to tackle this financial squeeze head-on. And they each focus on a different group, but both are absolutely vital.
So the first big one is called the Social Security Expansion Act. This thing is a potential game changer. The goal is super simple and direct. Put more money into the pockets of every single person who gets Social Security. It's not some complicated, targeted thing. Nope. It's a straightforward, across-the-board increase meant to make a difference right away. And it's also designed to make sure the whole program stays healthy for the long haul.
And here's the headline number, the big kahuna, a $200 increase every month for every single person on Social Security. Do the math on that. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For one person, that could completely cover your out-of-pocket drug costs for the year, or a major car repair you've been putting off. Now, what if you're a couple, and you both get benefits? That's $4,800 a year. That is not a small tweak. That is a substantial, truly life-altering increase.
Now, the second key proposal is the SSI Restoration Act. This one has really focused on some of our most vulnerable folks, seniors, and people with disabilities who depend on SSI. The truth is, for decades, SSI benefits just haven't kept up with the cost of living, and it's basically trapped people in poverty. This act wants to fix that. It would raise benefits up to 100% of the federal poverty line, and this part is also huge. It would finally update these super outdated rules about how much you can have in savings, rules that haven't been touched in more than 30 years.
So, this all leads to the most important question, right? What does this actually mean for your budget, for the real-world decisions you make at your kitchen table? How does this change the math from just scraping by to actually having some stability?
Okay, let's go back to that average budget we looked at. On the left, you've got the before picture, that income of $1,905, with basics eating up $1,835, leaving you with that shaky $70. Now, look at the after picture on the right. The income jumps to $2,105, the cost of necessities is the same, but what's left over? It skyrockets from $70 to $270. That's a massive jump. That's the difference between constant anxiety and actually being able to breathe. A $270 buffer means you can plan, you can save, you can just live with a whole lot less fear.
And this chart really helps you see that new reality. Yeah, of course, housing and healthcare are still the biggest pieces of the pie, but look at that new slice that pops up. 8% for quality of life. That's not just some leftover pocket change. That is a real part of the budget now. It's money you can actually use for things that make life worth living. A hobby, maybe. A trip to the museum. Taking a friend out for lunch. Or just building up that emergency fund. It's the shift from a survival budget to a living budget. A budget with dignity.
For someone on SSI, the change is even more staggering. Let's talk about Robert's story. Before, his benefit of $943 a month left him way below the poverty line, with just $23 left after covering the absolute basics. I mean, he was literally trapped. But now, look at the after. The SSI Restoration Act bumps his benefit up to $1,073. That pulls him right up to the poverty line. So maybe he spends a little more on better food, puts a tiny bit aside, and he still has $43 left. Okay, it's still tight for sure, but the change is monumental. He's no longer living in official poverty. He can buy shoes without holes in them, maybe even save up to go see his daughter. That is a profound difference.
Look, these numbers are powerful. They really are. But the real impact here, it goes so much deeper than a spreadsheet. Let's talk about what this really means for a person's day-to-day life, for their dignity.
This quote right here, this just cuts right to the heart of it. This is Margaret's reality, and it's the reality for millions of others just like her. Should she buy the fresh vegetables she needs for her health, or should she pay for her blood pressure medication? These are just impossible choices, choices nobody should ever have to make. Food or medicine, health or heat. That constant stress just grinds you down. This is the human cost of that tiny $70 buffer we talked about earlier. So let's see how this changes things for her. Let's walk through what we're calling Margaret's new dignity budget. Her income goes up by that $200. Now look at the difference it makes. Her grocery budget goes up by $70. That's huge. It means she can actually buy the fresh produce she needs for her diabetes. She can now start a $100 emergency fund, a little financial safety net that just wasn't possible before. And instead of just hoping there's money left for clothes or soap, she has a real planned budget for it. But maybe the most important part, she has $100 budgeted for quality of life. This budget isn't just bigger, it's proactive. It's a plan for being healthy and secure, not just constantly reacting to one crisis after another.
So the big question is always, okay, great, but how do you pay for it? Well, the Social Security Expansion Act has a pretty clear answer. Right now, there's a cap on how much of your income gets taxed for Social Security. So if you make $1 million a year, you pay the exact same amount into the system as someone who makes, say, $160,000. This proposal changes that. It says we're going to start taxing again on all income over $250,000. Basically, it just asks the wealthiest people to pay into the system on all their earnings, just like most working folks already do. And get this, that one change wouldn't just pay for the increase, it would make Social Security financially sound for another 75 years.
And it's not just about a one-time boost either. These proposals also try to fix a problem that's been around for a long, long time: the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. Right now, it's calculated using a general inflation number, but let's be real. Seniors spend way more of their money on healthcare and housing, and the costs for those things have been going through the roof. So this proposal says, let's use a smarter formula, the CPIE, which is actually based on what seniors really spend their money on. This means that every year, the adjustment you get would actually keep up with the real cost you're facing.
So that brings us back to where we started with a question, but maybe a bigger one. All these numbers, these budgets, all the details, what they're all really getting at is this. After you've worked your whole life, paid in, raised a family, what does a dignified, secure retirement really look like? What should it look like? The proposals we've gone over today, they offer one possible answer. It's a vision of a future where those impossible choices are off the table, replaced by stability, where all that anxiety finally gives way to a little peace of mind. And that's something worth thinking about.
Okay, so first things first. Why are we even talking about an idea this huge? Well, it's because it's trying to solve a really fundamental problem that's kind of baked into the Social Security system right now. A massive and frankly growing divide between the highest and lowest paid beneficiaries. I mean, just look at this. The scale of this gap is pretty staggering. On one end of the spectrum, you have some people getting as little as $50 a month. 50! And on the other end, the maximum benefit is over $5,000. That's not a gap, you know? That's a canyon. And it basically mirrors the same income inequality we see all across the economy.
And that massive gap has a very real, very human cost. This number right here, 11 million, that's how many seniors in this country are currently living below the federal poverty line. For so many of them, their Social Security check just isn't enough to feel secure. And this right here is the exact problem a flat benefit is trying to fix.
And you know, even if we look at the averages, the picture isn't all that great. The average retirement benefit is just under $2,000, and the average for disability, or SSDI, is even lower, just under $1,600. Now, that might sound okay to some, but when you factor in the crazy inflation we've all been dealing with, the actual buying power of that money is shrinking fast, and it leaves a lot of people on incredibly tight budgets.
So you've got a problem this big. How do you even begin to fix it? Well, the solution being proposed isn't some minor tweak. It's a complete overhaul. The whole idea is to move away from our current earnings-based system to something way simpler and, yeah, a lot more radical.
And here it is, the whole proposal in a single number, a flat, universal monthly benefit of about $2,200 for everyone. It wouldn't matter if you were a CEO or a part-time worker, or whether you're getting retirement or disability benefits. Everyone would get the same foundational payment. For millions of people, that would be an absolutely life-changing increase.
So what would this actually do? It would fundamentally change what Social Security is. Right now, it works kind of like an earned pension, right? Your benefit is calculated with this complex formula based on your 35 highest earning years. A flat benefit system just tosses that out the window. It turns the program into a true social safety net, one that provides a uniform financial floor for absolutely everyone. The big question, of course, is how in the world could you get from our system today to that one? You can't just flip a switch overnight, that's for sure. The proposal gets that, and it lays out a very gradual, long-term plan for rebalancing the whole thing. Okay, so this is really the nuts and bolts of the plan. For people at the very top of the benefit scale, those annual cost of living adjustments, the COLAs, they would stop. Instead, their benefit might even be reduced by a tiny percentage each year. And that money would then be used to actively boost the benefits for people at the bottom. The idea is that over, say, 5, 10, maybe even 20 years, the two ends would slowly move toward each other until they meet at that middle point, that equilibrium, like the proposed $2,200.
So where would all that money saved from the high-end benefits go? Well, there are a couple of ideas on the table. One option is to just redirect all of it to boost payments for lower-income folks, which would make that convergence happen faster. Another idea is to split it 50-50. Use half to raise the floor for those who need it most, and put the other half back into the Social Security Trust Fund itself. That could help with those long-term solvency problems we're always hearing about. Now, a change this dramatic isn't just about the numbers on a check. Not at all. It represents a really deep philosophical shift in how we think about the purpose of Social Security. And it actually has a lot in common with another big idea that's been gaining a lot of steam lately.
And that idea is guaranteed basic income, or GBI. You've probably heard about the pilot programs popping up all over the place. They're all based on a simple idea. Give a specific group of people a set amount of money every month, no strings attached. A flat Social Security benefit would basically turn the program into the largest GBI in the world, one that's focused on seniors and people with disabilities. And this really gets to the core of the change. We would be moving from a system that says you get back a benefit related to what you put in, to a system that says, as a member of this society, you are guaranteed a basic level of security. It's a fundamental move from rewarding the individual to supporting the collective.
So, as you can probably imagine, a proposal this transformative is controversial, to say the least. It kicks up a really fierce and fundamental debate about what's fair, what our responsibilities are to each other, and really the very nature of the social contract.
The main argument against it is captured perfectly by this quote. For a lot of higher income folks, Social Security isn't a welfare program. It's a pension they paid into their entire lives. They played by the rules, they paid more in taxes, and they planned their whole retirement around the promise of a higher benefit. To them, cutting that benefit feels like the government breaking a promise.
So the whole debate really boils down to this. On one side, you have people saying this is the most powerful tool we could ever imagine to fight poverty among the elderly and disabled. It creates a simple, fair safety net. But on the other side, critics are saying it's just fundamentally unfair to people who paid more in, and it pulls the rug out from under those who plan their lives based on the system we have now. It's a clash of two very, very different visions.
And that really leaves us with the ultimate question here. At the end of the day, what is Social Security for? Is its main purpose to reward a lifetime of work based on what you paid in? Or is it to guarantee that no senior or person with a disability has to live in poverty? This proposal really forces us to pick a side, and the answer to that question is going to define the future of retirement for generations.
What if your financial future was about to get a major, and I mean major boost? Well, today we're going to break down some really key proposals that could mean more security, more dignity, and just more peace of mind for millions of people. And it all starts with one number that could change everything.
Let's just put this number right out there, $2,400. Now, this isn't just some random figure we pulled out of thin air. It represents the potential extra income you could see in a single year from one of the key proposals we're going to talk about today.
So just take a second and really think about that. What would that mean for your budget, for your family, for your own well-being? That's really the big question we're unpacking today. How these numbers on a screen could translate into real, tangible improvements in your life.
Okay, so where could all this extra money actually come from? Well, the first big proposal on the table is basically a direct raise for your retirement. And the details, honestly, are pretty exciting.
The Social Security Expansion Act is proposing a really straightforward, across-the-board increase of $200. And that's not a one-time thing. That's $200 times every single month for all Social Security recipients. You do the math. That's the $2,400 a year we just saw. And you can really see the transformation on this chart. It shows the shift from a budget that's, super tight with maybe a tiny bit left over to one with some real breathing room. That jump right there, that represents the powerful change from just barely getting by to feeling genuinely more secure. Here's how the math breaks down for an average person. Right now, after all the essential bills are paid, you might have about $70 left. But with this increase, that leftover amount could jump all the way to $270. That's nearly 4 times the spending money each month, which gives you real choice and flexibility. So, where are these big ideas coming from? Let's take a quick look at the actual legislative blueprint that's aiming to strengthen financial security for millions. There are really 2 key proposals leading the charge here. First, as we mentioned, is the Social Security Expansion Act. That's the one with the potential $200 monthly raise. And the second one is the SSI Restoration Act, which focuses specifically on improving benefits and, restoring some dignity for folks who receive supplemental security income. Now, for SSI recipients, this act proposes a monthly increase of $130. And the goal here is really specific. It's to raise the benefit up to 100% of the federal poverty level, which would be a much-needed lift. And it's not just about the monthly check.
The Act also wants to raise the amount of money you can have in savings without losing your benefits, all the way up to $10,000 for individuals. I mean, this is a huge deal for being able to build a small emergency fund and finally gain a little bit of security.
But let's be real. How do these numbers on a page actually translate to necessities in your home? Let's get into the real-world impact, because that's where these proposals truly come to life.
This quote, which is inspired by so many real stories, it just gets right to the heart of it. It's about transforming daily life, right? Moving away from that constant financial anxiety and toward the dignity of just being able to afford essentials like medicine and healthy food. This chart here gives us a great picture of what that new financial freedom could actually look like. It means being able to use your money not just to survive, but to actually thrive, to cover fresh groceries, get vital medications, and maybe even have enough to put into savings or go visit loved ones. And to put it in even more concrete terms, just think about what an extra $200 can actually buy. We're talking about tangible, everyday things that make a massive difference in your quality of life. It's not some abstract number. It's security you can actually hold. So, beyond direct benefit increases, there's another really powerful proposal out there to improve financial security. And this one is all about letting you keep more of the money you already have through tax relief. A proposal called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act introduces a new additional tax deduction, $6,000 for individuals over 65 and $12,000 for couples. Now, this would be on top of the deductions that already exist, and it directly lowers your taxable income. Plain and simple, it means you keep more of your own money.
So, what does that actually mean for your wallet? Well, for a senior with a $30,000 annual income, these changes could translate into an estimated $1,250 in annual tax savings. That's over $100 back in your budget every single month.
And the scale of this potential impact is just massive. If this passes, an estimated 88% of all Social Security recipients could owe zero federal tax on their benefits. Let that sink in. Zero. That is a true game changer. So, when we put all of these pieces together, the proposed benefit increases and the potential tax relief, we start to see a really clear path forward. It's a path toward a future with greater financial dignity and real security for everyone. And if you're sitting there wondering, okay, but can these proposals actually become reality? Just consider this. The Social Security Fairness Act recently became law. This isn't a proposal anymore. It's a concrete victory that has already ended unfair benefit reductions for 3.2 million public servants. And the impact is real, and it's immediate. Thanks to this new law, the people affected are seeing their monthly benefits go up by an average of $360 to $450. This just proves that positive, meaningful change absolutely can and does happen. So let's just quickly recap the path to security that we've explored today. It all starts with proposals for direct, significant benefit increases. Those increases then translate into a real-world impact on necessities. Then, that security could be strengthened even more by tax relief. And all of these steps are leading toward one clear goal: a more secure and dignified future for you. And that really brings us to our final thought. With these potential improvements on the horizon, the question becomes a personal one. What would that future look like for you? How would having greater financial security actually change your life?
Today, we're diving into some really big proposals that could change the monthly benefits for millions of people who receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. All right, let's start with this number. For 2025, the absolute maximum federal SSI benefit for a single person is $967 a month. That's the ceiling, the most anyone can get from the program each month.
And that brings us to the big question, right? With the cost of everything these days, rent, food, you name it, a lot of people are asking if that amount is really enough to get by.
So to really get what these proposals are all about, we first have to understand the problem they're trying to fix. And it really all comes down to a growing financial gap between SSI benefits and the official poverty level.
It's interesting. When this program was created more than 50 years ago, the whole point was to act as a safety net, to keep people right at the federal poverty line. But over the decades, well, it's fallen behind.
And this chart just lays it all out, doesn't it? On one side, you've got the max SSI benefit at $967. On the other, the 2025 federal poverty line, which is $1,304. You can literally see the gap right there.
And that difference comes out to $337 every single month. That's the shortfall, and that number is at the absolute heart of this whole debate. You can really feel the urgency in this quote from our source material. I mean, that's pretty powerful language, and it just shows how strongly some people feel that the system needs to be modernized to close that gap.
Okay, so we've seen the problem. Now, what are the proposed solutions? Well, the first big one is a piece of legislation aimed squarely at closing that financial gap we just looked at.
It's called the SSI Restoration Act. You can basically think of it as a big package of updates trying to modernize parts of the program that, frankly, haven't been touched in decades. The single biggest, most significant change in this act would be to raise the maximum monthly benefit to match the federal poverty line. The goal is to get the program back to doing what it was originally intended to do.
So remember that $337 gap? This would close it. For someone getting the maximum benefit, this would mean a direct increase of $337 a month, bringing their total from $967 up to that poverty line figure of $1,304.
Now, this is absolutely critical to understand. This is a proposal. It's being discussed, but it has not been passed by Congress. It is not current law.
Okay, so the next big proposal tackles another part of the program that critics say is seriously out of date, the super strict limits on how much money a person can have in savings.
These limits on assets, they haven't been updated for inflation in decades. This makes it almost impossible for people to save up even a small emergency fund for, a car repair or an unexpected bill.
And the proposed change here is huge. The asset limit for a single person would jump from the current $2,000 all the way up to $10,000.
And for married couples, the increase is just as dramatic. It would go from that long-standing $3,000 limit to a proposed $20,000.
To put that in perspective, for an individual, that's a 500% increase in how much they'd be allowed to save without being penalized or losing their benefits.
So, with such significant changes on the table, the natural question is, okay, what's the holdup? What's the current status of all this in Congress?
So just to sum it all up, the SSI Restoration Act is really this bundled package of reforms. It's trying to raise the benefits to the poverty line and also massively increase those savings limits, tackling the two major issues we've just covered. And this brings us to the bottom line. As of today, August 16th, 2025, the SSI Restoration Act has not passed. It is still just a proposal.
So that leaves us with a final thought for this explainer. When you look at that documented gap between the benefits and the poverty line and the fact that these rules haven't been updated in decades, it really makes you wonder, what level of priority should reforming SSI have on the national agenda?
Today, we're diving into something that can make a real, tangible difference in your financial security. We're going to break down a proposal that could mean a much brighter, more stable future for millions of people. And you know what? It all starts with one single number.
So just take a moment and really think about it. What would an extra $2,400 a year mean for your budget? For you, would it kind of ease that stress you feel at the end of the month? Maybe it means you could finally visit the grandkids or just worry a little less. This isn't just some fantasy number. It's a real possibility we're going to explore right now. And there it is, $2,400. That number is really at the heart of what we're talking about today. It represents a potential annual increase for every single person receiving Social Security, a figure that could honestly transform a budget from just barely surviving to actually living. All right, so where exactly does this potential boost for your budget even come from? In this first part, we're going to get into the specifics. We'll look at the proposals on the table and what they actually mean in clear dollars and cents terms. Here it is, plain and simple. This is the core of the Social Security Expansion Act, a direct, across-the-board increase of $200 a month. And this isn't just for some people, but for every single person who gets Social Security. It's a simple idea, but wow, does it have a powerful impact. And that $200, it's not just a number on a piece of paper. It's real-world relief. We're talking about 10 doctor's copays you don't have to scramble for. It's being able to stay connected online with family for 3 whole months. It's having enough to finally start that little emergency fund for when the car, inevitably acts up. This is what actual relief looks like. And hey, for folks receiving Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, the proposed changes are just as big a deal. The SSI Restoration Act is all about raising benefits to 100% of the poverty line. I mean, just look at the difference here. It's the difference between struggling $130 below the poverty line and finally reaching that baseline of security. This is no small tweak. It's a life-changing shift. You know, behind all these numbers and percentages are real people with real stories. So in this next part, we're going to move beyond the spreadsheets and look at how a financial boost like this could actually transform daily life, turning that constant stress into a new sense of security. This is a direct quote from a woman named Margaret, and it just perfectly frames the impossible choices that millions of people are forced to make every single day. When your budget is stretched to the absolute limit, these aren't just financial decisions. They're decisions about your health, your well-being, everything. So let's actually look at Margaret's budget right now. After she covers the absolute basics, rent, food, medicine, she's left with just $120. That's it, for a whole month. For clothes, for an emergency, for literally anything that pops up, there is just zero breathing room. Okay, but now let's see what happens to her budget with that $200 increase. Boom. Suddenly, her income is $1,850. She can afford healthier food, and look at this. Her remaining funds more than double to $250. That is the difference between constant gnawing anxiety and having a small cushion, just for some peace of mind. And this chart really shows you that transformation visually. A budget that was all about survival becomes a budget built on stability. And look, you see these new slices appearing. A dedicated fund for emergencies, and even a small slice for quality of life. This lets you shift from just getting by to actually planning for a secure future. The impact here goes way beyond just the money, too. For another senior, a woman named Eleanor, that extra $200 brought something you just can't put a price on. Peace of mind. It meant that knot of anxiety that was always in her stomach finally started to loosen. It meant actually sleeping through the night without waking up worrying about bills. The health benefits of just reducing that stress are absolutely huge. Now, these proposals aren't just about a temporary Band-Aid. They're really about building long-term, lasting security. So let's dig into the structural changes that are designed to make sure these benefits last and can actually adapt to what's happening in the real world. So a really critical piece of this puzzle is the asset limit for people on SSI. That's the total value of resources you're allowed to have. But here's the really shocking part. That limit hasn't been updated in over 30 years. 32 years. It basically traps people in a cycle where they can't save any money without being punished for it. Well, the SSI Restoration Act would change that. And I mean, dramatically. Just look at this jump. The asset limit for one person would go from a tiny $2,000 all the way up to $10,000. This is a complete game changer. It means people can finally save up for an emergency, like a major car repair or a medical bill, without being terrified of losing the very benefits they need to survive. And another really smart structural change is tying future cost of living adjustments to something called the CPIE. Now, in simple terms, this index does a much better job of measuring the expenses that seniors actually face, especially for things like healthcare and housing. This would make sure that benefits actually keep up with the real cost of living year after year. And we're not done yet. There's also a new tax deduction that could mean even more money stays right in your pocket. For senior married couples, this could mean a new deduction of up to $12,000. That could seriously reduce or even get rid of their federal taxes on Social Security benefits. It's just another powerful tool to help build financial stability. So what does this all add up to? When you pull all these different pieces together, it really paints a picture not just of financial relief, but of renewed dignity. So let's take a look at the combined impact. Okay, let's think about the Johnson family, a couple in their late 60s. Before, they had just $130 left over after paying for all their necessities. But when you combine the $200 per person Social Security increase with the tax savings, their extra monthly income jumps by $550. Now look at that after column. The money they have left skyrockets from $130 to $680. That is a kitchen table transformation. And what does a transformation like that actually mean in real life? Well, it means no more impossible choices, like skipping your meds to afford a trip to the dentist. It means having an emergency fund ready to go when the car breaks down. It means being able to afford basic dental and vision care. And maybe most importantly, like we saw with Eleanor, it means peace of mind. This quote right here, it just perfectly captures the essence of everything we've been talking about today. After a lifetime of working hard and contributing, having enough money to cover your basic needs, to see a doctor, to fix your car, and to live without constant fear, well, that isn't a luxury. It's about dignity. So we end right back where we started, with a question for you. Looking at all these potential changes, thinking about that security, that stability, that peace of mind, what would financial dignity look like in your life? It's a hopeful future for sure, and one that's definitely worth thinking about. Today, we are really getting into the weeds on the future of supplemental security income, SSI. There are some huge proposals out there that could completely change the game for millions of people. We're talking bigger monthly checks and a massive jump in how much you're allowed to save. But when you peel back all the layers, all these proposals really come down to one single critical question. Is SSI, as it stands today, actually keeping up with the cost of living? This is the core problem we're going to unpack, because for almost 8 million people, the answer to that question really dictates their entire life. So let's just step back for a second. SSI was created, over 50 years ago, and it had a super clear mission: to be a financial safety net. It was designed to fight poverty, and for a while, it did its job. But over the years, a gap started to appear, and that gap has just kept growing, leaving the whole program and the people who rely on it falling further and further behind. Okay, so just to make sure we're all on the same page, what exactly is SSI? It's a really important federal program run by the Social Security Administration that gives a monthly income to adults and kids with disabilities, and also to folks 65 and older who have very little in terms of income and resources. And this right here is the absolute key to its original design. The whole idea from day one was that the payments would keep people right at the federal poverty line. Not way above it, sure, but definitely not below it. It was supposed to be a floor, a baseline of financial stability. And remembering that original goal is so important for understanding where things are today.
So this idea of falling behind, it isn't just a feeling. It's not a hunch that things are getting tougher. It is a measurable, quantifiable gap. And the numbers, well, they tell a really, really clear story about the difference between the program's original promise and today's reality.
Okay, let's start with the benchmark. For 2025, the official federal poverty line for one person is $15,650 a year. But nobody pays their rent once a year, right? So let's break that down by month. That comes out to $1,304. Remember that number. It's our baseline. Now let's look at what's actually happening for someone on SSI. The absolute maximum federal payment a single person can get in 2025 is $967 a month. That's the ceiling. You can't get $1 more from the federal government. So right off the bat, you can see those two numbers are not the same. And when you put those two numbers right next to each other, like in this chart, wow, the gap just jumps right out at you. It's not even close. The maximum benefit falls way short of that poverty line, and this difference has just been getting worse year after year. So do the math. The difference is $337. That's the hole people find themselves in every single month. To put it another way, the maximum SSI check is nearly 35% below the very poverty line it was created to meet. That is a massive gap to cover when you're on a fixed income. Okay, so that's the problem. It's a big one. But how do you fix it? Well, there are some pretty concrete plans being floated around. And maybe the biggest one is a piece of legislation called the SSI Restoration Act. It's designed to attack that income shortfall we just talked about head on. And this proposal is getting a lot of attention. In the source material we looked at, one analyst put it pretty bluntly, saying the SSI Restoration Act, in my opinion, is a really, really good one. It checks literally all the boxes. So it's seen as this complete fix, not just some tiny little patch. So what are these boxes that it checks? Well, first and foremost, the Act wants to raise monthly benefits to 100% of the federal poverty line. That means, boom, an instant $337 a month raise for someone getting the max benefit. And this part is crucial. It would then tie or index those benefits so they automatically go up with the poverty line every year. That way, this gap can never open up again. The act also tackles the marriage penalty, which can hurt married couples. And it wants to seriously raise those ancient asset limits, which we're going to talk about next. Okay, reality check time. This is really, really important to understand. The SSI Restoration Act is still just a proposal. Right now, it has not been passed by Congress. It's been introduced, it's being talked about, but it is not the law of the land. But, a bigger check is only half the story. There's another huge problem that's kind of baked into the system right now, and it has everything to do with saving money. Okay, so the asset limits for SSI, that's how much money you can have saved up, are stuck in a time warp. They haven't been updated in decades. Right now, the limit for one person is just $2,000. I mean, think about that. Your car breaks down, your fridge dies, you have one unexpected medical bill, that can wipe you out completely. It basically makes it impossible to build any kind of real safety net. So the proposed fix for this is, well, it's dramatic. The asset limit for an individual would jump from $2,000 all the way up to $10,000. And for a couple, it would go from $3,000 to $20,000. I mean, that is a night and day difference. Let's just pause on that individual number for a second. Going from $2,000 to $10,000, that's a 500% increase. We are not talking about a small tweak here. This is a massive shift in policy, basically admitting that the financial world of today is nothing like it was when these old limits were set. And what does that really mean for someone's life? It's not just about the numbers. It's about security. It's about having that peace of mind that comes from knowing you have a rainy day fund. It means you could actually save for an emergency without that constant fear of losing the very benefits you need to survive. Okay, so we've got these two huge ideas on the table. One to boost monthly income, and one to raise the savings limit. But what does it all mean? How does a plan like this go from being an idea to being a reality? Well, it all comes down to the process in Washington. First, lawmakers have to introduce the bills, which, yep, they've already done. After that, the bills have to get debated in committees and then eventually get voted on by both the House and the Senate. If, and that's a big if, a bill passes, then it goes to the Social Security Administration to actually put the changes into effect. But it's key to remember where we are right now. These are all still just proposals on paper. All right, so let's just do a quick recap of the whole shebang. We're talking about 4 big things. 1, bigger checks, with that $337 monthly boost to get up to the poverty line. 2, higher savings with that 500% jump in the asset limit. 3, fairer rules, getting rid of that penalty for married couples. And 4, future-proofing the system by tying benefits to the poverty line so this whole mess never happens again. When you step back and look at it, these proposals are really a total rethinking of what SSI is and what it does. They're trying to bring it back to its original promise of being a real anti-poverty safety net. But the million-dollar question remains, is there enough political will to make these big plans a new reality for the millions of Americans who rely on it? And that's what we'll all be watching.
When you've worked your whole life, you expect retirement to be about some well-earned security, not constant stress. But for millions of Americans living on a fixed income, rising costs are creating this impossible squeeze. Today, we're going to dig into that reality and look at a couple of major legislative proposals that are designed to try and bridge that very gap. So let's kick things off with the number that's really at the heart of this whole conversation.
Here it is, $1,905. That is the average Social Security benefit paid out every single month. And for billions of people, this isn't just some number on a statement. It's everything. It's the total amount they have to cover every single expense.
So where does that $1,900 actually go? Well, as you can see here, most of it is gone almost immediately. The absolute essentials, we're talking housing, healthcare, food, getting around, and keeping the lights on, they eat up a whopping 88% of that average benefit. That leaves just a tiny 12% sliver for literally everything else: clothes, an emergency, household goods, any kind of quality of life. I mean, it is a budget with basically zero wiggle room.
Okay, so what can actually be done about this? Well, let's dive into the first big proposal that's aiming to tackle this head-on. It's called the Social Security Expansion Act, and it's designed to provide some direct, immediate relief.
The idea behind this act is really simple. It's not some complicated new program. There are no vouchers or anything like that. The core proposal is just a direct, across-the-board increase for every single person who gets Social Security.
And this is the magic number, an extra $200 a month. That might not sound like a fortune, but it adds up to $2,400 more a year. Now, think back to that budget we just looked at. For someone in that position, this is a huge deal. It could be the difference between having to choose which bill to pay and, well, having a little peace of mind.
Now, the Act is about more than just a one-time boost. It also changes how future cost of living adjustments are calculated. It would switch to something called the CPIE, which is basically a way of measuring inflation that's more tuned in to what seniors actually spend their money on, especially healthcare. So how would we pay for it? The plan is to apply the payroll tax to all income over $250,000. The goal here is to give immediate help while also making sure the whole program stays stable for the long haul.
All right, so beyond Social Security, there's another really important program out there for some of our most vulnerable citizens. So the second big proposal we're looking at is the SSI Restoration Act. This one focuses on modernizing and improving supplemental security income.
So what is SSI exactly? Well, think of it as a federal safety net. It gives a basic monthly income to adults and children who have significant disabilities, and also to seniors over 65 who have very limited income and resources. It's a genuine lifeline for almost 8 million people.
But the reality of SSI right now, it's pretty stark. The maximum benefit for one person is over $100 below the federal poverty line. And get this, the asset limits. That's how much a person can have in savings to even qualify, is $2,000. That limit has not been updated since 1992. 1992!
So, the SSI Restoration Act tries to fix these things directly. First, it would raise benefits up to the federal poverty line, finally. Second, it would seriously update those ancient asset limits so people could actually save a little for an emergency without getting kicked off the program. And third, it would let people who are able to work part-time keep more of their earnings. So the whole point is to both provide more and penalize people less.
Okay, we've talked about the policies, we've looked at the numbers, the different acts, but to really get what's at stake here, we need to bring this all down to the kitchen table, where real people are making tough decisions every single day.
So let's just ask the question. What does an extra $200 a month from that Social Security proposal actually look like in someone's day-to-day life? How does it really change the choices they have to make?
Let's meet Margaret. She's a 72-year-old retiree. In the before column, you can see her budget is incredibly tight. After she covers the absolute basics, she has just $120 left for the whole month. Now look at the after column. With that extra $200, her leftover cash more than doubles to $250. And we're not talking about luxuries here. This is money for better groceries, like the fresh fruit and vegetables her doctor says she should be eating. It completely transforms her budget from a constant state of crisis to one that has just a little bit of breathing room.
And that quote, that really gets to the core of it all, doesn't it? This isn't just about balancing a spreadsheet. It's about restoring a person's dignity. It's about ending those impossible choices that millions of people like Margaret have to face month after month.
This all brings us to a much bigger idea. Because while these policies are obviously crucial for financial security, they also touch on a deeper question about how we, as a society, really value the lives and the contributions of our older generations.
A person's life isn't measured in dollars and cents, right? It's measured in wisdom, in the communities they helped build, the families they raised. A person's true worth is defined by their character and what they gave to the world. And the policies we've been talking about are really just tools to make sure that financial stress in your later years doesn't get to overshadow a lifetime of value.
So we'll end with this thought. These policies are about creating security, but they point to a much larger question for all of us to think about. In a world that seems so focused on financial metrics, how do we truly honor and measure a lifetime of contribution? It's a question that really goes beyond politics and gets right to the core of what we value.
So let's talk about something you've probably heard a lot about, this idea of giving every single person on Social Security an extra $200 a month. I mean, on the surface, it sounds amazing, right? A huge boost for millions of people. But as we're about to find out, when you dig into the details, it gets a whole lot more complicated. All right, let's get into it. You know, this one quote really just sums up the whole thing perfectly. It's a plan that comes from a really good place, trying to help folks who depend on Social Security. But it's also got this giant, fundamental flaw that makes it, well, almost impossible to actually do. So the big question we're going to tackle here is, what's the good part? And what's the really, really flawed part? And maybe, just maybe, is there a better way to do it?
So, first things first, where did this idea even come from? Because it's not just some rumor bouncing around online. Nope, it actually comes from real legislative proposals that have been kicked around for years. Let's break down what this plan is really all about.
Okay, so this whole idea is a huge piece of something called the Social Security Expansion Act. Now, this act has a lot in it, but the part that gets all the headlines, the part everyone talks about, is that permanent $200 a month raise in benefits. And it's important to note this isn't some brand new idea. A temporary version was talked about back in 2020, but this proposal, this one wants to make that raise a permanent part of Social Security.
Now let's be super clear about what this means for an individual. That $200 every month adds up to an extra $2,400 over a year. I mean, for anyone on a fixed income, that is a life-changing amount of money. Seriously, that could be the difference between just scraping by and actually having some breathing room. And the big promise here is that everyone, every single person getting a Social Security check gets this money.
An extra $2,400 a year. Sounds great, doesn't it? But this right here is where we bump into the other half of that quote we started with, the massively flawed part. And it all boils down to one thing, the absolutely staggering cost of making that promise to everybody. When you start running the numbers, you see the real problem.
First, you have to wrap your head around just how massive the Social Security program is. We are talking about roughly 72.5 million people getting a check every month. And that's not just retirees. This includes people on disability, it includes survivors, it includes spouses. It's a huge, diverse group of Americans who count on that money.
Okay, so what happens when you multiply those 72.5 million people by an extra $200? The math is simple, but the answer is, well, it's pretty stunning. It would cost an extra $14.5 billion. And that's not for a year. That's every single month. That's an enormous new expense that has to be covered every 30 days.
And when you stretch that out over a full year, the true size of the price tag just hits you, $174 billion. Just to put that into perspective, the government's already paying out over $1.3 trillion a year in benefits. This would add another $174 billion on top of that, every single year. For a lot of lawmakers, that number stops the conversation cold, especially since the Social Security Trust Fund is already being used to cover current payments.
And this gets us to the real, logical heart of the issue. The cost is so huge because the plan is for everyone, no exceptions, which forces us to ask a really important question. Is this the smartest way to spend that money? Does the person getting the absolute maximum benefit need this raised just as badly as the person getting the absolute minimum? And here it is. This is the big flaw, laid out for everyone to see. Under this plan, someone who is already getting, say, $4,000 a month from Social Security gets the exact same $200 raise as someone who is really struggling on less than $1,000 a month. Now, don't get me wrong, an extra $200 is nice for anybody, but it's not really needed by people at the top end of the scale, and that untargeted approach is what makes the plan so expensive, and frankly, what makes a lot of people say it just doesn't make sense.
So, if the give it to everyone plan is way too expensive and not very efficient, what's the alternative? Well, this is where the idea of targeting comes in. Instead of a blanket raise for all, what if we focus that money on the people who need it the most? Let's check out a couple of much more realistic options.
We can really break this down into two simple, logical ideas. The first one, let's call it the half plan, would give that $200 raise only to people whose monthly check is at or below the national average. Then there's a second, even more focused idea, the poverty line plan, which would send that money only to those whose benefits are so low that they're at or below the federal poverty line.
And right here, you can see just how dramatically the money changes when you start targeting it. The universal plan, we know, is for all 72.5 million people and costs $174 billion a year. But look at the half plan. By focusing on about half the people, around 36 million, the cost drops to about $85 billion. And then, with the poverty line plan, targeting the 12 million lowest income folks, the cost plummets to just $36 billion a year.
So this is the key takeaway. Just by being a little smarter about who gets the money, you can slash the cost of the whole thing. Moving to the half plan cuts the price tag by more than half. And going to the super targeted poverty line plan, that reduces the cost by almost 80%. All of a sudden, you're talking about numbers that are way, way more manageable, both financially and politically.
So all this brings us to the final, and let's be honest, probably the most important question. Could any of this actually happen? I mean, a plan is just a plan until it becomes a law. How would politicians in Washington actually look at these different proposals? Well, it really all comes down to the simple math of cost versus impact.
Look, if you walk into a lawmaker's office with a plan that costs $174 billion extra a year for a system that's already under strain, that conversation is probably going to be pretty short. They'll just say it's not going to happen. But if you walk in with a plan that costs $85 billion, or even better, $36 billion, and you can show that every single one of those dollars is going to the people struggling the most, well, that's a completely different conversation. That's a plan you can actually defend.
And that's the political reality of it, right? It's pretty easy to vote no on a massive, unfocused spending bill. It's a whole lot harder to stand up and vote against the plan specifically designed to lift 12 million of our most vulnerable seniors and disabled citizens out of poverty. The moral argument there is just so much more powerful, which makes that super targeted plan the most likely to ever get any real momentum.
So, we end up right back where we started. The idea of a $200 raise is a good one at its core, but giving it to everyone is a deeply flawed approach. The numbers don't lie, a targeted plan is just far more realistic and efficient. But that leaves us with one final big question. We have a logical path that could provide real, meaningful help to millions. The question is, in today's political world, is logic enough to actually get something done for the people who need it the most?
You know, have you ever really stopped to think about what a couple $100s a month actually means? For a lot of us, it might be a few dinners out, maybe a new gadget, something like that. But for millions of Americans living on a fixed income, it is a completely different story. It's not about luxuries. It's the razor-thin line between constant grinding stress and a life with some actual security and dignity. So today, we're going to break down the profound, truly life-altering impact of just $200 a month.
So let's just start with that basic question. What can $200 really buy? And I'm not talking about abstract economic theories here. We're talking about real, tangible things, the essentials that people need just to get by, to live with a basic level of comfort.
And when you look at it like this, it really hits home. That extra $200 could mean 40 gallons of milk, or 100 loaves of bread to keep the pantry stocked. Think about this. It could cover 3 full months of basic internet. I mean, in today's world, that's not a luxury, that's a lifeline to family, to information, to telehealth. Or how about this? It could mean paying for 10 doctor's copays without having to panic and dip into the grocery money. It could be 20 gallons of heating oil to keep the house warm in the winter. These aren't wants, right? These are the absolute building blocks of a stable, secure life.
Okay, but here's the rub. Here's the core of the problem. While a $200 increase would be completely transformative, the reality for most seniors is, well, it's very different. The official benefit increases, what we call cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, they are just not keeping up with how fast real-world costs are exploding. And this creates a really dangerous and frankly ever-widening gap.
And this chart, wow, it just lays the disconnect out there perfectly. Just look at these projected numbers for 2025. The official cost of living adjustment, that tiny little bar, it's 2.5%. That's the small bump in benefits that's supposed to help with inflation. But in that exact same period, look what's happening to essential costs. Average housing costs for seniors, they're jumping 5.8%. And healthcare costs, they're soaring by 6.5%. I mean, you don't need to be a math genius to see the massive problem here. Seniors are falling further and further behind, month after month.
And if you want to see what this looks like for a real person, let's talk about Maria. She's 78. She relies entirely on her Social Security. So that 2.5% COLA increase, for her, it worked out to an extra $39 a month. $39. But then you add it all up. Her rent went up, her utility bills are higher, food costs more, her prescriptions cost more, her essential expenses shot up by $201. So now do the math. She's left with a $162 deficit every single month, just to stay where she was the year before. She's actually getting poorer, even though she got a quote-unquote raise.
To really get the human cost of this financial squeeze, let's follow the story of a woman named Eleanor. She's 74, and before her income changed, her life was basically a masterclass in financial anxiety. Honestly, her budget tells you everything you need to know.
So this is her reality, right here on the screen. Eleanor's total monthly income from Social Security is $1,750. Now, her essential, non-negotiable costs, we're talking rent, utilities, groceries, Medicare, prescriptions, and just basic transportation, that all adds up to $1,650. That leaves her with just $100.
$100 for everything else. A new pair of sneakers when hers wore out, a car repair, a birthday gift for her grandkid, any unexpected medical bill. Forget it. That is an impossibly thin margin for error. And you have to understand, living this way isn't just about being frugal or clipping coupons. It is a life defined by constant, gnawing stress. It means waking up every single morning with that knot in your stomach, already running the numbers in your head. It means having to make impossible choices, like, do I refill the prescription that helps with my arthritis, or do I make sure I have enough food to last the week? This isn't just a budget, it's a blueprint for anxiety.
But then, something changed for Eleanor, and this is where the story really pivots. We're moving from the problem to the solution, and we get to see how one simple catalyst can completely rewrite a person's daily existence.
And this was it. This was the catalyst. An additional $200 per month? It's not a lottery win, right? It's not some huge fortune. It's a modest, consistent increase that acted as an incredibly powerful turning point, and it shifted her entire financial and emotional reality.
So now take a look at her budget with that extra $200. Her income is now $1,950. And look at where that money goes. It's so telling. She can now increase her grocery budget by $50. That means she can afford fresh fruits and vegetables, things that help her manage her diabetes better. She can spend an extra $50 on her prescriptions, which means she can now afford all the medications her doctor prescribed, not just picking and choosing the ones she thought were most critical. And here's the part that is truly transformative. She can now put $100 a month into an emergency fund, and another $50 toward a fund to visit her family. She is no longer just surviving, she is planning, she's living. And the impact, it just goes so far beyond the numbers on a spreadsheet. You know, the first thing that changed for Eleanor was emotional. That constant knot she had in her stomach, it started to loosen. She could actually sleep through the night without waking up worrying about bills. And because she was eating better and taking all her medicine, her blood sugar levels actually started to improve. For the first time in years, she felt a sense of control over her own life, over her own health. That's huge.
But here's the thing. The story doesn't stop with Eleanor. It's not just about one person's well-being. Because when seniors gain financial security, the positive effects don't just stop at their front door. They actually ripple outwards, and they end up strengthening the entire community.
Just think about it this way. It's pretty simple. When seniors like Eleanor have a bit more disposable income, where do you think they spend it? It goes to the local grocery store, the neighborhood pharmacy, maybe a local diner for a treat. That money circulates directly inside their own community, and that stimulates the local economy. It supports small businesses, it supports local jobs, it is a direct investment in Main Street.
And then there's this massive, often overlooked benefit to the entire healthcare system. I mean, think about it. When a senior can afford healthy food, all of their prescriptions, and those preventative doctor's visits, guess what? They stay healthier. And that means fewer incredibly expensive emergency room visits, fewer hospitalizations, and a delayed need for costly long-term care. This kind of proactive stability saves the healthcare system, and by extension, us, the taxpayers, billions and billions of dollars every single year. So at the end of the day, what this all shows us is that the journey from financial stress to genuine security, it's not just an economic issue. It's not just about dollars and cents. Fundamentally, it's about human dignity. It's about recognizing that after a lifetime of contributing to society, our seniors deserve to live with peace of mind, with good health, and with a respectable quality of life. And that kind of leaves us with one last thing to think about. We can calculate budgets, we can track economic ripples, we can put numbers on all of this. But the most profound transformation of all is the one that you can't itemize on a spreadsheet. So beyond all the numbers, what is the true value of peace of mind?
Today, we're diving into a really huge idea that's being debated for the future of Social Security. We're talking about a proposal that could completely reshape the monthly checks for millions of people. And believe it or not, it all comes down to just one number: $1,304. Now, that is not some random figure pulled out of a hat. This is the heart of a major proposal for a new monthly minimum benefit for every single person on Social Security. So what would that actually mean? Who would it help? And the big one, could it even work? Come on, let's break it all down. All right, so here's our game plan. We're going to start with the problem, why this idea is even on the table. Then we'll get into the weeds of the 1304 proposal itself. We'll look at two very different ways it could work, tackle that giant funding question, and then wrap up with a reality check on where things really stand today. Okay, so let's jump right in. To really get why a number like $1,304 is such a big deal, we have to first understand the pretty stark reality that a lot of people in Social Security are facing every single day. Yeah, Just look at that number, 10.8 million. That's how many people receiving Social Security benefits are living below the poverty line. And get this, that's often after you count any other income they might have. So this right here, this is the core problem that is people scrambling for a really big solution. So this federal poverty line isn't just some abstract idea. It's a hard number. For 2025, it's pegged at $15,650 a year for a single person. And if you pull out your calculator and divide that by 12 months, yep, you get $1,304 a month. That figure is the absolute rock bottom minimum the government says you need for necessities, and it's at the very center of this whole debate. And that leads us right to the proposal itself. I mean, the logic is pretty straightforward, right? If we know millions of people are living below this very specific income level, the idea being floated is simple. Why not just use Social Security to fix it directly?
So the heart of the idea is to create a brand new, hard floor for benefits. It's pretty simple. No matter your work history, no matter how much you paid in, your monthly Social Security check would never be less than the poverty line. It would basically be a guarantee. Now, to see just how massive a change this would be, you gotta see what the current minimum looks like.
No, that is not a typo. Believe it or not, the current special minimum benefit can be as low as $50 a month. 50. I mean, that barely gets you a full tank of gas, let alone a week's worth of groceries. It provides almost no real security, and that's the basement level we're starting from. So the idea is to go from a minimum of maybe $50 to a minimum of over $1,300. That isn't just a small tweak, that's a seismic shift. For anyone at the lowest end of the benefit scale, this would be absolutely life-altering.
But, and you knew there was a but coming, this is where it all gets a little more complicated. Agreeing that $1,304 sounds good is one thing. Figuring out how to actually do it is way harder. And right now, there are two really different visions for how it could be done. Okay, so on one side, you have the minimum benefit approach. Think of it like a safety net. If your current benefit is, say, $900 a month, this plan would boost it up to $1,304. Simple. But if you're already getting $1,800, nothing changes for you. It just helps the lowest earners. Now, on the other side is the much more radical flat benefit idea. This would set everyone's benefit, no matter who you are, to exactly $1,304. So that person at $900 goes up, but the person getting $1,800, their benefit would actually get cut. And that flat benefit approach, wow, that would fundamentally transform the entire system. For its whole history, Social Security has been based on this idea. What you get out is linked to what you paid in. A flat benefit would completely sever that link. It would basically turn Social Security into a guaranteed basic income for more than 70 million Americans, where everybody gets the exact same check. And this is why that flat benefit idea is, well, so controversial. Sure, it would be a huge help to people at the very bottom, but it would mean a massive pay cut for millions of others. Right now, the average retirement benefit is just under $2,000 a month. So under a flat benefit plan, the average retiree would suddenly see their payment drop by nearly $700. Can you imagine telling people who planned their entire retirement around a certain income that it's about to be slashed? Yeah, the political opposition would be enormous, which is why most people see this version as pretty much a non-starter. So let's put that flat benefit idea aside for a second and just focus on the more popular version, just lifting up the lowest earners. Even with that more modest plan, we still slam into the biggest question of all. How in the world do you pay for it? Yeah, this is the multi-trillion-dollar question. Raising benefits for millions of people isn't free. It would cost a staggering amount of money, and right now, nobody really agrees on where that money should come from. It's almost always the hardest part of the puzzle to solve. Well, one idea that gets thrown around is to look at the Social Security Trust Fund itself. It's got about $2.7 trillion in it, but it's invested super conservatively, so it's only getting back about a 2.4% return. Some people argue that if we invested that money a little more strategically, we could generate billions more in revenue without raising taxes on anybody. But of course, a strategy like that comes with a whole new set of risks and a whole lot of heated debate. So, after all this talk about poverty lines, different visions, and where to find the money, where do things actually stand today? It's really important we do a reality check on whether any of this is actually close to happening. And the honest-to-goodness reality is that right now, these are all just ideas. There are a ton of proposals floating around Washington, but there isn't one single piece of legislation that has broad support. You know, a lot of observers say the concerning thing isn't just that this specific plan isn't moving forward, but that there's no unified plan for the future of Social Security at all.
So, what's the most important thing to take away from all this? Well, even if the $1,304 plan doesn't become law tomorrow, the fact that we're even having this conversation is huge. It tells us that the debate around Social Security is changing. The focus is starting to shift from seeing it as just a retirement program to seeing it as a powerful tool we could use to fight poverty head on and provide a real financial safety net. And that really leaves us with this one fundamental question. For decades, we've thought of Social Security as an earned benefit. You work, you pay in, and you get it back. But should its main purpose evolve? Should its number one job be to make sure no senior, no person with a disability has to live in poverty, no matter what they earned in the past? The answer to that question is going to define the future of Social Security for generations to come.
Let's talk about a number, just $200. It might not sound like a whole lot of money in the grand scheme of things, but we're about to explore how, for millions of people, it's everything. This isn't just a story about finances, it's a journey from the daily stress of just scraping by to having a real sense of security and, just some basic dignity. So let's get right into it.
To really get a handle on what an extra $200 means, you have to know the starting point. And here it is, $1,905. That is the average Social Security check that someone gets each month right now. That works out to less than $23,000 a year. Just try to keep that number in your head, because for millions of Americans, that's it. That's the entire pie they have to work with to cover every single bill, every single month.
So how far does that $1,900 actually stretch? Well, let's take a look. It disappears fast. Housing alone eats up a huge chunk. Then you've got utilities, healthcare, prescriptions. That's another $700 right there. Throw in food and a way to get around, and boom, you're at $1,835. Now look at that bottom line. After all of that, everything you absolutely have to pay, you're left with $70. $70 for the rest of the month. For an emergency, for a pair of socks, for a birthday card, for literally anything that isn't a bill.
And that $70 cushion, it's not really a cushion at all. It forces people into these just impossible situations every single day. This quote really hits home because it's the reality behind the spreadsheet. You're literally choosing between two things you need to stay alive: the healthy food your doctor tells you to eat or the medicine your doctor tells you to take. That's the kind of grinding, constant stress we're talking about. A world where one unexpected car repair can throw your entire life into chaos.
Okay, so that's the problem. But what if the solution was actually pretty simple? What if there was a way to just relieve some of that pressure? That's what we're looking at next. It's a proposal in the Social Security Expansion Act, and it's basically a lifeline designed to pull people out of that daily squeeze.
And here it is, the core of the entire idea. A straightforward, no-frills increase of $200 a month for every person receiving Social Security. That's an extra $2,400 a year. It's not some complicated formula or a temporary fix. It's just a flat boost, designed to give immediate, tangible help to catch up with the cost of living that has just soared past what benefits can cover.
But what is $200 really, in the real world? Well, it's not about luxuries, it's about dignity. It could mean paying for 10 doctor's copays without having a panic attack. It could be 3 months of internet, which, let's be honest, is an essential utility now for connecting with family or doctors. It could mean you finally get the new glasses you've needed for years but kept putting off. This just shows you $200 isn't just money, it's the freedom to take care of your own basic needs.
And this right here, this is the math that changes everything. Look at the before and after. The cost of the absolute necessities, that stays the same. But the breathing room, that leftover cash for anything else, it jumps from $70 to $270. That's almost 4 times as much. This is the difference between living on the edge of a cliff and having a little bit of solid ground under your feet. It's the moment you can stop just surviving and maybe, just maybe, start planning.
The numbers are one thing, but the real story is always about people. So let's shift gears from the budget sheet and zoom in on a human story. We'll use the example of a woman named Eleanor to see how a little bit of money can transform a life from one of constant, grinding anxiety to one of personal agency, where you actually feel like you have some control.
Before you even buy anything, the very first thing that changes is this: the emotional weight. This quote says it all, doesn't it? Worrying about money is a physical thing. It ties your stomach in knots. It keeps you up at night. The first thing this extra $200 buys is a little bit of peace, the ability to sleep, the loosening of that constant anxiety. Honestly, that relief from chronic stress is one of the biggest health benefits you could ask for.
So, once that knot in her stomach starts to loosen, Eleanor can actually start making choices.
Look at this progression. Step 1, she secures her health. She can buy all her prescriptions, no more cutting pills in half. Step 2, she improves her health by getting the fresh, nutritious food she needs. Step 3, she builds a safety net, a small emergency fund for when the car breaks down. And then finally, step 4, she can start saving for something that brings her joy, like visiting her family. That is what agency looks like.
All right, let's put some real numbers to Eleanor's story. Her income was a little under the average, but with the increase, it goes up to $1,950. So where does the extra money go? She puts an extra $50 toward better groceries. Another $50 goes to making sure she can cover all her prescriptions. And this is huge. She puts $100 away into an emergency fund, something that was just a fantasy before. And even after all those critical investments in her own well-being, she still has $50 left over. This is what a budget with dignity looks like.
Now, Eleanor is just one person. But what happens when you multiply her story by millions? Well, the impact doesn't just stop at her front door. It creates this powerful ripple effect that actually starts to benefit her entire community and even the economy as a whole.
So, what are these ripples? Well, first, it's a direct stimulus for local businesses. Seniors spend their money right where they live, at the corner pharmacy, the local grocery store. That money stays in the community. Second, it can actually lower healthcare costs for everyone. When people can afford their medicine and healthy food, they're way less likely to end up in the emergency room, which is incredibly expensive. And finally, when you're not constantly stressed about survival, you have the bandwidth to be part of your community, to volunteer, to participate, to connect.
So, this all leads to the big, obvious question, right? This sounds great, but where does the money come from? How is this all paid for? Well, the Social Security Expansion Act lays out a plan that's designed to make the whole system solvent for the next 75 years. Let's dig into how that would work.
The funding plan really has two key parts. First, it changes who pays Social Security taxes. Right now, there's a cap on how much of your income is taxed for Social Security. This plan would keep that cap, but it would start applying the tax again on all earnings over $250,000. Essentially, it asks the highest earners to contribute more. The second big change is about the future. It would change how the annual cost of living adjustments are calculated. It would switch to something called the CPIE, which is a measure of inflation designed specifically for seniors. Because seniors spend a much bigger chunk of their income on things like healthcare, which gets more expensive faster, this index is meant to give a much more accurate picture of their real costs, leading to more realistic benefit increases down the road.
So in the end, we're back where we started. We've looked at the numbers, the budgets, the ripple effects, the funding, but beneath all of that, it all boils down to a much simpler, more fundamental question. What is the actual value of dignity? What's the price of a good night's sleep, of not having to choose between food and medicine? That's the real conversation here.
If you've been keeping an eye on the news about benefits, your head is probably spinning, right? You're hearing about a $2,400 boost over here, and then $1,200 monthly checks over there. It's a total whirlwind, and honestly, it's super confusing. So, what we're going to do right now is slice through all that noise. We're going to break down exactly what these plans are, who they're actually for, and what it all could mean for your wallet.
So yeah, let's really get into this, because this is the big one, isn't it? Are these numbers part of the same plan? Or are we talking about two totally separate things? And the question I bet you're really asking is, hey, could I get both? It's so easy to see how these things get tangled up in the headlines, but trust me, they are two very, very different ideas. Our goal here is simple. We're going to give you the clarity you've been looking for. You'll know exactly what each plan is and what it's not.
Okay, so here's how we're going to tackle this. First, we'll talk about this flood of proposals out there. Then we'll dig into Plan 1, that's the $2,400 boost. After that, Plan 2, the $1,200 monthly checks. Then, the one you're waiting for, can you get both? And we'll wrap up by looking at the bigger picture, why all this is happening right now. All right, Section 1, a flood of proposals. Let's try to make some sense of all the different plans being discussed. I mean, it really feels like every single week there's a new idea or a new bill being talked about, right? So let's just categorize them a bit to figure out what's what.
You know, it's so easy to get lost in all the headlines. And you might have even seen some of these ideas pop up in your local news. There are all kinds of city and state level programs being tested out. But for today, to keep things simple and focused, we are zeroing in on the two big ones, the major national proposals. Because, let's face it, those are the ones that would affect everybody.
Okay, before we get any deeper, we've got to clear something up. There's some key jargon here, GBI and UBI. Guaranteed basic income versus universal basic income. They sound similar, but they are not the same thing. Think of it like this. UBI, the U stands for universal, means everybody gets it. Rich, poor, everyone, no questions asked. GBI, on the other hand, that G is for guaranteed, but only for a specific group of people, usually based on their income. The big national plans we're talking about today, they're GBI.
All right, on to Section 2. Let's talk about Plan 1, the $2,400 boost. This is all about the Social Security Expansion Act. And the first thing to know is, this isn't some brand new payment program. Nope. This is all about boosting an existing one. We're talking about a direct increase to Social Security benefits.
So, the magic number everyone's talking about is this, an extra $2,400 a year. Now, what does that really mean? It means an extra $200 every single month. And look, for anyone on a fixed income, you know that $200 isn't just pocket change. That's a huge deal. That could cover groceries for the week, a utility bill, or those annoying copays. It's a real, tangible difference, and it's the heart of this proposal.
So how would this thing actually work? Well, the official name is the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard lawmakers like Senator Bernie Sanders talking about it, and here's who it's for. As the bill's written right now, it's for all Social Security beneficiaries. That means retirement, disability, survivors, the whole shebang. And the other critical piece of the puzzle is the funding. Where does the money come from? It would come from the Social Security system itself, funded by payroll taxes through the Social Security Trust Fund.
Okay, now let's switch gears completely for Section 3. We're looking at Plan 2, those $1,200 monthly checks. And this is a whole different ballgame. We're no longer talking about tweaking an existing program. This is about creating something brand new from the ground up, a national guaranteed basic income.
And the numbers here are even bigger. We're talking $1,200 every single month for each eligible adult, plus another $600 for each dependent. I mean, let's do the math. That's over $14,000 a year for one person. For a couple, you're looking at almost $29,000 before you even add in dependents. A key piece of legislation here is called the Support Act, and the whole idea is to create a recurring payment like a national income floor for people.
So let's get into the nitty-gritty. How would this GBI plan work? Well, a major difference right off the bat, eligibility has nothing to do with being in a specific program like Social Security. Nope, it's all about your income. The Support Act, for instance, sets the cutoff at around $75,000 for an individual. The funding is also totally separate. This money isn't coming from the Social Security Trust Fund, it would come from general federal funds. Think of it like the stimulus checks we saw a few years back. Same kind of idea.
Okay, let's put these two plans side by side. This is where the light bulb really goes on. You've got the Social Security boost, that's an increase to a benefit you already have, for Social Security beneficiaries only, and paid for by the Social Security Fund. Then you've got the National GBI, that's a brand new program for people based on their income and paid for with general federal money. See? They're like two different trains running on two separate tracks. Getting this difference is absolutely crucial for what comes next.
Which, of course, brings us to Section 4, and the question that I know is on your mind. Could you get both payments? If both of these proposals actually became law, could one person get money from both? Let's find out.
So let's really spell it out. Could a fixed income beneficiary get payments from both of these proposals at the same time? Imagine you're on Social Security. The first plan passes, boom, you get an extra $200 a month. Then the second plan passes, and your income qualifies you. Could you also get that $1,200 check on top of it? That's the million-dollar question, right?
And the answer is yes. Simple as that. Based on how these proposals are written right now, you absolutely could. I know, it might sound a little too good to be true, but when you see how they're designed, the logic is actually rock solid.
So why isn't this double dipping? It really boils down to two super simple reasons. First, they are separate programs. They just are. One is a tweak to your Social Security, and the other is a totally new income program. They don't overlap. And second, and this is huge, they have separate funding. Remember, one is paid from the Social Security Trust Fund, the other from general federal funds. It's like getting your paycheck from your job and also winning a lottery prize. Two different pots of money.
So that leads us to our last section, the future of benefits. You have to wonder, right? Why are these huge conversations happening right now? The answer is pretty interesting. It's because a lot of folks in Washington aren't just looking at today, they're looking down the road, 5, 10 years from now. See, the argument is that lawmakers are looking ahead, and they believe a national income floor is needed before it's too late. The idea is that our economy is about to go through a massive, massive change because of technology. And the people pushing for these plans are saying, look, we need to build this safety net now, before things get crazy. It's about being proactive instead of just reacting to a crisis after it's already here.
And you can hear that urgency when they talk about what's coming. They say things like, we're going to be completely overrun by AI, sophisticated technology, robotics, automation. And that's really the heart of it. The fear is that all this new tech is going to eliminate a ton of jobs, and soon. The thinking is that this isn't science fiction anymore. This is a real economic shift that's just around the corner, and something like a GBI might be the only thing that provides some stability.
And really, that leaves us with the biggest question of all. As technology reshapes the entire workforce, how must our economic safety nets evolve? Because at the end of the day, this whole debate isn't just about a specific dollar amount. It's not just about $2,400 or $1,200. The real conversation is about what our safety nets are even for. As technology changes the very definition of a job, how do we make sure everyone has some level of economic security? That's the question that's really pushing all of this forward.
All right, today we're breaking down two huge proposals that could seriously change Social Security and SSI benefits for millions. We're going to look at the Social Security Expansion Act and the SSI Restoration Act to see what they could actually mean for your monthly budget. So let's just dive right into the numbers. $70. Just let that number sink in for a second. According to the source material, this is what the average person on Social Security has left over each month after paying for the absolute basics. We're not talking about hobbies or going out to eat. We're talking about everything else: a new pair of shoes, cleaning supplies, any kind of unexpected expense. It's a number that really frames this whole conversation. And when you see it laid out like this, wow, it's pretty striking. If you take an average monthly benefit of around $1,900, the source shows that essentials like housing, food, and healthcare just eat up almost all of it. And that tiny sliver left? Yeah, that's your $70. It just shows you a budget that is stretched to its absolute breaking point. So to really get why these new proposals are on the table, we first have to understand the full picture of the current financial reality for folks who rely on these programs. This right here is a crucial point, especially for the nearly 8 million Americans on Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. Right now, the max federal benefit is $943 a month, but the federal poverty line is over $100 higher. So right out of the gate, the very program designed to be a safety net leaves people about 12% below the poverty line. And, the reliance on these benefits is just immense. For a huge number of seniors, Social Security isn't some little supplement. It's their main lifeline. For about 1 in 7, it's almost their entire income. This context is absolutely key to understanding why any change, big or small, can have such a massive impact. Okay, so that's the tough reality. So what's being proposed to fix this financial squeeze? Let's get into the details of the two big acts on the table, starting with the one that would affect every single person on Social Security. The Social Security Expansion Act offers a really simple, direct, and honestly powerful change: a $200 a month increase for every single Social Security recipient, period, across the board. It's not some complex percentage or confusing formula, it's a flat increase. Annually, that comes out to an extra $2,400. For a lot of households, that's a figure that could totally change their budget. Now for people on SSI. The proposed Restoration Act is even more detailed. First, it would bump benefits up to 100% of the federal poverty level, finally closing that gap we just talked about. Second, and this part is huge, it would modernize the asset limits. Right now, an individual can't have more than $2,000 in assets. That limit, get this, has been frozen since 1989. This act raises it to $10,000 for individuals and $20,000 for couples, which means people could actually have a small emergency fund without being penalized. And finally, it would let people keep more of the money they earn from part-time work. Okay, numbers on a slide are one thing, but what does this all mean in the real world? Let's walk through a few detailed examples from the source material to get a much clearer picture. So let's meet Margaret. She's 72, and her only income is $1,650 a month from Social Security. You can see her budget right here. After rent, utilities, food, Medicare, and prescriptions, she has just $120 left. The source explains she's stuck making impossible choices. Does she buy the fresh vegetables that help her manage her diabetes, or does she pay for her blood pressure medication? I mean, that's the reality behind these numbers. Now, let's apply that proposed $200 increase. Her income goes up to $1,850. And just look at the difference in her new budget. She can now afford more for groceries to get that fresh produce, and, crucially, she can start putting $100 a month into an emergency fund. She doesn't have to choose between food and medicine anymore. That's not just a budget change, that's a life change. And that really gets to a central theme here. These proposals are about giving people security and dignity. It's about being able to handle a flat tire without it turning into a full-blown financial crisis. Let's see how this same idea applies to someone on SSI. Okay, now meet Robert. He's 68, he's disabled, and he lives on the maximum SSI benefit of $943. After his subsidized rent, utilities, food, and medical costs, he's left with just $23 for the entire month. The source material notes he hasn't been able to afford a new pair of glasses in 3 years. His budget just shows a life lived perpetually on the edge. Under the SSI Restoration Act, Robert's benefit would jump up to over $1,000 a month. Now, that increase of about $130 might seem modest, but look at the difference it makes. He can increase his grocery budget, start a small $50 emergency fund, and afford $30 for essentials like new shoes. Sure, it's still a tight budget, but he's no longer choosing between basic necessities every single day. And importantly, he's now above the poverty line. The source material also shows us how these acts could actually work together for a family. So let's take a look at the Johnsons, a married couple in their late 60s. Here's the Johnsons' budget right now. Their combined Social Security is $3,200 a month. As you can see, their expenses eat up almost all of it, leaving them with just $130 and forcing them to make some really tough choices about their health care. Okay, now let's apply the proposed changes. The Social Security Expansion Act would give each of them $200 more a month, so that's $400 total. The source also points out that other factors, like separate tax law changes, could add even more relief, creating a combined potential income boost of $550 a month. And here's the potential result. With that extra income, their whole budget shifts. They could afford healthier food, fully cover their prescriptions, and, this is a big one, create dedicated funds for emergencies and for dental care. They'd go from having $130 in wiggle room to having a stable budget with savings. This really shows you the tangible kitchen table impact that's being proposed here. Of course, anytime you talk about increasing benefits, the big question always comes up, right? How would we pay for it? Well, the legislation laid out in the source material provides a very specific funding plan. So, here's the crucial point. Right now, the Social Security payroll tax only applies to your income up to a certain limit, a little over $160,000. Any money you earn above that cap isn't subject to the tax. This proposal would reapply that tax on all income over $250,000, basically asking the highest earners to contribute more. This chart really spells it out. The way the system works now, a person earning $1 million a year pays the exact same dollar amount into Social Security as someone earning $160,000. Why? Because all that income above the cap isn't taxed for Social Security. This proposal is designed to close that gap. And there's one other key financial piece to this. The plan also proposes changing the formula for the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA. It would switch to something called the CPIE, the Consumer Price Index for the Elderly. Now, this metric is specifically designed to better reflect what seniors actually spend their money on, things like healthcare and housing, which often see their costs rise way faster than general inflation. The goal is pretty simple: make future COLAs more realistic. So, when you pull back from all the spreadsheets and the budgets, what's the central argument being made here? Ultimately, the argument in the source material is that these proposals are about more than just money. They're presented as a statement of our values, the idea that a lifetime of contributing to society should be rewarded with a retirement that's free from constant financial anxiety and the stress of choosing between basic human needs. And so we end with this thought. The whole debate around these numbers, these funding plans, and these policies, it really all comes back to this one fundamental question. The proposals we've looked at today are one answer to it, an attempt to redefine what security in retirement should really look like.
You know, there's all this talk about monthly raises and new checks, so we're going to break down what's really being discussed. You've probably seen these two big numbers floating around everywhere. But honestly, there is a lot of confusion. Are they real? Are they connected? Is it one or the other? Let's clear the air and figure out exactly what these are and, more importantly, where they actually stand. Okay, so our goal here is to cut through the noise and separate what's just speculation from the actual reality. We're going to look at each of these ideas one by one, where it came from, what its purpose is, and of course, what's its current status.
First up, let's talk about that proposal for a permanent monthly increase to Social Security benefits. And I want to stress that this isn't a one-time payment, but a recurring every single month addition to your check. The magic number being tossed around here is $200. The idea is for this to be an ongoing adjustment to help folks deal with rising costs, and it would be totally separate from the usual cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, that we already have.
Now, this isn't just some idea pulled out of thin air. It's actually a key part of a real piece of legislation that has been introduced in Congress. It's called the Social Security Expansion Act.
But, and this is a really big but, here's the reality check. While the bill is out there, it has not been passed by Congress. It hasn't been signed into law. It is still very, very much just a proposal with a long road ahead before it could ever become a reality.
So why hasn't it passed? Well, it seems there's a pretty big hurdle holding this whole thing back. Even though the idea of more money sounds great to a lot of people, the way the proposal is structured right now is creating a bit of a political challenge. Let's take a look at what that is.
And here's the crux of the problem. Targeting. See, the bill as it's written now gives this raise to pretty much everybody. And the critics are saying, hang on, do higher income recipients really need this extra cash? The suggestion floating around is to refine it, to focus that raise specifically on lower income beneficiaries, to make it a tool to lift people above the federal poverty line. That, they argue, would be a much more compelling pitch, and maybe an easier sell to lawmakers.
All right, let's shift gears and talk about the other big number you've probably heard about. And it's important to know this is a totally different beast. We are not talking about a permanent benefit increase here. This is an economic intervention.
Yep, this one is all about a one-time payment of $2,000. So think of it less like a raise and more like a single shot of cash, a one-and-done deal.
And that is a really key distinction to make. See, a stimulus check has basically nothing to do with the Social Security system itself. It's a broad economic tool the government pulls out of its toolbox when the whole economy is in trouble, think recession or high unemployment, to try and get people to start spending again.
So just like that $200 raise, let's be super clear on this one too. No new stimulus check has been approved. Right now, it is completely hypothetical. It's an idea that would only even get on the table if the economy really started to take a significant downturn.
So let's just imagine for a second that a stimulus check did get approved. Who would get it? Well, we can look at past stimulus rounds for some pretty good clues. The biggest hurdle, as always, would likely be income. Your income would need to be below a certain threshold to qualify, on top of other requirements like having a Social Security number and not being claimed as a dependent on someone else's taxes.
Okay, this next part is where things seem to get really confusing for a lot of people. It's the big question. Are we talking about one or the other? If, by some wild turn of events, both of these things were to pass, would you have to choose between them? Let's clear this up right now.
In other words, are these two ideas mutually exclusive? Let's say the stars align, the Social Security Expansion Act passes, and the economy gets bad enough for a stimulus. Could a person theoretically get both the permanent raise and the one-time check? Let's break down just how different they really are.
I mean, just look at this breakdown. They are fundamentally different concepts. The raise is a permanent change to your Social Security benefits. The trigger for it is a new law passing. The stimulus check, that's a one-time payment to jolt the economy. And the trigger for that is bad economic data. And look at where the money comes from. One is from the Social Security program, the other from general treasury funds. Two totally separate buckets of money.
So the simple answer is yes. You could, in theory, receive both. They're totally separate proposals that don't conflict with each other at all. They have different goals, different triggers, and they come from different pots of money. Getting one wouldn't automatically disqualify you from the other as long as you met the specific eligibility rules for each one.
Okay, so we've broken down both of these big ideas that are getting so much attention. So what's the bottom line? What's the reality on the ground as of today?
And folks, if you take away only one single thing from this entire explainer, please let it be this. As of right now, neither the $200 raise nor a new stimulus check has been approved. Despite all the headlines, all the videos, all the discussion, both of these ideas are still just that, ideas and proposals. They are not a reality. So if you want to keep an eye on these things yourself, here's what to watch for. For that $200 raise, you need to track the progress of the Social Security Expansion Act in Congress. Is it moving through committees? Is it being debated? For a potential stimulus check, you'll need to watch the major economic reports, things like inflation, unemployment, and GDP. That's the kind of data that would even start that conversation in the first place.
And you know, all of this leaves us with one final, maybe bigger thought to chew on. The fact that we're even having these conversations so often, the fact that these ideas get so much attention online, what does that tell us? It suggests there's a real deep-seated issue with financial security and the struggle that so many people face with rising costs. And that's a conversation worth paying attention to, regardless of what happens with these specific proposals.
We're going to dive into the story behind just one number. And look, it's an amount that for some of us might not seem like a whole lot.
But for millions of our seniors and people with disabilities, it is the absolute dividing line between waking up every day with crushing financial stress and living a life with security and dignity. So let's find out exactly what that number is.
$200. That's it. Before we go any further, just take a second. What does $200 mean in your world? Is it a nice dinner out for two, maybe a couple of concert tickets, a new pair of headphones? For a lot of people, yeah, it's a nice to have. But what we're about to see is how for a huge part of our community, this exact same amount of money isn't a bonus, it is a lifeline.
All right, so where does this all start? Well, it begins with this really fundamental problem. There's this gap, and it's getting wider and wider between the fixed incomes that are supposed to support our seniors and people with disabilities and the real-world, ever-rising cost of just staying alive.
And let's be really, really clear about this from the get-go. What we're talking about here is not some kind of personal failure. This has nothing to do with people being bad at budgeting. No, this is a systemic issue. The very safety net that we created to give people security is being stretched so thin it's at its breaking point. It just can't keep up with the economic reality people are actually facing.
And you can see that gap right here in the numbers. So Social Security benefits get a little bump each year for inflation. It's called the cost of living adjustment, or COLA. For 2025, that increase was just 2.5%. But look at what happened to the cost of everything else. Housing, up almost 6%. Healthcare, up 6.5%. And utilities, up over 7%. So the takeaway is devastatingly simple. Even though their checks got a tiny bit bigger, people actually ended up with less money in their pockets because their buying power just got swallowed whole.
So, that's the big picture data. But let's move away from the charts for a minute and see what this financial squeeze actually looks like in real, everyday life. This is where those numbers stop being statistics and become the tough, daily reality for millions of people.
I want you to meet Maria. She's 78 years old, and she lives by herself. And her words, they just cut right to the heart of this whole thing, don't they? She's not asking for a vacation or some luxury item. She's just trying to keep her head above water. But that tide of rising costs is just relentless. So let's break down exactly how she ended up here.
You know, for Maria, it wasn't one big disaster that did it. It was, as they say, death by 1,000 cuts. It was her rent going up $75, her utilities jumping $40, her groceries costing another $30. You add it all up, and her basic expenses shot up by over $200 in 1 year. And the benefit increase she got to cover all that? Just $39. $39! That left her in a $162 hole every single month. I mean, how is anyone supposed to climb out of that?
So what does being $162 short actually look like day to day? Well, it looks like making impossible choices. It means Maria isn't buying fresh fruit or vegetables anymore because they're too expensive. It means she's literally cutting her cholesterol pills in half so the prescription will last twice as long. It means keeping her thermostat at a frigid 60 degrees all winter long. And she is absolutely not alone. We hear stories like George's. He has this painful arthritis and needs an injection every month, but he can't afford it, so he stretches it to every 6 weeks, choosing to live in agony. You see, these aren't really choices at all, are they? They're just acts of pure desperation.
Okay, so that's the problem, and I know, it's pretty heavy, but there is hope. After looking at just how deep this crisis goes, let's pivot. Let's look at the solution. Let's really explore the unbelievable, life-changing power of what might seem like a pretty small amount of money, just an extra $200 a month.
So what can that $200 actually buy? This isn't abstract, it's 10 copays to see a doctor. It's paying your cell phone bill for 2 months, which we all know is a critical link to family, to doctors, to 911. It's the difference between being able to afford all your medications or having to choose which illness you're going to treat this month. We're not talking about luxuries here. These are the absolute basic building blocks of a stable, healthy life. Now, to really get the impact, let's meet Eleanor. She's 74, and her story is just a perfect example of this transformation. She gets $1,750 a month from Social Security. Now, before any kind of increase, once she paid for rent, utilities, food, and her medicine, she had exactly $100 left over. $100 for absolutely everything else for the entire month. A car repair, a new pair of shoes, a birthday gift for her grandkid. It was a life lived constantly on a knife's edge.
So yeah, the before picture is a life just stretched to the breaking point, with that tiny $100 buffer for any kind of emergency. But the after picture, it's a total game changer. With that extra $200, of course she could afford better food and all of her prescriptions. But look what else shows up in her budget. An emergency fund.
and a fund for family visits. She went from just barely surviving to actually living. She finally had a buffer. She found stability.
And, beyond all the practical numbers, the very first and biggest change for Eleanor was emotional. She talked about how she used to wake up every single morning with this tight knot in her stomach, just this constant hum of anxiety about money. And that stress, it led to skipping meals, to not being able to sleep at night. But with that extra $200, that feeling was just gone. It was replaced by this profound sense of relief. She started sleeping through the night again. Her actual health got better simply because that chronic grinding stress was lifted. For the first time in years, she felt like she was in control of her own life.
And Eleanor's story isn't just a one-off. The amazing impact of this kind of financial stability, it doesn't stop with one person. It actually ripples outward, making the entire community and even our healthcare system stronger. Think about it. When seniors have a little extra money, where do you think it goes? It doesn't get socked away in some offshore account. It goes right back into the local economy. They spend it at the corner grocery store, the local pharmacy, the neighborhood diner. That spending supports local businesses and helps create jobs. And beyond that, when people aren't stuck in survival mode 24/7, they have the bandwidth to give back, to volunteer, to participate, to connect with their neighbors. The whole social fabric just gets stronger.
And then there's the massive benefit to our healthcare system. I mean, it's just common sense, right? Prevention is always cheaper than a crisis. When people like Eleanor and Maria can afford healthy food, take all their prescribed medications, and go for regular checkups, they are so much less likely to have a major health event that lands them in the emergency room for an expensive hospital stay. We're talking about a change that saves the healthcare system billions of dollars every single year. So, let's just recap the journey we've been on. We started with the hard data, that widening gap between income and costs. Then we saw the personal stories, those impossible choices people are forced to make. And finally, we saw the incredible power of a solution. We've seen the clear path from stress to security.
Because in the end, this is about so much more than dollars and cents. It's really about what we value as a society. It's about deciding that after a lifetime of contributing, people deserve to live with some basic security and peace of mind. And this transformation from stress to security, it's not a fantasy. It's completely possible. The moment we decide to truly prioritize the health, the dignity, and the well-being of everyone in our community.
The numbers we've gone through today are crystal clear. The stories are incredibly powerful, but they all lead us here to this one last question. And it's something that you can't really put on a spreadsheet. What is the true value of dignity?
You ever wonder what it would actually take for another stimulus check to be sent out? Well, the answer might surprise you. It's not really about politics. It's all about economic data. So today, let's break down the dominoes that have to fall for that to happen. All right, let's just dive right into the biggest question of all. It seems kind of backward, right? But the answer is, yeah. A weaker economy has always been the single biggest trigger for widespread government stimulus. Let's get into why that is. Okay, first things first. We have to understand why this topic even keeps coming up. I mean, it's not just people being curious. For millions, this question is a direct reflection of their own wallets right now. And this quote, this really gets to the heart of it, doesn't it? This is the kind of thing you see in comment sections everywhere. When people are really struggling just to cover the basics, that whole conversation about financial relief, well, it gets really loud and it gets really constant. This is probably the most crucial thing to get. Yeah, stimulus checks are passed by politicians, but they're not really a political tool. A better way to think of them is like an economic emergency brake. You only pull that lever when the whole system is slowing down fast and needs a serious jolt to get going again. So that brings us to the trigger itself. What does a weak economy actually look like on paper, in terms of the data? And how do those numbers signal to lawmakers that, hey, maybe it's time to step in? This chart lays it out perfectly. It's like two sides of the same coin. On the left, you've got all the signs of a healthy, humming economy. But on the right, those are the alarm bells. When economists see a big nationwide shift from the left column to the right column, especially that jump in unemployment and a drop in spending, that's the signal. That's when you know the economy's in trouble, and the talk about intervention really starts. This whole cycle of the economy tanking and then lawmakers scrambling to do something, it led a few of them to float a pretty radical idea. What if the help just happened automatically? The idea was called automatic stabilizers. And you can just think of it like a simple if-then command for the economy. If unemployment hits a certain number, then relief payments are automatically sent out. The whole goal was to get money into people's hands way faster, by cutting out the slow, messy legislative part. Now, the downside is less oversight, but the focus was on speed. Now, this proposed system gives us a really clear window into how policymakers think about this stuff. And even though this plan never became law, the logic here is absolutely key. It ties stimulus directly to one specific number, the unemployment rate. The plan was super simple. If unemployment hits, say 6%, boom, a payment goes out. If it gets even worse, boom, another one follows. It just shows you how central that single data point is to the whole discussion. Okay, so let's shift gears and look at how this plays out in the real world right now. How does a slowing economy actually turn into money in your bank account? This is the typical chain reaction. And man, it usually happens fast. It all starts with that rapid economic contraction. And in response, lawmakers don't just act, they act big. They scramble to pass these enormous spending bills. Once a bill gets passed, a small slice of that massive pie is carved out and sent directly to us, the consumers. And it's all for one reason: to get people spending again and restart that economic engine. And it's so important to remember this. The checks themselves are almost never a standalone thing. They're usually just one piece of these gigantic, multi-billion, sometimes trillion-dollar packages with these big, sweeping names. The direct payments, they're kind of like the little bone thrown to regular folks inside these much, much larger spending bills.
I love this old stock market saying because it perfectly captures why lawmakers have to move so fast. You know, an economy usually grows pretty slowly, methodically, like walking up a flight of stairs. But when it falls fast, like an elevator with the cables cut. It's that sudden, sharp drop that creates the urgency, the political pressure to pass something, anything, quickly.
So, here's another way to look at it, and it's a bit more controversial. Some economists actually see recessions as a totally normal, maybe even necessary, part of the business cycle. They call it a big old reset, a chance to clear out the old, inefficient stuff and make way for new growth. From this point of view, stimulus checks aren't really about stopping the reset, but more about cushioning the fall for everybody during that painful, but maybe inevitable transition. Okay, so we've got all these moving parts, all this data, GDP, inflation, consumer sentiment. So if you want to know what the real chances are of another stimulus, it really just comes down to one number. There is one indicator that stands head and shoulders above the rest in predicting what the government will do next. It gives us the clearest, most immediate picture of what's happening to the economy's health right now.
And that number is, you guessed it, the unemployment rate. This is the 30,000-foot view. It tells you, in really broad strokes, whether the country is growing or shrinking.
So why does this one number matter so much? Well, because a rising unemployment rate kicks off a really nasty, vicious cycle. Businesses start cutting jobs because their revenue is shrinking. But that means people have less money to spend, which, you guessed it, shrinks business revenue even more. It's a downward spiral, and lawmakers try to use stimulus to break that cycle. That's why a consistently rising unemployment rate is, without a doubt, the most important catalyst to watch. And all of this leaves us with a pretty provocative final thought. If a weak economy is what triggers financial help, does that mean we actually have to go through a painful economic reset for widespread relief to even become possible? It's a really complicated question about the tangled relationship between collective hardship and government help. What if your financial future was about to get a major, and I mean major boost? Well, today we're going to break down some really key proposals that could mean more security, more dignity, and just more peace of mind for millions of people. And it all starts with one number that could change everything. Let's just put this number right out there, $2,400. Now, this isn't just some random figure we pulled out of thin air. It represents the potential extra income you could see in a single year from one of the key proposals we're going to talk about today. So just take a second and really think about that. What would that mean for your budget, for your family, for your own well-being? That's really the big question we're unpacking today, how these numbers on a screen could translate into real, tangible improvements in your life. Okay, so where could all this extra money actually come from? Well, the first big proposal on the table is basically a direct raise for your retirement. And the details, honestly, are pretty exciting. The Social Security Expansion Act is proposing a really straightforward, across-the-board increase of $200. And that's not a one-time thing. That's $200 times every single month for all Social Security recipients. You do the math. That's the $2,400 a year we just saw. And you can really see the transformation on this chart. It shows the shift from a budget that's, super tight with maybe a tiny bit left over to one with some real breathing room. That jump right there, that represents the powerful change from just barely getting by to feeling genuinely more secure. Here's how the math breaks down for an average person. Right now, after all the essential bills are paid, you might have about $70 left. But with this increase, that leftover amount could jump all the way to $270. That's nearly 4 times the spending money each month, which gives you real choice and flexibility. So, where are these big ideas coming from? Let's take a quick look at the actual legislative blueprint that's aiming to strengthen financial security for millions. There are really 2 key proposals leading the charge here. First, as we mentioned, is the Social Security Expansion Act. That's the one with the potential $200 monthly raise. And the second one is the SSI Restoration Act, which focuses specifically on improving benefits and, restoring some dignity for folks who receive supplemental security income. Now, for SSI recipients, this act proposes a monthly increase of $130. And the goal here is really specific. It's to raise the benefit up to 100% of the federal poverty level, which would be a much-needed lift. And it's not just about the monthly check. The act also wants to raise the amount of money you can have in savings without losing your benefits, all the way up to $10,000 for individuals. I mean, this is a huge deal for being able to build a small emergency fund and finally gain a little bit of security. But let's be real. How do these numbers on a page actually translate to necessities in your home? Let's get into the real-world impact, because that's where these proposals truly come to life. This quote, which is inspired by so many real stories, it just gets right to the heart of it. It's about transforming daily life, right? Moving away from that constant financial anxiety and toward the dignity of just being able to afford essentials like medicine and healthy food. This chart here gives us a great picture of what that new financial freedom could actually look like. It means being able to use your money not just to survive, but to actually thrive, to cover fresh groceries, get vital medications, and maybe even have enough to put into savings or go visit loved ones. And to put it in even more concrete terms, just think about what an extra $200 can actually buy. We're talking about tangible, everyday things that make a massive difference in your quality of life. It's not some abstract number. It's security you can actually hold. So, beyond direct benefit increases, there's another really powerful proposal out there to improve financial security. And this one is all about letting you keep more of the money you already have through tax relief. A proposal called the One Big Beautiful Bill Act introduces a new additional tax deduction, $6,000 for individuals over 65 and $12,000 for couples. Now, this would be on top of the deductions that already exist, and it directly lowers your taxable income. Plain and simple, it means you keep more of your own money. So what does that actually mean for your wallet? Well, for a senior with a $30,000 annual income, these changes could translate into an estimated $1,250 in annual tax savings. That's over $100 back in your budget every single month. And the scale of this potential impact is just massive. If this passes, an estimated 88% of all Social Security recipients could owe 0 federal tax on their benefits. Let that sink in. 0. That is a true game changer. So, when we put all of these pieces together, the proposed benefit increases and the potential tax relief, we start to see a really clear path forward. It's a path toward a future with greater financial dignity and real security for everyone. And if you're sitting there wondering, okay, but can these proposals actually become reality? Just consider this. The Social Security Fairness Act recently became law. This isn't a proposal anymore. It's a concrete victory that has already ended unfair benefit reductions for 3.2 million public servants. And the impact is real, and it's immediate. Thanks to this new law, the people affected are seeing their monthly benefits go up by an average of $360 to $450. This just proves that positive, meaningful change absolutely can and does happen. So let's just quickly recap the path to security that we've explored today. It all starts with proposals for direct, significant benefit increases. Those increases then translate into a real-world impact on necessities. Then, that security could be strengthened even more by tax relief. And all of these steps are leading toward one clear goal: a more secure and dignified future for you. And that really brings us to our final thought. With these potential improvements on the horizon, the question becomes a personal one. What would that future look like for you? How would having greater financial security actually change your life?
You know, what would it actually take to get another stimulus check? It's a question that's on pretty much everyone's mind. But the answer, and this might surprise you, it has nothing to do with petitions or our personal bank accounts. So in this explainer, we're going to cut right through all that noise and show you the real economic signals, the actual triggers that government officials are watching.
So what is the trigger? You know, we keep hearing the economy is strong, but for a lot of us, that just doesn't line up with what we see in our daily lives. So it's totally natural to wonder if more help is on the way. But the answer isn't hiding in our personal finances. Nope. The real trigger is found in the bigger economic picture.
All right, so here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we're going to talk about the real trigger. Then, we'll get into how to decode the jobs report and those signals from the Fed. After that, we'll look at the history because there's a clear pattern. And finally, we'll get to the bottom line. Okay, first up, the real trigger. To really get what makes a stimulus check happen, we have to make this really crucial shift in how we look at it. It means we got to stop thinking about our own money for a second and start thinking about the health of the entire U.S. economy. Now, this might sound a little harsh, but stimulus checks are not a response to public demand or because individuals are struggling. They aren't triggered just because we ask for them. The reality is, policymakers, they're not looking at individual bank accounts. They're looking at the entire economic landscape. This slide right here lays out the government's priorities perfectly. On the left, you've got the things that feel so important to us, our bank balances, our bills, right? Well, to them, that's essentially noise. What actually gets them to act are the big picture things on the right, the overall health of the U.S. economy, clear signs of it shrinking, and the risk of a full-blown recession. And, you know, this quote from our source material really says it all. The entire stimulus machine is built around one thing, the economy. The checks get approved when the economy starts to break down or enters a recession. It's not so much a lifeline for us as it is a tool for them to manage the economy. So if it's all about the economy, how do they measure its health? Well, the single most important barometer they have is the monthly jobs report. Let's decode what it tells us, because honestly, it gives the clearest picture of what's really going on out there. Every first Friday of the month, this report is released, and trust me, it is a huge deal. It tells us how many people are working, how many are unemployed, if wages are going up or down, everything. It's considered one of the biggest factors because, well, a country's workforce is the engine of its economy, plain and simple. And this is where we see the real-world impact behind those percentages. When the unemployment rate goes up by just 1%. That sounds small, right? But that single percentage point represents roughly 1.8 million people losing their jobs. A tiny little tick upwards, say 0.1%, means 180,000 people are suddenly out of work. The scale is just massive. And this is exactly why a rising unemployment rate is so dangerous. It kicks off this vicious cycle. It starts slowly. A few people lose their jobs, so they stop spending money. Then the businesses they used to go to see their sales drop. And to survive, those businesses have to cut costs, which usually means, you guessed it, laying off more people. The whole thing starts to snowball, gaining momentum, and it can drag the entire economy down with it. That is the exact scenario that puts stimulus on the table. Okay, next up we have signals from the Fed. Beyond the jobs report, the Federal Reserve sends these little hidden signals about the economy's health. And the biggest clue? Their decisions on interest rates. Which brings us to a key question. We constantly hear that the economy is strong. But if that's actually true, why would the Fed ever cut interest rates? Think about it. High rates are used to cool down a strong economy. So when they start talking about cutting them, what are they really telling us? So here's the hidden signal. When the Fed starts cutting interest rates, especially if they do it aggressively, it's a direct admission that the economy is weaker than the official story suggests. They're trying to get ahead of a problem. By making it cheaper to borrow money, they're hoping to get people and businesses to spend more and prop things up. It's their flare gun in the sky saying, hey, trouble's brewing. Now, this isn't just some theory. This whole response mechanism, a weak economy leading to government action, it's not new. In fact, if we look back over the last, say, quarter century, we can see a very clear and predictable pattern starting to emerge. The historical pattern is it's undeniable. In every major recession over the last 25 years, the government's response has included stimulus checks. In 2001, after the dot-com bubble burst, in 2008 during the Great Financial Crisis, and of course, most recently in 2020. Each time the economy took a nosedive, they responded with direct payments. So the takeaway here is that there's a playbook. When the economy contracts in a bad way, the government reaches for the same tool.
So anyone who argues they'll never do it again, well, they're ignoring some very clear history. So let's get to the bottom line. We know that stimulus is triggered by a weak economy, not by what's in our bank accounts. But what's the logic here? Why are direct checks the go-to solution? This is the core of it, right here. We, the citizens, are the delivery mechanism. When the economy is spiraling downwards fast, the government needs to pump cash into it immediately to stop the bleeding. And what is the absolute fastest way to do that? Give it directly to millions of people who will then go out and spend it. It's not really a gift to us, it's using us as a tool to get money moving again.
And don't think for a second that this would be a slow process. I mean, the government can be notoriously slow, but not with this. They can move with incredible speed. You remember late December 2020? A stimulus bill was signed on a Monday, and direct deposits started hitting bank accounts on Tuesday, the very next day. So, the ultimate takeaway is this. You no longer have to just passively wait for some announcement on the news. Now you know the signs to watch for yourself: a rising unemployment rate and a Federal Reserve that's starting to cut interest rates. When you see those signals, you'll know the economic conditions are aligning for that stimulus playbook to be used once again. Now you can be the one who sees it coming.
For so many people trying to make ends meet on a fixed income, it feels like a constant battle against rising costs. It's stressful and it can feel pretty isolating. But today, we're going to look at a potential solution. We're diving deep into proposed legislation that's designed to give a real, significant financial boost to millions. So let's break down what these changes could actually mean for your wallet, for your peace of mind, and for your future.
Let's just start with the reality of the situation, right? This quote, wow, it gets right to the heart of the issue. $70. After paying for the absolute must-haves, that's what the average senior has left to last them an entire month. And that has to cover, well, everything else. A new pair of socks, a leaky faucet, an unexpected prescription, maybe even the bus fare to get to a doctor's appointment. That one number, $70, is exactly why we need to have this conversation.
So how in the world do we get to that $70 figure? Well, it all starts right here. $1,905. Now that's the average monthly Social Security benefit today. And it's so important to remember that for millions of people, this isn't just a little extra cash. It's their main, and sometimes their only source of income. And as we're about to see, that money gets stretched incredibly thin, and it happens fast.
Okay, so let's follow the money. Let's break down exactly where that $1,900 goes. It's easy to hear a number like that and think, okay, that sounds manageable, but when you start subtracting the non-negotiable costs of just living, a totally different picture starts to emerge. This is what we're calling the daily financial squeeze.
And here it is. This is where it all goes. Housing, boom, right off the top, takes the biggest slice at $635. Then you've got your essentials, right? Groceries at $300, but look at healthcare. A massive $400 chunk. That's for premiums, copays, medications, all of it. And once you total just these absolute basics, you're already at $1,835. And just like that, that's how we're left with that tiny $70 sliver for everything, and I mean everything else.
This chart really puts it all into perspective, doesn't it? That huge slice, 96% of the monthly income, is gone before you can even think about anything else. It's spent on just staying afloat. And that tiny, tiny 4% sliver, that's what's left over. It shows a budget with absolutely zero breathing room, and it leaves millions of people in a state of constant financial anxiety, where just one unexpected expense can turn into a full-blown crisis.
But this is where the story starts to change. We've laid out the problem, so now let's turn to the proposed solutions. There's actual legislation on the table designed specifically to tackle this financial squeeze. Let's take a look at how these proposals aim to build a much more secure future.
So, the first big proposal is called the Social Security Expansion Act. Its approach is really direct. Put more money straight into the pockets of recipients every single month. It's not some complicated formula or anything like that. It's a straightforward boost that's designed to have an immediate impact. And this is the number at the very heart of the act. The proposal calls for an increase of $200 per month for every single Social Security recipient. And it's really important to get this. This isn't a one-time check. It's an ongoing monthly increase that would fundamentally change that budget we just looked at. Now, to really understand the impact, let's just zoom out and look at that over a full year. An extra $200 a month? Well, that adds up to a whopping $2,400 every single year. For someone on a fixed income, that is a huge deal. I mean, think about what that means in real life. It could be enough to cover several months of groceries, or handle a major car repair, or maybe finally start building a small but absolutely vital emergency fund. Okay, so the Social Security boost, that's one piece of the puzzle. The other is the SSI Restoration Act. Now this one is aimed at some of our most vulnerable citizens, seniors and people with disabilities who receive Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. For decades now, SSI benefits have actually been below the federal poverty line. This act aims to fix that, simple as that, to lift recipients out of poverty by law.
So let's break down exactly how it would work. First, the base monthly benefit would go up from $943 to $1,073, bringing it right up to the poverty line. But honestly, this next part might be the biggest game changer of all, the asset limits. Right now, an individual can't have more than $2,000 in assets. This proposal raises that all the way to $10,000. And why does that matter so much? It means people can finally save for an emergency, a broken fridge, a surprise medical bill, without living in fear of losing their essential benefits. It basically removes a penalty for trying to be prepared.
Okay, so we've got these two big proposals on the table. Now for the most important part. What does this actually look like in a real-world budget? Let's visualize that journey, from that near-deficit situation we saw earlier to a budget that actually allows for some real dignity and security.
This side-by-side comparison, it tells the whole story. On the left, you've got the before scenario we've been talking about. Income of $1,905, basic costs of $1,835, and just $70 left over. Now, look to the right. With that proposed $200 increase, the income jumps to $2,105. Necessities cost the same, but the amount remaining, it leaps from $70 to $270. That's nearly a four-fold increase in what's left over. It's the difference between constant panic and actually having options.
So what can you actually do with that extra $270? This gives you an idea of what a dignity budget could look like. You could finally start an emergency fund, right? Putting away $100 a month for when life happens. You could budget an extra $50 for healthier, fresh produce, something that's often the first thing to get cut when money is tight. You could afford to replace worn-out clothes or things around the house, and you'd still have $70 left for what we can actually call quality of life. You know, visiting a friend, buying a book, or just enjoying a meal out without feeling guilty.
And these proposals aren't just about an immediate fix, they're also about fixing the system for the long haul. They would adopt something called the CPIE to calculate future cost of living adjustments. What that basically means is it's a more accurate way to measure inflation for seniors, because it gives more weight to the things that hit them the hardest, like healthcare costs. This would help make sure that benefits actually keep up with what things really cost in the future.
You know, the impact of this kind of financial relief goes so much further than just a bank account. Having that financial breathing room creates a ripple effect that touches every single part of a person's life, from their mental health to their physical well-being. It really is about so much more than just the money.
And this really shows you the whole picture of that ripple effect. When that constant financial anxiety is reduced, it can lead directly to better health. People can actually afford to fill all their prescriptions, not just pick and choose the most critical ones. Having even a small emergency fund means a flat tire is just an inconvenience, not a complete catastrophe. And there's a wider economic benefit too. When seniors have a little more money, they spend it at local grocery stores, local pharmacies, boosting the economy right in their own communities.
Okay, so we've covered the problem, we've looked at the proposed solutions, and we've talked about their wide-ranging impact. So now, let's bring this all the way back home, directly to you. How can you use this information when you're thinking about your own financial future?
So I really want to leave you with this question. Just for a second, forget the politics, forget the legislative process, and just think about the number, $2,400 a year. What would that mean for you? For your planning? Would it mean finally getting that dental work you've been putting off? Would it mean being able to visit your grandkids more often? Or would it just mean sleeping a little better at night, knowing you have a tiny safety net? Understanding what's at stake, what that impact could be. Well, that's the first step in advocating for a future with more security, more stability, and more dignity for everyone.
You know, we've all been hearing the chatter about another stimulus check, but today we're going to dig into an argument that says maybe we're all asking the wrong question. What if the next round of aid wasn't for everybody, but was laser-focused on the people who truly needed the most?
I mean, you see it all the time, right? Is another $1,400 check coming? It's the question, and for a lot of people, the hope that just doesn't seem to go away.
But the analysis we're looking at today completely flips that on its head. It stops asking if we should send out more money and starts asking a much sharper question: who should actually be getting it? And you know, that one little change shifts the entire conversation from just a universal handout to a really precise tool for helping people. So let's start with the big idea here. The financial struggle in this country, well, it's not a one-size-fits-all problem, is it? We're not all in the same boat. So why would we all need the exact same lifeline?
And the argument laid out here is super direct. It says, look, sending a check to almost everyone is just not the most efficient way to solve the problem. The real power could come from a targeted rescue mission for those who are really, truly struggling right now.
This whole thing really sets up a clear choice between two very different philosophies. So how does this targeted idea actually stack up against those big, broad stimulus checks we've all seen before? Let's break it down.
Okay, so on one side, you've got the way we've done things before. Broad, universal checks that went out to something like 85% of the entire population. And yeah, that came with a really high price tag, but on the other side, you have this proposed approach. It's focused, it's targeted, it goes only to low and fixed income folks, which means the cost is much, much lower and way more concentrated. It's basically the difference between casting a giant net and using a scalpel.
So, if we're going to get targeted, who exactly are we talking about? Who is in this group? Well, the analysis points to a pretty specific slice of the population that's facing the toughest financial battles.
The starting point is a number that's, well, it's kind of hard to ignore. 40 million. Right now, there are 40 million people in this country living in poverty. That is a staggering figure all by itself.
But believe it or not, that 40 million is just the beginning. When you widen the lens just a little bit to include people who are very low income, the ones living just a hair above the poverty line, that number explodes to about 100 million people. Let that sink in. That means for every 3 people you meet, one of them is struggling in a pretty significant way. All right, let's talk money, because when you actually run the numbers, the argument for being more targeted gets incredibly clear. So how do the costs really compare?
So check this out. To send a one-time $1,400 check to 50 million of the most vulnerable people, that would cost around $70 billion. If you expand that to the full 100 million people living in or near poverty, you're looking at about $140 billion. Now, I know, these are massive numbers, but context is everything here.
And here is where that context just becomes jaw-dropping. That targeted check for 50 million people, $70 billion. The last universal check that went out, a colossal $358 billion. The difference isn't just big, it's on a completely different planet.
Let me put that another way, because this is really the heart of the whole financial argument. For the price of that one universal check, you could send five separate checks to the 50 million people who need it the absolute most. Just imagine that. The potential for providing sustained, meaningful help is just, wow, it's on a whole other level.
But of course, anytime you talk about sending out billions of dollars, there's always that one huge question that hangs over the entire conversation, and that's inflation. What would this kind of spending actually do to the economy?
It's the critical question, right? Wouldn't pumping even $70 or $140 billion into the economy make prices spike for everyone? I mean, that's what a lot of folks think happened with the last few rounds of stimulus.
Well, the argument here is that it all comes down to how the money gets spent. People with low incomes are way more likely to use that money for immediate, essential needs. We're talking about groceries, keeping the lights on, paying for medicine, or just trying to pay down some debt. They're not running out to buy new TVs or book vacations.
So here's the crucial point. Because this money is going straight to essentials, to covering costs that already exist, it helps people stay afloat without necessarily overheating the whole economy. This analysis suggests the impacts on inflation would be negligible. That's a huge contrast to universal checks, which can definitely fuel widespread consumer spending and drive up prices.
And that really brings us to the final thought here. What we've walked through is a case built on some pretty simple math and really clear data. It suggests that by focusing our help where it's needed most, we could actually have a much bigger impact for a fraction of the cost. So the question it leaves us with is this: could this data-driven approach be the blueprint for how we handle economic support from now on?
Today, we're digging into a really big proposal that could totally change the game for millions of retirees in America. We're going to talk about what an extra $200 a month really looks like. And trust me, it's about so much more than just the money. It's about security, it's about health. Really, it's about dignity. Okay, let's just jump right in. See this number? $70. We're starting here for a reason. After you look at all the budgets and do all the math, this is pretty much what the average person on Social Security has left over every month after paying for the absolute basics. $70 for everything else, a new pair of socks, a birthday card for a grandchild, or heaven forbid, an unexpected flat tire. It is a razor-thin margin, and it creates this constant nagging stress. So check this out. The average Social Security benefit is about $1,900 a month. And you might think, okay, that sounds like you could make it work. But this table, well, it shows how fast that money just evaporates. A huge chunk, right off the top, goes to housing. Then you've got utilities, groceries, and then boom, a massive piece. We're talking over $550 gets eaten up by healthcare and prescriptions. And after all of that, what's left? Yep, that $70 buffer. This is the day-to-day reality for millions. All right, so that's the problem. The big question is, what can be done about it? Well, that brings us to a major piece of legislation that's on the table, and it's designed to give people immediate, direct help. Let's take a closer look at the Social Security Expansion Act. You know, the idea behind this act is actually super simple. It's not some complicated new program you have to apply for or a weird voucher system. Nope, it's just a direct, across-the-board increase for every single person getting Social Security benefits. Whether you're a retired worker or someone on disability, the whole point is to get real, tangible help into your bank account every single month. And here's the magic number. The Act is proposing a $200 increase every month. Now, to some people, that might not sound like a life-changing amount of money. But, as we're about to see, for someone on a fixed income, it is a total game changer. And remember, this isn't a one-time thing. That's an extra $2,400 every single year. Okay, so we've seen the numbers. But what does that $200 actually do in someone's real life? How does it change the decisions you have to make at the grocery store or when you're standing at the pharmacy counter? Let's break down that real-world impact. To really get this, I want you to meet Margaret. Margaret's 72 years old, and honestly, her financial situation is the same one millions of people are facing right now. She worked her entire life, she paid into the system, and now she's counting on that monthly check to get by. Her story is one of incredible resilience, for sure, but it's also a story of just this constant, draining anxiety. All right, so this is Margaret's budget today. Her monthly income is $1,650. After she pays her rent, her utilities, her Medicare premium, and her prescriptions, she's left with just $120. Think about that. That has to cover everything else: transportation, clothes, shampoo, any emergency at all. And this is where she has to make those impossible choices, right? Does she buy the fresh fruit her doctor says she needs, or does she make sure she has enough for her copays? It's just a decision nobody should have to make when they're retired. Now, let's see what happens when we add that $200. Her income goes up to $1,850. Her main bills are still covered, of course, but now she can actually increase her grocery budget to buy healthier food, she can buy a new pair of shoes, but look at that new line item, an emergency fund. For the very first time, she can actually put a little bit of money aside for when things go wrong. This isn't just about money, you see. It's an emotional shift. It's the difference between living in constant fear and having a tiny bit of security. It's peace of mind. And to put it into even clearer terms, what does $200 actually buy? We're not talking about fancy dinners or vacations here. It could mean paying for 10 copays at the doctor's office. It could cover a basic cell phone plan for 2 months, which is a total lifeline for so many people. It could buy 4 pairs of reading glasses, or 100 loaves of bread. This increase isn't about luxury. It's about being able to afford the absolute basics of a safe and secure life. Okay, so now we get to the big question, the one everyone always asks about a plan like this. Great, but how are you going to pay for it? And it's a totally fair question. The Social Security Expansion Act actually has a very specific answer, and it involves adjusting how the whole system is funded. The goal is to make sure it's secure for the next 75 years. So the way it would be funded is by changing who pays what. Here's how it works right now. You only pay Social Security tax on the first $160,200 you make. That means a CEO making, say, $10 million a year pays the exact same amount into Social Security as a manager who makes $160,000. The proposal would change that. It would keep the current system, but then it would also apply the Social Security tax to all income above $250,000. So the highest earners would start contributing more, which would seriously strengthen the whole system. But there's another really critical piece to this plan. It proposes we start using something called the CPIE, or the Consumer Price Index for the Elderly. You know how you get those cost of living adjustments, or COLAs, each year? Well, the way we calculate them now doesn't really match up with what seniors actually spend their money on. Older Americans spend way more of their income on healthcare and housing, 2 things where prices go up like crazy. The CPIE is specifically designed to track those costs, which means future COLAs would be a much more realistic picture of the inflation seniors are actually dealing with. So when you put it all together, you have the monthly increase, you have a plan to keep it funded, and you have a smarter way to calculate cost of living adjustments. the impact is it's way bigger than the numbers on a spreadsheet. It really changes the entire equation for what retirement can look like. This quote, this really gets to the heart of it all. Just imagine for a second not having to choose between your medicine and your food. Imagine being able to buy a small gift for your grandchild without feeling guilty. Imagine having a little bit of savings for when the water heater finally gives out. That's what this is all about. It's about restoring the dignity that comes from knowing your basic needs are covered after a lifetime of hard work. And, that really leaves us with one final big question to think about. This plan puts one idea on the table for how we can create a more secure retirement for millions of people. And it forces all of us to ask, as a society, what's the value we put on making sure every single person can retire with the security and dignity they've earned? It's a debate about numbers, for sure, but it's really a conversation about what we value. Today, we're going to dive into a fascinating new study that completely rethinks those stimulus checks a lot of us received a few years back. It asks a really simple but powerful question. Was there a much smarter way to handle that economic rescue? The answer? Well, it might just change how we think about this stuff forever. Let's get into it. Yeah, you remember it, right? Seeing that direct deposit hit your bank account during what was a really, really uncertain time. For a lot of folks, it was an absolute lifeline. For others, well, maybe it just went straight into savings. This new research suggests that by being a lot more deliberate about who gets the money, we could create a system that's not just more powerful, but a whole lot more efficient too. So to really understand this new proposal, we first have to rewind and look at the old one. Economists have been digging through mountains of data from those 3 big stimulus rounds, and they found some pretty big problems with that money for everyone approach. Let's unpack what they learned. Okay, so the first issue was just the sheer scale of it all. Checks went out to 85% of the entire US population. Think about that. The goal was to get money into the economy fast, no questions asked, but the study argues this was like using a fire hose to water a houseplant. It was just way, way too broad. And, of course, that super broad approach came with a truly colossal price tag. We're talking about roughly $850 billion with a B. That's an incredible amount of money. And when you're spending that kind of cash, you really, really want every single dollar to count. According to this research, a lot of those dollars simply didn't. And here's maybe the biggest unintended consequence of them all. All that cash flooding the system at once contributed about 3 percentage points to the inflation that we've all been feeling. You can almost hear the whoops moment in the research. Sending so much money to so many people, a lot of whom didn't need to spend it right away, just helped pour fuel on the fire of rising prices. So the takeaway is pretty clear. It was incredibly expensive, inefficient, and it came with that inflationary sting in the tail. Okay, so if blanketing the entire country with cash isn't the best way to go, what is? Well, the answer lies in a really simple but incredibly powerful economic idea. It all comes down to understanding the fundamental difference between 2 types of people, the spender and the saver. Now, the fancy official term for this is the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC. I know, sounds a little complicated, but it's really not. All it means is this. If I give you an extra $1, what are you most likely to do with it? Are you going to go out and spend it pretty much immediately? Or are you going to stick it in the bank or maybe pay down some debt? That simple question is the absolute key to unlocking a smarter stimulus. So let's break this down. On one side, you have people with a high MPC. These are typically your low-income folks, people on a fixed income. When they get some extra cash, it immediately gets spent on necessities. We're talking rent, groceries, gas for the car. It gets put right back into the economy. On the other side, you have people with a low MPC. These are usually higher income individuals. When they get an extra check, they're far more likely to save it, invest it, maybe pay off a credit card bill. That money doesn't really move. For a stimulus to actually work, you need spenders, not savers. It's that simple. So how do you take this idea of MPC and turn it into an actual concrete plan? Well, this is where the study gets really exciting. It suggests a completely different strategy. Instead of small checks for everyone, it proposes larger, ongoing checks for a very, very specific group of people. And here it is. The proposal is for ongoing $2,000 monthly checks. But the most important word on this slide is only. These payments would be hyper-focused, going exclusively to those low-income, high MPC individuals, the people who are guaranteed to put that money right back into circulation. It's like switching from a shotgun to a laser beam. And the data on this is just crystal clear.
The study found that when a high MPC person gets that $2,000, their spending is incredibly fast and predictable. About $1,600, that's 80%, is spent within the first 10 days. The rest of it is gone within a month. This is exactly what you want for economic stimulus. The money doesn't just sit there, it moves, it creates a ripple effect, paying for groceries, car repairs, new shoes for the kids, you name it.
You know, it all just comes back to the original goal. The source material puts it perfectly. We're not looking for savers, we're looking for spenders. The entire point is to get money moving, to stimulate the economy. And to do that, you have to give it to the people who are actually going to spend it. It's right there in the name.
So when you put it all together, you take the lessons from the past and you apply this logic of MPC, you end up with a proposal that the study argues is just better from every angle. It's smarter, it's cheaper, and it's way more effective. Let's just recap the huge advantages of this kind of targeted strategy. The advantages are pretty amazing when you lay them out. First, you get a much bigger bang for your buck, a greater stimulative effect because the money is actually spent, not hoarded. Because of that incredible efficiency, the total cost would be significantly less than that $850 billion program from before. But just as important, it sends meaningful, ongoing support directly to the people who are struggling the most, all while avoiding the waste of sending checks to people who just save it. It really is a win from every single angle. And that really leaves us with the big final question, doesn't it? We've seen the flaws of the old model and the compelling logic of this new one. This idea of moving away from these broad, universal payments toward highly focused, targeted financial support, it could be a major turning point in how governments respond to economic crises. It really feels like a blueprint for a future where help isn't just more generous for those who need it most, but a whole lot smarter for the economy as a whole.
Let's talk about what a couple $100s a month really means. For a lot of us, maybe that's a few dinners out, maybe a new gadget. But, for millions of people living on a fixed income, it's not about luxuries at all. It is the razor-thin line between constant grinding stress and having a life with some security and dignity. So today, let's really dive into this, because we're going to break down the profound, truly life-altering impact of just $200 a month.
So let's start with the most basic question, right? What can $200 actually get you? And I'm not talking about some abstract economic theory here. We're talking about real, tangible, essential things that people need just to survive and live with a basic level of comfort. When you look at a list like this, you really start to get it. That extra $200 could mean 40 gallons of milk, or 100 loaves of bread for the pantry. It could cover 3 full months of a basic internet connection, which, let's be honest, is a total lifeline to family, to information, to telehealth these days. It could also mean paying for 10 doctors' copays without having to steal that money from the grocery budget, or buying 20 gallons of heating oil to keep the house warm through a cold snap. These aren't wants. These are the absolute building blocks of a stable life.
But here's the real kicker. While a $200 increase would be completely transformative, the reality for most seniors is, well, it's very different. The official benefit increases, what we call cost of living adjustments or COLAs, they're just not keeping up with how fast real-world costs are exploding. And this creates a really dangerous and ever-widening gap.
And this chart, wow, it really lays it all out, doesn't it? Just look at these projected numbers for 2025. The official cost of living adjustment was a modest 2.5%. That's that little bump in benefits that's supposed to help with inflation. But in that exact same period, average housing costs for seniors jumped 5.8%, and healthcare costs soared by 6.5%. I mean, you don't need a calculator to see the problem here. Seniors are falling further and further behind, month after month.
So, what does this gap actually look like in a real person's life? Let's talk about Maria. She's 78, relies completely on Social Security. Her 2.5% COLA gave her an extra $39 a month. $39. But when you add up her rent increase, her higher utility bills, and the rising cost of food and prescriptions, her actual expenses shot up by $201. That leaves her with a $162 deficit every single month, just to keep the standard of living she had the year before. She's actually getting poorer, even with a raise.
To really get the human cost of this financial squeeze, let's follow the story of Eleanor. She's 74, and before her income changed, her life was basically a masterclass in financial anxiety. Her budget, well, it tells the whole story. Okay, so this was Eleanor's reality. Her total monthly income from Social Security is $1,750. Her essential, can't avoid them costs, rent, utilities, food, Medicare, prescriptions, basic transportation, that all adds up to $1,650. What does that leave her with? Just $100. $100 for everything else in life. A new pair of shoes if the old ones wear out, a car repair, a birthday gift for a grandchild, any unexpected medical bill. That is an impossibly thin margin for error.
You know, living this way isn't just about being frugal. It's a life of constant gnawing stress. It means waking up every morning with that tight knot in your stomach, already running the numbers in your head. It means making impossible choices, like, do I refill the prescription that helps me feel better, or do I buy enough food to last the week? This isn't just a budget, it's a blueprint for anxiety.
But then something changed for Eleanor. And this is where the story really pivots, right? From the problem to the solution. It shows how one simple catalyst can completely rewrite a person's daily existence.
And the catalyst was this: an additional $200 a month. It's not a lottery win. It's not some massive fortune. It's a modest, consistent increase that acts as this incredibly powerful turning point, shifting her entire financial and emotional reality.
Now look at her budget with that extra $200. Her income is up to $1,950. And notice where that money goes. She can bump her grocery budget by $50, which means she can finally afford fresh fruits and vegetables to help manage her diabetes. She can spend an extra $50 on prescriptions, meaning she can now afford all the medications her doctor prescribed, not just picking and choosing the most critical ones. And here's the really transformative part. She can put $100 into an emergency fund and another $50 toward visiting her family. She's no longer just surviving, she's actually planning.
And the impact? It goes so far beyond the numbers on a spreadsheet. The first thing that changed for Eleanor was emotional. That constant knot in her stomach, it started to loosen. She could finally sleep through the night without waking up worried about a bill she might have forgotten, and because she was eating better and taking all her medicine, her blood sugar levels actually improved. For the first time in years, she felt a sense of control over her own life, over her own health.
Now, it's so important to see how this story gets bigger. Eleanor's situation isn't just about one person's well-being. When seniors gain financial security, the positive effects don't just stop at their front door. They actually ripple outwards, and they end up strengthening the entire community.
Just think about it this way. It's a really simple chain reaction. When seniors like Eleanor have more disposable income, where do they spend it? At the local grocery store, right? The neighborhood pharmacy, maybe a local diner. That money circulates directly inside the community, stimulating the local economy and supporting small businesses and jobs. It's a direct investment in Main Street.
And there's another massive, often overlooked benefit: the impact on the healthcare system. When a senior can afford healthy food, all of their prescriptions, and those preventative doctor's visits, they stay healthier. It's just that simple. And that means fewer expensive emergency room visits, fewer hospitalizations, and delaying the need for costly long-term care. This proactive stability saves the healthcare system and taxpayers billions of dollars every single year.
So ultimately, what this all shows us is that the journey from financial stress to genuine security, it isn't just an economic issue. At its core, it's about human dignity. It's about recognizing that after a lifetime of contributions, our seniors deserve to live with peace of mind, with good health, and with a respectable quality of life.
And that kind of leaves us with one final thought to chew on. We can calculate budgets, we can track economic ripples, but the most profound transformation is the one that you can't really itemize on a spreadsheet. So beyond all the numbers, what is the true value of peace of mind?
Okay, so first things first. Why are we even talking about an idea this huge? Well, it's because it's trying to solve a really fundamental problem that's kind of baked into the Social Security system right now. A massive and frankly growing divide between the highest and lowest paid beneficiaries. I mean, just look at this. The scale of this gap is pretty staggering. On one end of the spectrum, you have some people getting as little as $50 a month. 50! And on the other end, the maximum benefit is over $5,000. That's not a gap, you know? That's a canyon. And it basically mirrors the same income inequality we see all across the economy.
And that massive gap has a very real, very human cost. This number right here, 11 million, that's how many seniors in this country are currently living below the federal poverty line. For so many of them, their Social Security check just isn't enough to feel secure. And this right here is the exact problem a flat benefit is trying to fix.
And you know, even if we look at the averages, the picture isn't all that great. The average retirement benefit is just under $2,000, and the average for disability, or SSDI, is even lower, just under $1,600. Now, that might sound okay to some,
But when you factor in the crazy inflation we've all been dealing with, the actual buying power of that money is shrinking fast, and it leaves a lot of people on incredibly tight budgets.
So you've got a problem this big. How do you even begin to fix it? Well, the solution being proposed isn't some minor tweak. It's a complete overhaul. The whole idea is to move away from our current earnings-based system to something way simpler and, yeah, a lot more radical.
And here it is, the whole proposal in a single number, a flat, universal monthly benefit of about $2,200 for everyone. It wouldn't matter if you were a CEO or a part-time worker, or whether you're getting retirement or disability benefits. Everyone would get the same foundational payment. For millions of people, that would be an absolutely life-changing increase.
So what would this actually do? It would fundamentally change what Social Security is. Right now, it works kind of like an earned pension, right? Your benefit is calculated with this complex formula based on your 35 highest earning years. A flat benefit system just tosses that out the window. It turns the program into a true social safety net, one that provides a uniform financial floor for absolutely everyone. The big question, of course, is how in the world could you get from our system today to that one? You can't just flip a switch overnight, that's for sure. The proposal gets that, and it lays out a very gradual, long-term plan for rebalancing the whole thing.
Okay, so this is really the nuts and bolts of the plan. For people at the very top of the benefit scale, those annual cost of living adjustments, the COLAs, they would stop. Instead, their benefit might even be reduced by a tiny percentage each year. And that money would then be used to actively boost the benefits for people at the bottom. The idea is that over, say, 5, 10, maybe even 20 years, the two ends would slowly move toward each other until they meet at that middle point, that equilibrium, like the proposed $2,200.
So where would all that money saved from the high-end benefits go? Well, there are a couple of ideas on the table. One option is to just redirect all of it to boost payments for lower-income folks, which would make that convergence happen faster. Another idea is to split it 50-50. Use half to raise the floor for those who need it most, and put the other half back into the Social Security Trust Fund itself. That could help with those long-term solvency problems we're always hearing about. Now, a change this dramatic isn't just about the numbers on a check. Not at all. It represents a really deep philosophical shift in how we think about the purpose of Social Security. And it actually has a lot in common with another big idea that's been gaining a lot of steam lately.
And that idea is Guaranteed Basic Income, or GBI. You've probably heard about the pilot programs popping up all over the place. They're all based on a simple idea. Give a specific group of people a set amount of money every month, no strings attached. A flat Social Security benefit would basically turn the program into the largest GBI in the world, one that's focused on seniors and people with disabilities.
And this slide, this really gets to the core of the change. We would be moving from a system that says you get back a benefit related to what you put in, to a system that says as a member of this society, you are guaranteed a basic level of security. It's a fundamental move from rewarding the individual to supporting the collective.
So, as you can probably imagine, a proposal this transformative is controversial, to say the least. It kicks up a really fierce and fundamental debate about what's fair, what our responsibilities are to each other, and really the very nature of the social contract.
The main argument against it is captured perfectly by this quote. For a lot of higher income folks, Social Security isn't a welfare program. It's a pension they paid into their entire lives. They played by the rules, they paid more in taxes, and they planned their whole retirement around the promise of a higher benefit. To them, cutting that benefit feels like the government breaking a promise.
So the whole debate really boils down to this. On one side, you have people saying this is the most powerful tool we could ever imagine to fight poverty among the elderly and disabled. It creates a simple, fair safety net. But on the other side, critics are saying it's just fundamentally unfair to people who paid more in, and it pulls the rug out from under those who plan their lives based on the system we have now. It's a clash of two very, very different visions.
And that really leaves us with the ultimate question here. At the end of the day, what is Social Security for? Is its main purpose to reward a lifetime of work based on what you paid in? Or is it to guarantee that no senior or person with a disability has to live in poverty? This proposal really forces us to pick a side, and the answer to that question is going to define the future of retirement for generations.
Today, we're going to talk about something really powerful. We're talking about tangible hope, the kind of hope that actually shows up in your bank account, the kind that eases that stress at the kitchen table and just brings back a sense of security. We're going to explore what a stronger financial future could really look like based on some very real proposals.
So let's just start with a simple question. Seriously, take a second and think about it. What would an extra $2,400 a year mean for you? Would that cover an unexpected car repair? Maybe a dental procedure you've been putting off? Or, maybe it's just being able to buy fresh groceries without having to check your bank balance first.
Because that big yearly number, it breaks down to this, an extra $200 every single month. In this explainer, we're going to break down exactly where this money could come from, and way more importantly, what it truly means for your day-to-day life. Okay, let's jump right in.
So first up, let's explore what this promise of a stronger financial future really means. We're talking about the journey from a budget that is stretched to its absolute limit to one that finally has some breathing room.
Because, look, this isn't just about the $200. It's about what that money represents. It's the dignity to make choices, not sacrifices. It's the security of knowing you can handle a small emergency. And, of course, it's the peace of mind that comes from not having to constantly worry about just making ends meet.
So how does this actually happen? Where does the money come from? Let's get into the specifics. We'll look at the proposals that could make this whole financial transformation a reality and break down exactly where this new income would originate.
All right, the first major piece of the puzzle is a proposal called the Social Security Expansion Act. And the idea is pretty straightforward. It aims for a significant increase for every single recipient. We're talking an across-the-board raise of $200 per month. No complicated formulas, just direct, impactful relief. Next, for folks receiving Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, there's something called the SSI Restoration Act. And its goal is so powerful, to raise benefits to 100% of the federal poverty line. Right now, benefits are way below that. This act would mean an increase of about $130 a month, which would literally lift millions out of poverty.
And it's not just about direct benefit increases. On top of that, there are also some big tax law changes being looked at. For a lot of people, this could mean that up to 88% of Social Security recipients would owe zero, that's right, zero, federal tax on their benefits. This could mean hundreds of extra dollars right back in your pocket when tax time comes around. And when you put it all together, you can really see the cumulative power of these changes. I mean, look at this. When you put the numbers side by side, the Social Security increase, the SSI boost, the tax savings, you start to get a really clear picture of a dramatically different financial reality. It's a multi-layered improvement to your bottom line.
Okay, so now let's get really practical. In this section, we're going to visualize what this extra income actually looks like in a real-world family budget. This is where the numbers on a page become a new reality right at the kitchen table.
This quote, wow, it just captures the impossible choices so many people are forced to make every day. Choosing between medicine for a chronic condition and urgent dental care, that's not a choice at all. It's a crisis. This is the before picture. This is the daily reality of a budget that has absolutely no flexibility. And this is the change in action. Look at the left. You see a couple's budget today, just $130 left after covering the absolute basics. That's the stress zone, right? Now look to the right. With the proposed improvements, that little remainder jumps all the way up to $680. That's not just more money. That is a whole new world of possibility.
So what does that newfound possibility actually feel like? In this next section, we're going to explore the real-world impact of that breathing room. We're moving beyond the budget spreadsheet to the tangible, emotional relief that financial security brings.
You can really see the difference right here. That before bar, that represents that constant state of just getting by. But that after bar shows what's possible. The ability to actually build an emergency fund, to plan for the future, and to invest in your quality of life without feeling guilt or fear.
And this is about so much more than just paying bills. It's about restoring dignity through everyday choices. It's the freedom to buy healthy food instead of just whatever's cheap. It's filling all your prescriptions, not just the most critical ones. It's saving for a rainy day and being able to afford the gas to go visit your family. These are the choices that restore a sense of control and well-being.
This financial breathing room also creates this incredible ripple effect for your physical health. It all starts with less stress, which, as we know, impacts everything from your blood pressure to your sleep. Then, when you can add in better nutrition and you can actually afford all your medication, well, the result is undeniable. Better overall well-being. It's a direct link.
All right, let's bring it all together in our final section here. We're going to recap the key takeaways and really reinforce this core message of hope, of empowerment, and of a clear path toward a more secure financial future.
So what does this all add up to? Well, these proposals translate into real, life-changing outcomes. We're talking about more breathing room in your budget, a dramatic reduction in that constant financial anxiety, and greater control over your own health choices. It means having the ability to save for the unexpected, and above all, a renewed sense of security and dignity that, frankly, everyone deserves.
Ultimately, it really all comes down to this. Financial security isn't about being wealthy. It's a fundamental measure of dignity. It's the freedom to live without constant fear and to face the future with a sense of optimism and control. And that is a future worth fighting for.
Today, we're going to dive into a fascinating new study that completely rethinks those stimulus checks a lot of us received a few years back. It asks a really simple but powerful question. Was there a much smarter way to handle that economic rescue? The answer? Well, it might just change how we think about this stuff forever. Let's get into it. Yeah, you remember it, right? Seeing that direct deposit hit your bank account during what was a really, really uncertain time. For a lot of folks, it was an absolute lifeline. For others, well, maybe it just went straight into savings. This new research suggests that by being a lot more deliberate about who gets the money, we could create a system that's not just more powerful, but a whole lot more efficient too. So to really understand this new proposal, we first have to rewind and look at the old one. Economists have been digging through mountains of data from those 3 big stimulus rounds, and they found some pretty big problems with that money for everyone approach. Let's unpack what they learned. Okay, so the first issue was just the sheer scale of it all. Checks went out to 85% of the entire US population. Think about that. The goal was to get money into the economy fast, no questions asked, but the study argues this was like using a fire hose to water a houseplant. It was just way, way too broad. And, of course, that super broad approach came with a truly colossal price tag. We're talking about roughly $850 billion with a B. That's an incredible amount of money. And when you're spending that kind of cash, you really, really want every single dollar to count. According to this research, a lot of those dollars simply didn't. And here's maybe the biggest unintended consequence of them all. All that cash flooding the system at once contributed about 3 percentage points to the inflation that we've all been feeling. You can almost hear the whoops moment in the research. Sending so much money to so many people, a lot of whom didn't need to spend it right away, just helped pour fuel on the fire of rising prices. So the takeaway is pretty clear. It was incredibly expensive, inefficient, and it came with that inflationary sting in the tail. Okay, so if blanketing the entire country with cash isn't the best way to go, what is? Well, the answer lies in a really simple but incredibly powerful economic idea. It all comes down to understanding the fundamental difference between 2 types of people, the spender and the saver. Now, the fancy official term for this is the marginal propensity to consume, or MPC. I know, sounds a little complicated, but it's really not. All it means is this. If I give you an extra $1, what are you most likely to do with it? Are you going to go out and spend it pretty much immediately? Or are you going to stick it in the bank or maybe pay down some debt? That simple question is the absolute key to unlocking a smarter stimulus. So let's break this down. On one side, you have people with a high MPC. These are typically your low-income folks, people on a fixed income. When they get some extra cash, it immediately gets spent on necessities. We're talking rent, groceries, gas for the car. It gets put right back into the economy. On the other side, you have people with a low MPC. These are usually higher income individuals. When they get an extra check, they're far more likely to save it, invest it, maybe pay off a credit card bill. That money doesn't really move. For a stimulus to actually work, you need spenders, not savers. It's that simple. So how do you take this idea of MPC and turn it into an actual concrete plan? Well, this is where the study gets really exciting. It suggests a completely different strategy. Instead of small checks for everyone, it proposes larger, ongoing checks for a very, very specific group of people. And here it is. The proposal is for ongoing $2,000 monthly checks. But the most important word on this slide is only. These payments would be hyper-focused, going exclusively to those low-income, high MPC individuals, the people who are guaranteed to put that money right back into circulation. It's like switching from a shotgun to a laser beam.
And the data on this is just crystal clear. The study found that when a high MPC person gets that $2,000, their spending is incredibly fast and predictable.
About 1,600 bucks, that's 80%, is spent within the first 10 days. The rest of it is gone within a month. This is exactly what you want for economic stimulus. The money doesn't just sit there, it moves, it creates a ripple effect, paying for groceries, car repairs, new shoes for the kids, you name it.
You know, it all just comes back to the original goal. The source material puts it perfectly. We're not looking for savers, we're looking for spenders. The entire point is to get money moving, to stimulate the economy. And to do that, you have to give it to the people who are actually going to spend it. It's right there in the name. So when you put it all together, you take the lessons from the past and you apply this logic of MPC, you end up with a proposal that the study argues is just better from every angle. It's smarter, it's cheaper, and it's way more effective. Let's just recap the huge advantages of this kind of targeted strategy. The advantages are pretty amazing when you lay them out. First, you get a much bigger bang for your buck, a greater stimulative effect because the money is actually spent, not hoarded. Because of that incredible efficiency, the total cost would be significantly less than that $850 billion program from before. But just as important, it sends meaningful, ongoing support directly to the people who are struggling the most, all while avoiding the waste of sending checks to people who just save it. It really is a win from every single angle. And that really leaves us with the big final question, doesn't it? We've seen the flaws of the old model and the compelling logic of this new one. This idea of moving away from these broad, universal payments toward highly focused, targeted financial support, it could be a major turning point in how governments respond to economic crises. It really feels like a blueprint for a future where help isn't just more generous for those who need it most, but a whole lot smarter for the economy as a whole. Today, we are going to get into something that really hits home for tens of millions of people: Social Security. But look, this isn't going to be some dry lecture about spreadsheets and trust funds. We're going to explore a completely different vision for the future, one where financial security isn't just a far-off dream for seniors and people with disabilities, but something they can actually count on. The ideas we're covering today could mean a total transformation, not just in bank accounts, but in peace of mind, in health, and in simple human dignity. So here's what we're going to cover. We'll start with the big picture, the vision. Then we'll break down 3 major proposals: a $200 monthly boost for everyone, some huge changes for SSI, and a plan to make sure the whole system is secure for the long haul. And then we'll put it all together to see what the real combined financial impact looks like for different people. Let's dive in. All right, first things first. It is so easy to get lost in all the numbers, the percentages, the names of these different acts. But we have to remember what's really at stake here. This is not just some accounting problem. It's all about the human side of these policies.
And this quote just hits the nail on the head. You know, behind every single number we're about to talk about, there's a real person, a senior who's trying to decide if they should buy groceries this week or pay for their prescription, a person with a disability who literally can't save a dime for an emergency because they're afraid of losing their benefits, a couple that can't get married because the system would actually punish them financially. So as we go through all the details, just keep this idea in your head. This is about letting people finally breathe a little easier. Okay, let's get into the first big proposal, the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard about this one. Its core idea is super direct, really easy to grasp. It's all about providing immediate and widespread help to every single person who gets a Social Security check. So the heart of this act is a $200 a month increase for every beneficiary, straight up. But what does that really mean? You know, a flat $200 has a very different impact depending on where you're starting from. So let's look at the real numbers for real people. For your average individual retiree, this boost takes their monthly check from about $1,838 to over that $2,000 mark. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For someone on the minimum benefit, it's an even bigger deal. We're talking a 21% increase. And for a married couple, that's almost $5,000 extra every single year. This is real, tangible help that shows up in the bank account right away. So what can you actually do with that extra money? I mean, $2,400 a year isn't just some number. It's freedom. It's the freedom from having to make impossible choices. It could mean finally affording to go to the dentist, you know, getting cleanings, fillings, maybe even new dentures, which has a huge impact on your overall health. It's getting new glasses so you can actually read a book or see your grandkids' faces clearly. It's the start of an emergency fund, so a flat tire doesn't turn into a total financial disaster. It could cover your whole utility bill every month or a big chunk of your groceries. It's the difference between being stuck at home and actually having the money to travel and see family. That's what we call quality of life.
but hold on, because the Social Security Expansion Act has another piece to it. It's a little more technical, but over the long run, its impact could actually be even bigger than that flat $200 raise. It's all about how your benefits keep up with the rising cost of living year after year. Okay, so right now, the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is calculated using something called the CPIW. The big problem is that index tracks what younger working people are buying. It doesn't really get what seniors actually spend their money on, and for them, a much bigger chunk goes to healthcare. So the proposal is to switch to something called the CPIE, the Consumer Price Index for the elderly. This one is specifically designed to track senior spending. It gives a much more accurate picture of their costs. And what that means is a slightly higher COLA each year, usually about 0.2 to 0.3% higher. Now, I know that sounds tiny, but just wait. Let's see how that little change builds up over time. And this is where you see the magic of compounding. Let's say we have a retiree who's getting $2,000 a month after that $200 boost. Okay, fast forward 10 years. That tiny little difference in the COLA formula means their monthly check is now $72 higher than it would have been. Now, let's go to year 20. The difference has grown to an extra $181 a month. And when you add it all up over those 2 decades, that small technical tweak puts an extra $22,000 into that retiree's pocket. For someone planning a 30-year retirement, that is a massive, massive improvement in their long-term security. Now, while that across-the-board increase and the COLA change help pretty much everyone, the Social Security Expansion Act has one more provision that is absolutely life-altering for one group in particular, people who were lifelong low-wage workers. We're talking about folks who spent 30-plus years in tough, low-paying jobs and are now facing a retirement in poverty. 57.9%. Just let that number sink in for a second. That's the proposed increase for the minimum Social Security benefit. It's a complete game changer for the people who need it the most. Let's see what that looks like in actual dollars. Okay, here's the reality check. Right now, the minimum benefit is about $950 a month, which is way below the poverty line. The proposal here is to set a brand new floor, tying the minimum benefit to 125% of the federal poverty level. That would immediately boost it to $1,500 a month. That is an extra $550 every single month. That's $6,600 a year. This one change literally lifts people who worked their entire lives, home health aides, farm workers, people who worked in childcare, out of poverty and gives them a shot at a life with some basic dignity. It's basically saying that a lifetime of work is worth more than poverty. All right, next up, let's shift our focus to another, even more vulnerable group, people who receive supplemental security income, or SSI. These are some of the lowest income Americans, and many have severe disabilities. The SSI Restoration Act is all about modernizing this critical safety net, which, frankly, has been falling apart after decades of being ignored. So, just like with the Social Security minimum benefit, the first big goal here is just to get people out of poverty. Right now, the max SSI benefit for a single person is $943 a month. That's below the federal poverty line. This act would raise that benefit to 100% of the poverty line, which would increase it to over $1,250 a month. That's an immediate boost of more than $300 a month, over $3,700 a year. And you can see for couples, the increase is also pretty big. This is a direct infusion of cash so people can afford their most basic needs. Now, this might be the most profound change in the SSI Restoration Act, the asset limits. They have not been updated since 1984. Seriously, think about that. For 40 years, a person on SSI couldn't have more than $2,000 to their name, or they'd lose their benefits. This proposal raises that limit to $10,000 for an individual and $20,000 for a couple. This is a revolutionary shift. For the very first time, it allows people to actually save for an emergency, to put money aside for a car, to get to the doctor, or to handle a leaky roof without being terrified of losing their only source of income. It's a move from forced poverty to actual financial empowerment. But there's another piece of this SSI puzzle, and it's a particularly cruel one. It's something called the marriage penalty. The way the rules are set up right now, the system actually punishes people on SSI if they decide to get married. A married couple gets way less in combined benefits than 2 single people who are just living together. It literally forces people to choose between the person they love and their own financial survival. Let's put a hard number on that. Every year, a married couple on SSI loses $5,652. That is the price tag, just for being married. It's a policy that creates an impossible choice between love and money. The solution in the SSI Restoration Act is as simple as it is powerful. It just gets rid of the penalty completely. Gone. Under the new rules, a married couple would get the exact same total benefit as two single individuals. It's a change that says people with disabilities have the right to build a life together, to love, and to marry without facing financial ruin because of it.
So, we've talked about immediate help and lifting up the most vulnerable. Now let's turn to the third major proposal, the Social Security 2100 Act. This one is all about the long-term health of the entire system, making sure it's solvent for generations to come, while also adding in some other smart benefit improvements.
So, the big question is always, how do you pay for all this? Well, the Social Security 2100 Act proposes a really key change to how it's funded. Right now, you only pay Social Security taxes on the first $176,000 or so of your income. That means a CEO making millions pays the exact same amount into the system as someone making $177,000. This proposal would make that tax apply again on all earnings above $400,000. So you'd have this donut hole, no new tax between $176K and $400K. The bottom line is, this change would only affect the absolute highest earners. We're talking the top 0.4%. For 99.6% of Americans, their taxes would not go up by a single penny.
And at the same time it asks the wealthiest to pay a little more, the 2100 Act actually gives a big tax break to millions of seniors. A lot of people don't even realize that your Social Security benefits can be taxed if you have other income. The income levels where those taxes kick in were set decades ago, and they've never been changed for inflation. This act would finally dramatically raise them. It would double the threshold for single people to $50,000 and more than triple it for married couples to $100,000.
So what does that mean in real dollars? Well, for a single senior with a total income of $25,000, maybe from a small pension plus Social Security, their federal tax bill on their benefits would drop to zero. That's an extra $1,000 to $1,500 back in their pocket every year. For a couple with a combined income of $40,000, their tax bill on benefits would also disappear, saving them between $1,500 and $2,000 annually. It's just another way of boosting people's income by letting seniors keep more of the benefits they earned over a lifetime.
Okay, so we've looked at three different, really powerful proposals: the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. Now, for what I think is the most important part of this whole explainer, let's stack them all on top of each other and see what the combined financial transformation actually looks like for real people. This is where a whole new reality starts to take shape. Let's start with our average senior retiree. Right now, they're getting about $22,000 a year from Social Security. With these reforms, that $200 monthly boost adds $2,400 a year right off the bat. Then the tax relief from the 2100 Act could save them another $1,400 or so. All of a sudden, their annual income from Social Security is almost $26,000. That's an increase of more than $3,800 a year, a 17% boost. That is a huge leap in financial security.
Now, take a look at the lifelong low-wage worker. They're starting at just $11,400 a year, deep in poverty. The combination of that $200 boost and the new higher minimum benefit lifts their annual income to around $18,400. This is a staggering increase of $7,000 a year, a more than 60% boost. This is what it looks like when policy is targeted to make a profound difference. This isn't just an increase, it's an escape hatch from poverty. For an individual on SSI, the story is just as transformative. Their annual benefit jumps from about $11,300 to over $15,000. That's a 33% increase that pulls them above the poverty line. But remember, the money is only half the story here. The other, equally crucial benefit is that they can now save up to $10,000 without being penalized. So it's a 1-2 punch. More income for everyday life, and for the first time, the freedom to build a safety net for the future. And finally, maybe the most dramatic transformation of all, a married couple with disabilities on SSI. Today, because of that marriage penalty, they get just under $17,000 a year. By raising the benefit for each person and getting rid of that unjust penalty, their combined annual income skyrockets to over $30,000. That is a 77% increase. It is, and I'm not exaggerating, a complete financial rebirth that allows them to build a life together with real security and dignity. As powerful as those charts are, we've got to circle back to where we began. The true impact of all these changes can't really be captured in a bar graph. The transformation goes so much deeper than just dollars and cents. It's about what that money, that security, makes possible in a person's life. This is the real payoff, right here. It's freedom from that constant nagging anxiety of wondering how you're going to pay the next bill. It's the dignity of being able to choose healthier food or a safer apartment. It's the joy of being able to be part of your community, to maybe volunteer or just go out for coffee with a friend instead of being isolated by poverty. And of course, it's the profound security of being able to build a life with the person you love without the government standing in your way. This is a total transformation in well-being. So, how does this all become real? Well, these aren't just abstract ideas. They are actual bills being debated in Congress right now. The path forward means moving through committees, getting votes in both the House and the Senate, and finally getting a signature from the president. But look at step 3 on this slide. That might be the most important one: public support. Polls consistently show that over 80% of Americans, and that includes big majorities of both Democrats and Republicans, support expanding Social Security. That overwhelming public will is what creates the political pressure to turn these bills into laws. And that really brings us to the final thought I want to leave you with. This whole debate isn't just about budget priorities. It's a question of our national values. The cost of doing nothing is measured every single day in human suffrage, in seniors cutting pills in half, in people with disabilities trapped in poverty, in love being penalized. These proposals offer a different path. And so the real question is, as a country, can we afford not to take it? We're about to do a really deep dive into some major proposals that could seriously increase your monthly income. And this is about way more than just numbers on a page. It's about what those numbers actually mean for your day-to-day life. We're talking about more security, a lot less stress, and just, well, more peace of mind. So let me just ask you this straight up. Is your monthly check really enough to live on without that constant nagging worry? For millions and millions of people, the honest answer is just no. Life becomes this endless juggling act, right? Choosing between buying groceries or getting your prescription filled, paying the electric bill, or finally fixing that noise the car is making. That kind of daily stress, it just grinds you down. This whole explainer is about the plans that are aiming to change that exact reality. This quote, I think, just gets right to the heart of the whole thing. It's about moving from a state of financial anxiety to one of real stability. It's the promise that one unexpected bill doesn't have to spiral into a full-blown crisis. And that promise, well, that's the ultimate goal of the very real proposals we're about to break down piece by piece. Okay, let's dive right in. The first major proposal we're going to look at is called the Social Security Expansion Act. Now, this one is designed to give an immediate and very noticeable boost to the monthly checks that millions of people receive. The big headline number for this act is a proposed annual increase of $2,400. Now just think about that for a second. For so many people, that amount of money could finally cover some long overdue dental work or get a safe set of new tires for the car. Or maybe, just maybe, be the start of a real emergency fund. So that big annual number breaks down to an extra $200 in every single check. And let's be clear, this isn't some one-time payment. No, this is a proposed permanent, reliable boost to your monthly income. And it's that consistency, that really allows for actual planning and gives you a true sense of security. So what does an extra $200 a month actually mean in real life? Well, as you can see here, it could cover a whole week of fresh, healthy groceries. It could take care of your prescription costs. It could mean paying the utility bills in full and on time. It's gas money for the month. It's the freedom to handle one of life's little emergencies without blowing up your entire budget. But the proposal actually goes beyond just that flat increase. It would also reform the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. Right now, the COLA often just doesn't keep up with the things that seniors spend the most on, especially healthcare. This reform would tie that adjustment to an index that better reflects those real costs, helping your benefits hold on to their buying power year after year. Okay, next up, let's turn our attention to supplemental security income, or SSI. Because for folks on SSI, the proposed changes are, frankly, even more transformative. These proposals aren't just about increasing payments, they're about rewriting some really unfair rules that have been on the books for decades. So the SSI Restoration Act is a big one. Its main goal is to lift recipients above the federal poverty line, and you can see it right here on the chart. The proposal would raise the average monthly benefit from $943 to $1,255. That's an increase of more than $300 every single month. And what does an extra $312 a month really represent? Let's be honest, it's not a luxury. It is the ability to afford 3 square meals a day. It could be the difference in finding safer housing or just being able to cover the copays for necessary doctor visits. In short, it provides the resources for basic health and human dignity. This proposal also takes aim at something critics call the marriage penalty. It's a pretty wild rule. Currently, when two people who both receive SSI get married,
their combined benefit is actually cut by about 25% compared to what they got when they were single. It makes no sense. The SSI Restoration Act would get rid of this rule completely. Just look at this table. The difference is absolutely staggering. Right now, a married couple on SSI gets a combined $1,415. Under this proposal, they would get to keep their 2 full individual benefits for a total of $2,510. That's a difference of over $1,000 a month. Just incredible.
And there's another major change here targeting asset limits. The current SSI rule says you can't have more than $2,000 in assets. Now get this, that number has not been updated since 1984. It's basically impossible to build any kind of emergency savings. This proposal would raise that limit to $10,000 for an individual, finally allowing people to build a small safety net without being penalized.
So let's step back for a second and put all of this together. We've talked about some pretty significant monthly increases, and we've talked about fixing some really outdated rules. But what would all of this combined actually mean for your day-to-day life? Let's try and paint a picture of that new financial reality. On top of the monthly increases, some of these proposals also include a one-time payment of $1,400. Now, this is really designed to provide some immediate relief, to help people catch up on bills and other expenses that have been piling up.
And this isn't just some abstract number. Think about what $1,400 could do right now. It could be enough to finally get caught up on those past due bills. It could pay for that urgent car repair you've been dreading. Or maybe it means finally getting that dental work done or buying new glasses you've been putting off. It's a tool to solve an immediate, pressing problem.
Now, these different proposals are often part of a few larger legislative packages. One of the big ones is called the Social Security 2100 Act, and it includes a provision to increase the minimum benefits. The idea is simple. Anyone with a 30-year work history would receive a benefit that is at least 25% above the federal poverty line, period. So when you start stacking all these pieces on top of each other, the total potential impact becomes incredibly clear. You've got the proposed $200 monthly increase, potential savings from tax cuts that are also in the 2100 Act, a more accurate COLA that keeps up with your real costs, and that one-time payment. It's really a multi-layered approach to creating genuine financial stability. And the difference these changes could make, it isn't just about the money. It's emotional. It's the shift from that constant, grinding money stress to actual peace of mind, from skipping things you need to being able to afford them, from feeling stuck and isolated at home to being able to go out and join friends for coffee. It's a fundamental shift from just surviving to actually feeling secure. So how could these proposals actually become reality? This is so important to understand. They are being debated by lawmakers as we speak. They are not law yet, and that's exactly where you and your voice come into the picture. Here are the actual names of the key proposals we've been talking about. You have the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. These are the specific pieces of legislation that contain all of the various improvements we've just explored in detail. Your voice has real power in this debate. This slide lays out some concrete steps you can actually take. Calling or emailing your representatives to share your personal story, that's a powerful and direct action. You can also talk about it with your friends and family, support advocacy groups that are on the front lines, and of course, vote for candidates who align with your views on this. Let's end on the core principle that supporters of these changes always come back to. They argue that this isn't about giving a handout. It's about honoring a lifetime of contributions, and it's about making sure that people can live their later years with the security and the dignity that they have absolutely earned. So, I'll leave you with this question to think about. What would be the very first weight lifted off your shoulders if you had a more secure income every month? This isn't just abstract policy. It's about your life, your health, and your peace of mind. A more secure future that proponents say is absolutely within our reach.
We're diving into a huge wave of legislative proposals, all aimed at one thing: increasing your Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA benefits. Honestly, there's more activity right now than we've seen in a very long time, so we're going to break down exactly what it could mean for your wallet.
So the big question on everyone's mind, right? Could your benefits actually go up soon? The potential for a real, significant change is higher now than it has been in decades. Let's unpack what these proposals could mean for your monthly check.
Okay, here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we'll cover the wins that are already law. Then we'll look at the bills that have a really high chance of passing next.
After that, we'll get into the huge, ambitious reform packages. And finally, the part you've been waiting for, we'll put it all together to see the total potential boost to your benefits.
All right, first up, let's talk about the victories that are already on the books. These are concrete changes that are already making a difference and building momentum for what's to come.
The first major one is the Social Security Fairness Act. This is a huge deal. For decades, provisions called the Windfall Elimination Provision, or WEEP, and the Government Pension Offset, or GPO, have cut the Social Security benefits of millions of public servants, people like teachers, firefighters, and police officers. Well, this new law gets rid of them.
And the impact, it's just massive. We're talking about $17 billion being restored to 3.1 million beneficiaries. This means those teachers, firefighters, and police officers will finally get the full benefits they earned. For some, this could increase their monthly checks by over $1,000. It's truly life-changing stuff.
And another huge win that's already signed, sealed, and delivered is for our nation's veterans. The Elizabeth Dole Act is a massive modernization of the entire VA system. It's all about expanding support for caregivers, giving veterans more healthcare choices, and just making the whole claims process a lot smoother.
Okay, so building on that momentum, let's look at what's likely coming down the pipeline next. These are the proposals moving through Congress right now with a really strong chance of becoming law, mainly because they have support from both sides of the aisle.
Now, this next one, it's probably one of the most significant bipartisan efforts happening right now. We're talking about the SSI Savings Penalty Elimination Act. You see, for decades, folks on SSI have been stuck with these incredibly low asset limits. Basically, they've been punished for trying to save money. This bill is aimed at finally fixing that.
And just look at these numbers, because the change they're proposing is well, it's night and day. Right now, the asset limit for an individual on SSI is just $2,000. That number hasn't budged since 1984. This bill would raise that all the way up to $20,000 for an individual, and from $3,000 to $10,000 for a couple.
This chart really just drives the point home, doesn't it? That is a massive 10-fold increase. This isn't just a small tweak for inflation, it's a complete shift in thinking. It would finally allow millions of people to save up for an emergency, a car repair, a sudden medical bill, without that constant fear of losing their essential benefits. The support for this is huge, by the way.
And for our veterans, there are a few other key bills that have a really high chance of passing. First is the Annual Cost of Living Adjustment Act. This is pretty much a tradition, and it just makes sure VA disability pay keeps up with inflation. Then you've got two bills to fix the process. One to stop claims from being denied just because a veteran missed an exam, and another to help cut through the red tape for family caregivers trying to appeal a decision.
Okay, now let's shift gears and talk about the really big picture stuff. These aren't just small tweaks. These are proposals for major reform. They outline a bold new vision for the future of Social Security and SSI.
This quote from Senator Bernie Sanders really says it all. Expand Social Security, don't cut it. That single idea is the foundation of his signature bill, the Social Security Expansion Act. The core principle is simple. With so many people facing a retirement crisis, benefits need to go up, not down.
So how would his bill actually do that? Well, it's got four key parts. First, a straight-up $200 monthly increase for every single beneficiary. Second, it changes how the annual COLA is calculated to a formula called the CPIE, which does a better job of tracking healthcare costs for seniors. It also boosts the minimum benefit and pays for all of this by making sure the wealthiest Americans pay their fair share.
And he's not the only one pushing for big changes. Congressman John Larson has been on this for years, and he uses this phrase, fierce urgency of now, to really emphasize that we're past the point of small fixes. A big, comprehensive solution is needed, and it's needed now. His bill is called the Social Security 2100 Act.
So Larson's bill, the Social Security 2100 Act, takes a slightly different angle. It also includes an immediate benefit increase, but it's a percentage, a 2% bump for everyone, which would actually be the first increase like that in over 50 years. It also adds some cool new things, like a 5% boost for people who've been on benefits for 15 years or more, and it creates caregiver credits to help folks who took time out of the workforce to care for a loved one.
This table makes it super easy to see the two approaches side by side. You've got the flat $200 increase from the Expansion Act versus the 2% bump from the 2100 Act. But notice where they agree. Both want to switch the COLA calculation to the more accurate CPIE. And the 2100 Act adds that unique boost for long-term beneficiaries.
All right, now for another huge idea that's getting a ton of buzz, especially with senior advocacy groups. The You Earn It, You Keep It Act. And its goal is about as simple and powerful as it gets. Completely stop the federal government from taxing Social Security benefits, period.
Yeah, a lot of people are actually shocked when they find out their benefits can be taxed at all. But as this chart shows, if your income is over a certain amount, up to 85% of your benefits can be hit with federal income tax. This act would just wipe that out completely, putting hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars a year right back into your pocket.
Okay, now for the 7 million Americans on Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. There's a proposal on the table that is, and I don't say this lightly, absolutely transformational. It's called the SSI Restoration Act, and its vision is to finally lift SSI benefits out of deep poverty by setting them at 100% of the federal poverty level.
So what does that actually mean in dollars and cents? It comes down to this number, a potential increase of around $785 per month for an individual. That would nearly double the current maximum benefit, pushing it over $1,750 a month. This one change could lift millions of our most vulnerable citizens out of poverty.
Okay, this is the part you've been waiting for. We've gone through all the different proposals. Now let's add it all up. Let's see what this could really mean for your bottom line if these major reforms actually pass. So to figure this out, let's start with a baseline. In 2025, the average Social Security retirement benefit is about $1,976 a month. Let's use that as our starting point and see what happens. Okay, so if the major proposals we've been talking about actually get passed in some combination, what could that average retiree see? We're talking about an increase of somewhere between $340 and $540 every single month. That's a yearly boost of between $4,000 and $6,500. That is a serious, significant increase.
So you might be asking, how do we get to a number that big? Well, here's a quick breakdown. A final bill could have that flat $200 increase from the Expansion Act, or maybe it's the 2% bump from the 2100 Act, which adds about $40. And if they eliminate taxes on benefits, that could add another $100 to $300. You start combining these ideas and you get to that really powerful total.
And for folks on SSI, the change is even more staggering. I mean, we're not just talking about a little boost here. We are talking about a fundamental redesign of the entire program to finally provide a real living wage.
It's really a three-pronged attack on poverty. First, you double the monthly benefit. Second, you raise that asset limit all the way to $20,000 so people can actually save. And third, you get rid of the penalties for getting married. You put those three things together and you transform the program from a poverty-level safety net into a real living wage.
And let's not forget our veterans. For them, all of this boils down to two really important things. First, more financial stability, with that annual COLA making sure their benefits keep up with costs. And second, just dramatically better services, getting claims processed faster, getting fair decisions, and getting more support for their caregivers.
So with all this happening, what are the key dates you should circle on your calendar? Well, definitely watch for the official 2026 COLA announcement in October. Keep an eye out for any last-minute deals during the lame duck session after the elections in November, but the biggest action will probably start when the new Congress gets to work in January and really kicks off the budget process in the spring.
So, the big question is, with all these proposals swirling around, what's actually going to become reality? And while we don't know exactly which parts of which bills will pass, what is crystal clear is that we're in a historic moment. There is a powerful, undeniable push to finally enhance support for all beneficiaries. What happens next is up to our lawmakers. But for the first time in a long time, a real, tangible boost to your benefits is well and truly on the table.
Are you looking for some immediate financial relief? Well, you've come to the right place. In this guide, we're going to cut right through all the noise and focus on one thing: real, actual assistance programs that are funded, active, and paying out benefits today. And this right here is our promise to you. Everything we're about to cover is an existing program that you can apply for right now. We're not talking about future proposals or things that might happen down the road. This is about real support that millions of people are already getting. You know, we've done the homework for you. We've dug through dozens of programs to find ones that can make a real, immediate difference in your budget, all based on confirmed, active government assistance. Our goal is super simple. We want to give you a clear, easy-to-follow guide to programs that can either put more money in your pocket each month or help you cut down on your biggest household costs. All right, let's kick things off with the most direct way to improve your finances. We're talking about programs that actually increase your monthly income through direct cash payments. First up is a benefit that a lot of people on SSI don't even know exists: state supplements. So you have the base SSI payment from the federal government, right? Well, many states actually add their own money on top of that. And we're talking sometimes hundreds of dollars more every single month. And the difference this can make is just, it's huge. I mean, look at this. The federal SSI benefit is $967. But if you live in California, the state supplement brings that total monthly payment to almost $1,600. That is a truly life-changing increase from just one state program. And you might be thinking, okay, that's just California. But nope, it's not. New York also adds a supplement, and it's based on your living situation. As you can see, if you live alone, you get over $1,000. And for some in-care situations, it can go even higher than California's. The key takeaway here is where you live really matters. And these programs are all over the country. We see them in Massachusetts, Connecticut, Hawaii, Michigan. The list goes on. So if you receive SSI, the very first thing you should do after this is check if your state offers one of these supplemental payments. Okay, next, let's shift gears and talk about some crucial support for our nation's veterans. The VA offers pension programs that provide steady and, importantly, tax-free monthly income for those who served during wartime, have limited income, and are either over 65 or have a permanent disability. Let's talk about the numbers, because the financial impact here is massive. For a veteran with a spouse who needs help with daily activities, the maximum annual benefit is $27,609. What does that actually mean for your monthly budget? That breaks down to over $2,300 every single month, completely tax-free. Now, that really big number we just saw, that's for something called the aid and attendance pension. It's an increased amount specifically for veterans or their surviving spouses who need a little help with daily activities, things like bathing or dressing. It's there to help cover the cost of that care. Now, it's really important not to confuse that with VA disability compensation. That's a whole different thing. Here, the income boost is tied directly to your disability rating. And you can see on the chart how it works. A 10% rating gets you about $175 a month. But look at the jump to 50%. That's over $1,100. And at 100%, it's more than $3,800 a month. And that's for a veteran alone, before adding dependents. Now let's talk about those other essential household bills that just always seem to add up, right? There are targeted programs to help lower your costs for everything from energy and internet to food and housing. When it comes to your energy bills, you've got two amazing options, and they work a little differently. Lehigh is for short-term relief. It's a one-time payment of a few $100s sent right to your utility company. But for a long-term fix, the weatherization program gives you free home energy upgrades, like insulation, saving you thousands of dollars over time. Look, we all know a phone and internet connection aren't luxuries anymore. They are necessities. The Federal Lifeline program gets that. It provides a discount of $9.25 every single month on either your phone or your internet bill. So most people know SNAP helps with groceries at the supermarket. But here's a question. What if you can't cook for yourself? Well, in the states you see here, there's something called the Restaurant Meals Program, which allows you to use your EBT card for prepared meals at certain restaurants. It's a huge help. Property taxes. They can be a real budget killer for homeowners, so it is crucial to check what your state offers. For example, Pennsylvania has rebates up to $1,000. New Jersey's program goes up to $1,500. A lot of states have programs just like these to help ease that burden. And please, whatever you do, don't forget about this stuff when you file your taxes. A tax credit, like the one for the elderly or disabled, is so powerful because it's a dollar-for-dollar reduction of the tax you actually owe. A tax deduction is also great. It just lowers your taxable income, and you might even be able to claim both. Okay, we have gone through a ton of information. Programs for income, healthcare, household bills, but all of it is useless if you don't know how to actually get these benefits. So this right here is the most important part. This is your action plan. So grab a pen or just listen close. Here is your 5-step roadmap. Number 1, start with your local area agency on aging. They have counselors who can help. 2, go online and use the screening tool at benefits.gov. 3, on the phone, just dial 211 for local resources. 4, for state-specific help, contact your state's Department of Aging. And 5, for anything military-related, go straight to your local VA office. And before you dive in, here are a few pro tips to make this whole process way, way easier. Don't just apply for one program, apply for several at once. Definitely ask for help from benefits counselors. That's what they're there for. Have your documents ready to go, and remember to reapply every year because the limits change. All right, there you have it. A full roadmap to real benefits that are out there right now, just waiting for you.
From boosting your income with state supplements and VA pensions to slashing your healthcare and utility bills, the help is really there. The only question left is, which of these programs will you investigate first?
You know, there's this huge wave of proposals making its way through Washington right now, all designed to give a major boost to Social Security, SSI, and VA benefits. We're going to go deep. We're going to break down exactly what's on the table, what it could mean for your bank account, and what you need to keep an eye on. So let's get into it. So let's just start with the biggest question, right? The one that cuts right to the chase. Could you really see an extra $2,400 a year? Maybe even more? Now, I know that sounds like a flashy headline, but it's a very real number that's at the core of a major legislative push. We're not just talking about your standard cost of living adjustment here. This is about big foundational increases being proposed from a bunch of different directions.
And look, that number isn't just wishful thinking, it's based on the fact that there are literally dozens of bills floating around Congress right now. This isn't just one single long-shot bill. No, this is a coordinated effort from many different angles, covering everything from Social Security, retirement and disability, to SSI, and, of course, veterans benefits. So to make sense of all this, we need a clear plan. Here's how we're going to break it all down. First, we'll get into the major Social Security proposals. These affect the biggest group of people. Then, we're going to look at some really transformative changes for SSI and disability. After that, we'll cover the new enhancements being proposed for our nation's veterans. And finally, we'll bring it all home with the bottom line. What does all of this put together actually mean for you? Okay, let's kick things off with the big one, Social Security. The ideas here are all over the map. Everything from raising your monthly check across the board to getting rid of federal taxes on your benefits entirely. The potential financial hit here is, well, it's absolutely huge. So this is the number that's grabbing all the headlines, and for good reason. We're talking about an extra $200 a month, every single month. It comes from one of the most ambitious plans out there. And for millions of people, a flat increase like this would be an immediate life-changing boost. See, it's not a percentage that helps higher earners more. It's a flat boost that lifts everyone up, especially those who need it the most. This whole idea is part of what's called the Social Security Expansion Act. The main event, of course, is that $200 a month raise. But there's more to it. It also wants to change how the cost of living adjustment, the COLA, is calculated. It would switch to something called the CPIE, which is the Consumer Price Index for the elderly. The thinking is pretty simple. This index actually tracks what seniors spend their money on, especially healthcare, which could mean bigger COLAs every year. And, super important, the bill also deals with funding by making sure earnings over $250,000 are taxed, which would keep the whole system solvent for another 75 years. But a flat $200 isn't the only idea on the table. Another major proposal is looking at a percentage-based increase, specifically a 2% bump for every single person. Now, 2% might sound small, but it's a really big deal because it would be the first across-the-board increase like this, totally separate from the annual COLA, in more than 50 years. It's basically an admission that benefits just haven't kept up. This one is called the Social Security 2100 Act, and it's got a few different parts. So first, you have that immediate 2% bump for everyone. Then it adds another 5% boost for people who've been on Social Security for 15 years or more, recognizing that savings tend to run out later in life. Just like the other bill, it also wants to use that more accurate CPIE for COLAs. But maybe the most interesting part is the introduction of caregiver credits. This fixes a huge inequity, giving Social Security credits to people, mostly women, who had to step out of the workforce to care for a kid or a sick family member. It makes sure they aren't punished for doing that vital work. So, besides just adding more money to your check, how about letting you keep more of the money you already get? And that brings us to a number I think everyone can get behind, 0%. We're talking about the federal income tax that a lot of retirees have to pay on their Social Security. This plan would mean more take-home pay without even changing your benefit amount. A lot of people are actually surprised to learn this, but depending on your total income, up to 85% of your Social Security benefits can be taxed by the federal government. Well, the You Earn It, You Keep It Act would just get rid of that tax completely. For a ton of middle-income retirees, we're talking about hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars back in their pockets every year. And it's paid for in a similar way to the other plans, by applying the payroll tax to incomes over $250,000. Okay, let's shift gears and talk about supplemental security income, or SSI, and disability benefits. The proposals here are, and I'm not exaggerating, some of the most overdue and potentially life-changing. We're talking about updating rules that literally haven't been touched in decades.
I mean, just look at this. To get SSI, you can't have more than $2,000 in assets. That limit was set in 1984. 1984! And it's never been changed. It's a rule that basically traps people in poverty, making it impossible to save for an emergency like your car breaking down. The proposed new limit? $20,000. That's not just a raise, it's a total change in philosophy that would finally let people with disabilities and low-income seniors build a small safety net for themselves. And here's the kicker. This particular change has a really good chance of actually happening. The SSI Savings Penalty Elimination Act has incredible support from both sides of the aisle. We're talking Republicans and Democrats sponsoring it together. Plus, over 200 organizations are backing it, including some you wouldn't expect, like the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. It's just a common sense update that everyone seems to agree on. But it's not just about savings. There are plans to seriously increase the monthly payment itself. Right now, the average SSI benefit is around $967, which leaves people way below the federal poverty line. The SSI Restoration Act wants to fix that by raising the benefit to 100% of the poverty level. That jump to over $1,700 a month, that's the difference between barely scraping by and actually having enough for rent, food, and basic necessities. And this quote really just says it all, doesn't it? It's not a small tweak. For the millions of Americans on SSI, this would be a complete transformation. It's about moving from a system that basically just manages poverty to one that offers a way out of it, closer to something like a living wage.
And finally, for this section, we've got the marriage penalty. This is one of those rules that just makes you scratch your head. Right now, if two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit gets cut by 25%. They literally get less money as a married couple than they did as two single people. It's a rule that actively punishes partnership. So there are two bipartisan bills that want to fix this outdated, frankly unfair policy and just stop penalizing people for getting married. All right, now let's turn our attention to the folks who have served our country. When we talk about veterans' benefits, there's a pretty consistent, reliable annual increase. But there are also some new ideas designed to make the whole support system work better.
For veterans, one of the most dependable numbers to watch is that annual COLA. For 2025, the projection is sitting at around 2.5%. While all these other proposals get debated back and forth, this is the one increase that veterans can usually count on to make sure their disability compensation and other benefits keep up with rising costs. It's really the foundation of their financial planning for the year ahead.
And that's really the key word here, reliability. Unlike some of the more controversial bills we've talked about, the Veterans COLA Act is basically an annual tradition in Congress. It has wide, unwavering support from both parties. It's one of the few things that veterans and their families can pretty much bank on passing every single year.
But it's not just about the COLA. Other bipartisan bills are focused on just making the system work better. For example, the Review Every Veteran's Claim Act would stop the VA from denying a claim just because a veteran missed a doctor's appointment. It forces the VA to do its homework. And the Veterans Caregiver Appeals Modernization Act is all about cutting the red tape for family caregivers trying to get support. Both of these are about making the system more fair and efficient.
Okay, we have covered a ton of ground. Social Security, SSI, VA benefits. So let's pull all of this together and really look at the bottom line. What could all these different proposals, if they passed, actually mean for your future?
So let's lay it all out. You can see the bills with a high chance of passing, like the Veterans COLA and that SSI savings update. Those have that strong bipartisan support we keep talking about. Then you've got the ones with a moderate chance, like the Social Security 2100 Act, that have a lot of support but will take some serious negotiation. And then you have the really ambitious ones, like the Expansion Act, which faces a tougher fight but also offers the biggest payday.
So, to see how this could really play out, let's just imagine a hypothetical retiree. If the Social Security Expansion Act passed, boom, that's an extra $200 a month. The 2% boost from the 2100 Act might add another $40, and getting rid of federal taxes could save them, let's say, $150 a month. All of a sudden, you're looking at a combined increase of $390 a month. That's over $4,600 a year. It just shows you how all these different bills could stack up to make a huge difference. The Social Security Expansion Act, well, it's not about short-term relief at all. This is designed to deliver a permanent, structural change to your retirement income. This isn't just a one-time check, it's a fundamental increase to your monthly benefit from now on.
And here's the heart of it, the big number, a proposed increase of $200 per month for every single recipient. That's a direct, across-the-board raise. An extra $200 a month isn't just a small tweak. For so many people, that's the difference between just getting by and actually falling behind. It's money for prescriptions, for keeping the lights on, for just having a little breathing room in your budget, month after month after month. And this chart just lays out the long-term difference perfectly. The tariff rebate, it's a one-and-done $600 boost. But the Expansion Act's $200 a month, that adds up to $2,400 over the course of a year. That is 4 times the financial impact, and that higher amount becomes your new baseline for every single year after that. I mean, the difference is just night and day. But hold on, because the Expansion Act goes even further. It's not just about raising benefits for everyone, it's also about creating a really critical safety net. The plan would establish a new minimum benefit, what they're calling an income floor, to make sure that no one who depends on Social Security is forced to live below the poverty line. So what does a number like this actually mean for someone's wallet? Well, the bill sets this new minimum benefit at 125% of the federal poverty line. In 2025, that would work out to about $1,630 a month. Think about that. For a retiree who's struggling on just $1,000 a month right now, this would be a raise of over $600 every single month. For the lowest earning seniors, a change like this would be absolutely life-changing. And there's one more huge piece to this puzzle. The Expansion Act would completely change how your annual cost of living adjustments, your COLs, are calculated. For years, seniors have been saying that their annual raises just don't keep up with what they're actually spending. And they're right. That's because the current formula is tied to an inflation index for city workers, not retirees. This bill would switch to a senior-focused index, one that gives more weight to the things retirees spend the most on, like healthcare and housing. The whole goal is to deliver bigger, more accurate annual raises that actually reflect the inflation you experience. Okay, we've just explored some incredible possibilities for bigger checks. But now we really need to ground ourselves back in reality. These are still just proposals. And in a divided Congress, as we all know, nothing is ever guaranteed. So let's talk about what you can control, right here, right now. Look, it is exciting to think about an extra $2,400 a year. But it would be a huge mistake to start spending that money before it's actually signed into law. The most powerful tool you have right now isn't hope, it's knowledge and preparation. Really understanding your current situation is the key to navigating whatever comes next. Are these plans actually enough to secure your retirement for the long haul? They're a huge step, for sure, but they also shine a spotlight on this much bigger debate about the future of Social Security. The best thing you can do is stay informed, stay prepared, and keep planning like your future depends on it. Because, well, it does.
If you receive Social Security, SSI, or VA benefits, you really need to pay attention to what's happening in Washington right now. It's not an exaggeration to say there's a flood of new proposals, ideas that could seriously increase your monthly check and completely change the rules. So we're going to break it all down and figure out what this could actually mean for you and your financial security.
And when I say a flood, I mean it. To give you a sense of the scale here, we're talking about more than 80 distinct legislative proposals. Just let that number sink in. This isn't just 1 or 2 little bills. This is a massive, system-wide effort to reform and, in many cases, expand these absolutely critical programs. We're talking about everything from the dollar amount you get each month, to the rules about saving money, to whether you have to pay taxes on your benefits at all.
Look, this is not business as usual. The sheer volume of bills being debated right now is historic. We are seeing more legislative activity on this front than at any time in recent memory. And what that means for you, the beneficiary, is that this is probably the single biggest opportunity for real positive change that we've seen in decades. The conversation has hit a boiling point.
Okay, 80+ proposals is a lot. It's kind of overwhelming, right? So the big question, really the only question that matters, is which of these ideas could actually put more money in your pocket? Which bills have a real shot of making it across the finish line, and how would they directly impact your monthly check? Well, that's exactly what we're here to do, to cut through all that noise and focus on the proposals that could genuinely change your financial future.
All right, let's dive in. And before we even get to what's being proposed, it's super important to talk about the progress that's already been made. This isn't just talk. This movement is already delivering real results, with some major laws already signed, sealed, and delivered.
These 2 wins really show that the momentum is real. First up, the Social Security Fairness Act. This is a huge deal for about 3.1 million public servants. We're talking teachers, firefighters, police officers. For years, their benefits were cut by these 2 really frustrating rules, called WEP and GPO. Well, this law gets rid of those, restoring their full earned benefits. Second, there's the Elizabeth Dole VA Act, which is a major overhaul of the VA system.
It expands support for caregivers and, crucially, helps get benefits to veterans much, much faster. The key thing here? These aren't just ideas anymore. They are the law of the land.
So, with those wins officially on the books, the stage is now set for even bigger changes. Let's sift through that massive mountain of proposals and pull out the true game changers, the ones that are being seriously debated right now that have the biggest potential to affect your benefits.
You can really boil all this legislative chaos down to three main ideas, three big goals. The first one is the most straightforward, just putting more money directly into your pocket each month. The second is all about fixing old, frankly ancient rules that actually penalize you for trying to save money. And the third is a really popular one, the idea of making your benefits completely tax-free.
Okay, so let's tackle that first category, boosting your check. The biggest and most direct proposal here is called the Social Security Expansion Act. The concept is incredibly simple. The headline is a $200 per month increase for every single beneficiary. That works out to an extra $2,400 a year. But the bill actually goes further. It also wants to change how the annual cost of living adjustments are calculated, switching to something called the CPIE, which is an inflation index specifically for seniors, designed to be more accurate about their real costs.
Now, beyond those direct payment increases, there's a huge focus on modernizing Supplemental Security Income, or SSI, and this is absolutely essential for the 8 million Americans who rely on it. And one of the biggest, most frustrating problems with the program is what's known as the savings penalty. And it's exactly what it sounds like. The rules are so out of date that they literally punish people for trying to save a little money for an emergency, effectively trapping them in a cycle of poverty.
You want to know how outdated we're talking about? The current limit on how much an individual can have in savings is just $2,000. That limit was set in 1984. It has never once been updated for inflation. Think about that. So if your car breaks down or you have an unexpected medical bill, you're just stuck. Well, a bipartisan proposal called the SSI Savings Penalty Elimination Act wants to fix this. It would raise that limit all the way to $20,000. That's a game changer. It's not about getting rich. It's about giving people the dignity to handle one of life's emergencies without losing their lifeline.
So when it comes to reforming SSI, there are really two different schools of thought moving through Congress right now. The first one, that bipartisan bill we just talked about, is laser-focused on fixing the savings problem, on letting people build a small safety net. But there's a second, more ambitious approach, called the SSI Restoration Act. This bill has a different focus. It says, let's not just tweak the rules, let's radically increase the monthly payment itself, with the goal of lifting recipients well above the federal poverty line once and for all.
And that brings us to our third big category of reform, taxes. You know, it catches a lot of people by surprise when they retire, the fact that your Social Security benefits can actually be taxed by the federal government. Well, there's a proposal with a fantastic name, the You Earn It, You Keep It Act, that aims to put a stop to that. The philosophy behind it is just simple common sense. You paid into the system your entire working life, so you shouldn't have to pay taxes on it again when you finally get your benefits back.
So how would it actually work? Well, it's a pretty straightforward two-part plan. Part 1, it would completely eliminate all federal taxes on Social Security benefits, period. For millions of seniors, that's an immediate direct increase in their net income. But of course, that has to be paid for. So Part 2 is the funding mechanism. Right now, there's a cap on how much of your income is subject to the Social Security payroll tax. This bill would apply that tax to all earnings over $250,000, making sure higher earners contribute more to keep the system solvent for decades to come.
Okay, we've gone through the past wins and we've walked through the major proposals on the table. Now for the part I know you've been waiting for, the bottom line. What could this all mean for your monthly check? Let's put some actual numbers to these ideas and visualize the potential impact.
So take a look at this. For the average Social Security retiree, the impact would be huge. The current average benefit is just under $2,000 a month. If these major proposals were to become law, you could see that jump up past $2,500. That's a potential increase of anywhere from 17 to 27%. This isn't just a tiny cost of living adjustment. This is a substantial, meaningful difference in your monthly income.
And if you think that's a big deal, look at what could happen for SSI recipients. This is where it goes from a significant increase to a complete, life-altering transformation. The current maximum federal benefit is just below $1,000 a month. Well, the SSI Restoration Act aims to push that up to over $1,750. We are talking about nearly doubling the benefit. This would fundamentally change the program from one of just barely surviving to one of actual stability and dignity.
Okay, so those numbers are really exciting. But we have to be realistic. Potential is one thing. The political reality in Washington is another thing entirely. The truth is, not all of these proposals have the same odds. Some of those common-sense bipartisan reforms, like fixing the SSI savings rules, they have a really high likelihood of passage. But the most ambitious bills, like a massive expansion of all benefits, they face a much tougher uphill political battle. What this probably means is that we'll see progress happen incrementally, piece by piece, rather than one giant bill that changes everything all at once.
So we've covered the laws that have passed, the proposals on the table, and the potential impact on your wallet. Where do we go from here? In this final section, we're going to look ahead and give you the key dates and events you need to watch as this historic debate continues to unfold.
So when you step back and look at the whole picture, we are in this fascinating and honestly very rare moment. On one hand, you have real bipartisan agreement on modernizing some of the most outdated parts of these programs. But on the other hand, you have these deep, fundamental divides on how far we should go with a broader benefit expansion. The potential for transformative change is absolutely real, but so are the political hurdles. And so the crucial question for millions of Americans remains, which one of these potential futures will become our reality?
Hey everyone, if you get Social Security, SSI, or VA benefits, I bet you've been hearing a lot of chatter lately about big plans to boost your payments. And let me tell you, it is way more than just talk. Right now, we are seeing a wave of new laws being proposed like we have never seen before, all aimed at putting more money in your pocket. And I'm not kidding about that number. We've counted over 80, yes, 80 different bills and proposals floating around Washington right now. From tiny little adjustments to massive system-wide overhauls, the sheer number of ideas being kicked around is just incredible. Honestly, there's more action on this front than we've seen in a very, very long time. So, with all that noise, how do you figure out what's real? Which of these 80-plus ideas are serious and which are just, well, political noise? Which ones actually have a fighting chance of becoming law, and what would they really mean for your monthly check? That is exactly what we are going to break down today. We're going to cut through all the static and find the signal. So, here's how we're going to tackle this. First up, we'll dig into the big proposals that would affect pretty much every single person on Social Security. Then, we're going to pivot to some really huge, potentially life-changing ideas for supplemental security income, or SSI. After that, we'll cover what's new for our nation's veterans. And finally, and this is super important, we'll do a reality check on which of these plans have the best shot at actually happening. All right, let's get into it. Okay, so we're starting with the big one, Social Security. These next few proposals are the real heavy hitters. We're talking about the ones that aim for huge, sweeping changes that would touch the lives of tens of millions of people. These are some of the boldest visions out there for the future of the program. So let's kick things off with probably the most ambitious plan on the whole list, the Social Security Expansion Act. The main idea here is super straightforward, a $2,400 a year raise for every single person getting benefits. That works out to an extra $200 in your check every single month. And notice, it's not a percentage, it's a flat dollar amount. That means it's designed to give a major lift to everyone, especially folks with lower monthly benefits. And this quote right here, from the bill's biggest champion, Senator Bernie Sanders, really gets to the heart of it. The philosophy is simple. With costs going up for everybody, the answer isn't to trim benefits, it's to make them stronger. And the bill also pays for it by making sure that all income over $250,000 a year gets taxed for Social Security, asking the wealthiest Americans to chip in more.
Now for a different take, we've got the Social Security 2100 Act. This has been a long-term project for Congressman John Larson. Its big headline is an immediate 2% benefit increase for everybody. And just to put that into perspective, if that passed, it would be the first time Congress has passed a law for an across-the-board raise in over 50 years. But wait, there's more. It also adds another 5% bump for people who've been getting benefits for 15 years or more, recognizing that folks who've been retired longer often face the toughest financial squeeze.
Okay, this next one comes at the problem from a totally different direction, taxes. A lot of people don't realize that depending on your total income, up to 85% of your Social Security benefits can actually be taxed by the federal government. Well, the You Earn It, You Keep It Act would get rid of that completely. It would eliminate all federal taxes on Social Security benefits, period. For millions of retirees, this would mean a direct boost in their take-home pay. We're talking hundreds, maybe even thousands of dollars a year back in their pockets.
Now, before we go any further, there's this one term you gotta know, CPIE.
You'll see it pop up in a ton of these bills. It stands for the Consumer Price Index for the Elderly. See, right now, the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA, is based on how working people spend their money. But seniors have totally different costs, right? A much bigger chunk of their budget goes to things like healthcare, and those costs are rising way faster than everything else. The CPIE is a new formula designed to track those specific costs, which advocates say would give seniors a bigger, more accurate COLA every year. All right, let's switch gears now and talk about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI. This is a critical lifeline for about 8 million low-income seniors and people with disabilities. And honestly, while those Social Security plans are big, some of the most profound, truly life-altering proposals being talked about are happening right here with SSI.
I mean, just look at this. To really get what's going on with SSI, you have to see how ridiculously out of date the rules are. Right now, to get SSI, you can't have more than $2,000 in assets. That limit has not been updated since 1984. No joke. It basically punishes people for saving. You can't put away money for a car repair or a medical emergency without risking your benefits. So the SSI Savings Penalty Elimination Act would finally bring this into the modern age, raising the limit to $20,000 for individuals and $10,000 for couples. This would be a game changer, letting people save for the future without fear.
And you know what makes this bill a really serious contender? It has support from everywhere. This isn't a Democrat or Republican thing at all. It's just seen as a common sense fix. It's got sponsors from both parties, and it's backed by everyone from disability groups to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. When you've got Microsoft and JP Morgan Chase agreeing with advocates, you know you have a real shot at getting something done. Now, as big as updating the asset limits is, the SSI Restoration Act is aiming for something even bigger. Just look at this chart. That first bar, that's the current maximum SSI benefit, around $967 a month. Now look at that second bar. That's what this act wants to do. Bring the benefit up to around $1,752. The goal is to raise the benefit to 100% of the federal poverty line to make sure that no one who relies on SSI has to live in poverty. This would nearly double the income for millions of America's most vulnerable people.
Okay, next up, let's talk about our nation's veterans. When it comes to VA benefits, the conversation is often about making sure the system is reliable, fair, and truly honors their service. And the proposals we're seeing really reflect that, from the annual cost of living increases to some much-needed fixes to the system itself.
There are a bunch of other important bills trying to fix problems in the VA system. For instance, the Review Every Veterans Claim Act would stop the VA from just denying a claim because a veteran missed one medical exam. There's another one to make the appeals process easier for family caregivers, and it's important to see that progress is happening. The Elizabeth Dole Act was just signed into law, and it's already expanding support for those very caregivers and modernizing VA services.
All right, we have talked about some huge, really exciting ideas. An extra $200 a month, doubling SSI benefits, no more taxes on Social Security, but now it's time for the big reality check. Which of these ideas could actually go from being a bill to being actual law?
This little table really tells the story. Up top, with a high chance of passing, you've got the annual Veterans COLA and that SSI Savings Penalty Elimination Act. Why? Simple. They're bipartisan. They have support from both sides, and they're seen as common sense fixes, not radical changes. Then you get to something like the Social Security 2100 Act, with a moderate chance. It's got some things Republicans might like, but it's still a big, complex package. And then, at the bottom, with a low chance, you have that massive Social Security Expansion Act. It's popular, for sure, but the plan to pay for it by raising taxes on high earners faces a ton of political opposition, making it a very tough sell in a divided Washington. So if you're trying to figure out what to really keep an eye on heading into 2026, this is your list. The VA COLA, it's pretty much a sure thing. The SSI Savings Penalty Bill, it has so much momentum. Those bills to make the VA system work better are also really strong contenders. And finally, that idea of getting rid of federal taxes on Social Security benefits is gaining a lot of steam and could be a major focus. And really, that's the bottom line here. The dream of a huge $200 a month raise is fantastic, and it keeps the conversation moving forward. But the most realistic path to actually getting more money in your pocket, at least in the near term, comes from these practical, bipartisan efforts to just update old broken rules, like those SSI asset limits from 1984, and to make sure those yearly increases are fair. Real progress is happening, even if it feels a little slow sometimes. So we'll leave you with this to think about. We've gone over a lot, from a flat $200 raise to being able to finally save $20,000 on SSI to not having your benefits taxed at all anymore. Each of these could change lives in really different ways. So for your own situation, which one of these ideas would make the biggest difference for you and your family? It's something to think about as this debate continues.
Today, we are going to get into something that really hits home for tens of millions of people: Social Security. But look, this isn't going to be some dry lecture about spreadsheets and trust funds. We're going to explore a completely different vision for the future, one where financial security isn't just a far-off dream for seniors and people with disabilities, but something they can actually count on. The ideas we're covering today could mean a total transformation, not just in bank accounts, but in peace of mind, in health, and in simple human dignity.
So here's what we're going to cover. We'll start with the big picture, the vision. Then we'll break down 3 major proposals: a $200 monthly boost for everyone, some huge changes for SSI, and a plan to make sure the whole system is secure for the long haul. And then we'll put it all together to see what the real combined financial impact looks like for different people. Let's dive in. All right, first things first. It is so easy to get lost in all the numbers, the percentages, the names of these different acts. But we have to remember what's really at stake here. This is not just some accounting problem. It's all about the human side of these policies.
And this quote just hits the nail on the head. Behind every single number we're about to talk about, there's a real person, a senior who's trying to decide if they should buy groceries this week or pay for their prescription, a person with a disability who literally can't save a dime for an emergency because they're afraid of losing their benefits, a couple that can't get married because the system would actually punish them financially. So as we go through all the details, just keep this idea in your head. This is about letting people finally breathe a little easier.
Okay, let's get into the first big proposal, the Social Security Expansion Act. You've probably heard about this one. Its core idea is super direct, really easy to grasp. It's all about providing immediate and widespread help to every single person who gets a Social Security check.
So the heart of this act is a $200 a month increase for every beneficiary, straight up. But what does that really mean? A flat $200 has a very different impact depending on where you're starting from. So let's look at the real numbers for real people.
For your average individual retiree, this boost takes their monthly check from about $1,838 to over that $2,000 mark. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For someone on the minimum benefit, it's an even bigger deal. We're talking a 21% increase. And for a married couple, that's almost $5,000 extra every single year. This is real, tangible help that shows up in the bank account right away.
So what can you actually do with that extra money? $2,400 a year isn't just some number. It's freedom. It's the freedom from having to make impossible choices. It could mean finally affording to go to the dentist, getting cleanings, fillings, maybe even new dentures, which has a huge impact on your overall health. It's getting new glasses so you can actually read a book or see your grandkids' faces clearly. It's the start of an emergency fund, so a flat tire doesn't turn into a total financial disaster. It could cover your whole utility bill every month or a big chunk of your groceries. It's the difference between being stuck at home and actually having the money to travel and see family. That's what we call quality of life.
But hold on, because the Social Security Expansion Act has another piece to it. It's a little more technical, but over the long run, its impact could actually be even bigger than that flat $200 raise. It's all about how your benefits keep up with the rising cost of living year after year. Okay, so right now, the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is calculated using something called the CPIW. The big problem is that index tracks what younger working people are buying. It doesn't really get what seniors actually spend their money on, and for them, a much bigger chunk goes to healthcare. So the proposal is to switch to something called the CPIE, the Consumer Price Index for the elderly. This one is specifically designed to track senior spending. It gives a much more accurate picture of their costs. And what that means is a slightly higher COLA each year, usually about 0.2 to 0.3% higher. Now, I know that sounds tiny, but just wait. Let's see how that little change builds up over time. And this is where you see the magic of compounding. Let's say we have a retiree who's getting $2,000 a month after that $200 boost. Okay, fast forward 10 years. That tiny little difference in the COLA formula means their monthly check is now $72 higher than it would have been. Now, let's go to year 20. The difference has grown to an extra $181 a month. And when you add it all up over those 2 decades, that small technical tweak puts an extra $22,000 into that retiree's pocket. For someone planning a 30-year retirement, that is a massive, massive improvement in their long-term security.
Now, while that across-the-board increase and the COLA change help pretty much everyone, the Social Security Expansion Act has one more provision that is absolutely life-altering for one group in particular: people who were lifelong low-wage workers. We're talking about folks who spent 30-plus years in tough, low-paying jobs and are now facing a retirement in poverty.
57.9%. Just let that number sink in for a second. That's the proposed increase for the minimum Social Security benefit. It's a complete game changer for the people who need it the most. Let's see what that looks like in actual dollars. Okay, here's the reality check. Right now, the minimum benefit is about $950 a month, which is way below the poverty line. The proposal here is to set a brand new floor, tying the minimum benefit to 125% of the federal poverty level. That would immediately boost it to $1,500 a month. That is an extra $550 every single month. That's $6,600 a year. This one change literally lifts people who worked their entire lives, home health aides, farm workers, people who worked in childcare, out of poverty and gives them a shot at a life with some basic dignity. It's basically saying that a lifetime of work is worth more than poverty. All right, next up, let's shift our focus to another, even more vulnerable group, people who receive supplemental security income, or SSI. These are some of the lowest income Americans, and many have severe disabilities. The SSI Restoration Act is all about modernizing this critical safety net, which, frankly, has been falling apart after decades of being ignored. So, just like with the Social Security minimum benefit, the first big goal here is just to get people out of poverty. Right now, the max SSI benefit for a single person is $943 a month. That's below the federal poverty line. This act would raise that benefit to 100% of the poverty line, which would increase it to over $1,250 a month. That's an immediate boost of more than $300 a month, over $3,700 a year. And you can see for couples, the increase is also pretty big. This is a direct infusion of cash so people can afford their most basic needs. Now, this might be the most profound change in the SSI Restoration Act, the asset limits. They have not been updated since 1984. Seriously, think about that. For 40 years, a person on SSI couldn't have more than $2,000 to their name, or they'd lose their benefits. This proposal raises that limit to $10,000 for an individual and $20,000 for a couple. This is a revolutionary shift. For the very first time, it allows people to actually save for an emergency, to put money aside for a car, to get to the doctor, or to handle a leaky roof without being terrified of losing their only source of income. It's a move from forced poverty to actual financial empowerment. But there's another piece of this SSI puzzle, and it's a particularly cruel one. It's something called the marriage penalty. The way the rules are set up right now, the system actually punishes people on SSI if they decide to get married. A married couple gets way less in combined benefits than two single people who are just living together. It literally forces people to choose between the person they love and their own financial survival. Let's put a hard number on that. Every year, a married couple on SSI loses $5,652. That is the price tag, just for being married. It's a policy that creates an impossible choice between love and money. The solution in the SSI Restoration Act is as simple as it is powerful. It just gets rid of the penalty completely. Gone. Under the new rules, a married couple would get the exact same total benefit as two single individuals. It's a change that says people with disabilities have the right to build a life together, to love, and to marry without facing financial ruin because of it. So, we've talked about immediate help and lifting up the most vulnerable. Now let's turn to the third major proposal, the Social Security 2100 Act. This one is all about the long-term health of the entire system, making sure it's solvent for generations to come, while also adding in some other smart benefit improvements. So, the big question is always, how do you pay for all this? Well, the Social Security 2100 Act proposes a really key change to how it's funded. Right now, you only pay Social Security taxes on the first $176,000 or so of your income. That means a CEO making millions pays the exact same amount into the system as someone making $177,000. This proposal would make that tax apply again on all earnings above $400,000. So you'd have this donut hole, no new tax between $176K and $400K. The bottom line is, this change would only affect the absolute highest earners. We're talking the top 0.4%. For 99.6% of Americans, their taxes would not go up by a single penny. And at the same time it asks the wealthiest to pay a little more, the 2100 Act actually gives a big tax break to millions of seniors. A lot of people don't even realize that your Social Security benefits can be taxed if you have other income. The income levels where those taxes kick in were set decades ago, and they've never been changed for inflation. This act would finally dramatically raise them. It would double the threshold for single people to $50,000 and more than triple it for married couples to $100,000. So what does that mean in real dollars? Well, for a single senior with a total income of 25 grand, maybe from a small pension plus Social Security, their federal tax bill on their benefits would drop to zero. That's an extra $1,000 to $1,500 back in their pocket every year. For a couple with a combined income of 40,000, their tax bill on benefits would also disappear, saving them between 1,500 and 2,000 bucks annually. It's just another way of boosting people's income by letting seniors keep more of the benefits they earned over a lifetime.
Okay, so we've looked at three different, really powerful proposals: the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. Now, for what I think is the most important part of this whole explainer, let's stack them all on top of each other and see what the combined financial transformation actually looks like for real people. This is where a whole new reality starts to take shape. Let's start with our average senior retiree. Right now, they're getting about $22,000 a year from Social Security. With these reforms, that $200 monthly boost adds $2,400 a year right off the bat. Then the tax relief from the 2100 Act could save them another $1,400 or so. All of a sudden, their annual income from Social Security is almost $26,000. That's an increase of more than $3,800 a year, a 17% boost. That is a huge leap in financial security.
Now, take a look at the lifelong low-wage worker. They're starting at just $11,400 a year, deep in poverty. The combination of that $200 boost and the new higher minimum benefit lifts their annual income to around $18,400. This is a staggering increase of $7,000 a year, a more than 60% boost. This is what it looks like when policy is targeted to make a profound difference. This isn't just an increase, it's an escape hatch from poverty. For an individual on SSI, the story is just as transformative. Their annual benefit jumps from about $11,300 to over $15,000. That's a 33% increase that pulls them above the poverty line. But remember, the money is only half the story here. The other, equally crucial benefit is that they can now save up to $10,000 without being penalized. So it's a 1-2 punch. More income for everyday life, and for the first time, the freedom to build a safety net for the future.
And finally, maybe the most dramatic transformation of all, a married couple with disabilities on SSI. Today, because of that marriage penalty, they get just under $17,000 a year. By raising the benefit for each person and getting rid of that unjust penalty, their combined annual income skyrockets to over $30,000. That is a 77% increase. It is, and I'm not exaggerating, a complete financial rebirth that allows them to build a life together with real security and dignity. As powerful as those charts are, we've got to circle back to where we began. The true impact of all these changes can't really be captured in a bar graph. The transformation goes so much deeper than just dollars and cents. It's about what that money, that security, makes possible in a person's life. This is the real payoff, right here. It's freedom from that constant nagging anxiety of wondering how you're going to pay the next bill. It's the dignity of being able to choose healthier food or a safer apartment. It's the joy of being able to be part of your community, to maybe volunteer or just go out for coffee with a friend instead of being isolated by poverty. And of course, it's the profound security of being able to build a life with the person you love without the government standing in your way. This is a total transformation in well-being. So how does this all become real? Well, these aren't just abstract ideas. They are actual bills being debated in Congress right now. The path forward means moving through committees, getting votes in both the House and the Senate, and finally getting a signature from the president. But look at step 3 on this slide. That might be the most important one: public support. Polls consistently show that over 80% of Americans, and that includes big majorities of both Democrats and Republicans, support expanding Social Security. That overwhelming public will is what creates the political pressure to turn these bills into laws. And that really brings us to the final thought I want to leave you with. This whole debate isn't just about budget priorities. It's a question of our national values. The cost of doing nothing is measured every single day in human suffrage, in seniors cutting pills in half, in people with disabilities trapped in poverty, in love being penalized. These proposals offer a different path. And so the real question is, as a country, can we afford not to take it? We're about to do a really deep dive into some major proposals that could seriously increase your monthly income. And this is about way more than just numbers on a page. It's about what those numbers actually mean for your day-to-day life. We're talking about more security, a lot less stress, and just, well, more peace of mind. So let me just ask you this straight up.
Is your monthly check really enough to live on without that constant nagging worry? For millions and millions of people, the honest answer is just no. Life becomes this endless juggling act, right? Choosing between buying groceries or getting your prescription filled, paying the electric bill, or finally fixing that noise the car is making. That kind of daily stress, it just grinds you down. This whole explainer is about the plans that are aiming to change that exact reality.
This quote, I think, just gets right to the heart of the whole thing. It's about moving from a state of financial anxiety to one of real stability. It's the promise that one unexpected bill doesn't have to spiral into a full-blown crisis. And that promise, well, that's the ultimate goal of the very real proposals we're about to break down piece by piece.
Okay, let's dive right in. The first major proposal we're going to look at is called the Social Security Expansion Act. Now, this one is designed to give an immediate and very noticeable boost to the monthly checks that millions of people receive. The big headline number for this act is a proposed annual increase of $2,400. Now just think about that for a second. For so many people, that amount of money could finally cover some long overdue dental work or get a safe set of new tires for the car. Or maybe, just maybe, be the start of a real emergency fund. So that big annual number breaks down to an extra $200 in every single check. And let's be clear, this isn't some one-time payment. No, this is a proposed permanent, reliable boost to your monthly income. And it's that consistency, that really allows for actual planning and gives you a true sense of security. So what does an extra $200 a month actually mean in real life? Well, as you can see here, it could cover a whole week of fresh, healthy groceries. It could take care of your prescription costs. It could mean paying the utility bills in full and on time. It's gas money for the month. It's the freedom to handle one of life's little emergencies without blowing up your entire budget. But the proposal actually goes beyond just that flat increase. It would also reform the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. Right now, the COLA often just doesn't keep up with the things that seniors spend the most on, especially healthcare. This reform would tie that adjustment to an index that better reflects those real costs, helping your benefits hold on to their buying power year after year. Okay, next up, let's turn our attention to supplemental security income, or SSI. Because for folks on SSI, the proposed changes are, frankly, even more transformative. These proposals aren't just about increasing payments, they're about rewriting some really unfair rules that have been on the books for decades. So the SSI Restoration Act is a big one. Its main goal is to lift recipients above the federal poverty line, and you can see it right here on the chart. The proposal would raise the average monthly benefit from $943 to $1,255. That's an increase of more than $300 every single month.
And what does an extra $312 a month really represent? Let's be honest, it's not a luxury. It is the ability to afford 3 square meals a day. It could be the difference in finding safer housing or just being able to cover the copays for necessary doctor visits. In short, it provides the resources for basic health and human dignity.
This proposal also takes aim at something critics call the marriage penalty. It's a pretty wild rule. Currently, when two people who both receive SSI get married, their combined benefit is actually cut by about 25% compared to what they got when they were single. It makes no sense. The SSI Restoration Act would get rid of this rule completely. Just look at this table. The difference is absolutely staggering. Right now, a married couple on SSI gets a combined $1,415. Under this proposal, they would get to keep their 2 full individual benefits for a total of $2,510. That's a difference of over $1,000 a month. Just incredible.
And there's another major change here targeting asset limits. The current SSI rule says you can't have more than $2,000 in assets. Now get this, that number has not been updated since 1984. It's basically impossible to build any kind of emergency savings. This proposal would raise that limit to $10,000 for an individual, finally allowing people to build a small safety net without being penalized.
So let's step back for a second and put all of this together. We've talked about some pretty significant monthly increases, and we've talked about fixing some really outdated rules. But what would all of this combined actually mean for your day-to-day life? Let's try and paint a picture of that new financial reality. On top of the monthly increases, some of these proposals also include a one-time payment of $1,400. Now, this is really designed to provide some immediate relief, to help people catch up on bills and other expenses that have been piling up. And this isn't just some abstract number. Think about what $1,400 could do right now. It could be enough to finally get caught up on those past due bills.
It could pay for that urgent car repair you've been dreading, or maybe it means finally getting that dental work done or buying new glasses you've been putting off. It's a tool to solve an immediate, pressing problem. Now, these different proposals are often part of a few larger legislative packages. One of the big ones is called the Social Security 2100 Act, and it includes a provision to increase the minimum benefits. The idea is simple. Anyone with a 30-year work history would receive a benefit that is at least 25% above the federal poverty line, period. So when you start stacking all these pieces on top of each other, the total potential impact becomes incredibly clear. You've got the proposed $200 monthly increase, potential savings from tax cuts that are also in the 2100 Act, a more accurate COLA that keeps up with your real costs, and that one-time payment. It's really a multi-layered approach to creating genuine financial stability. And the difference these changes could make, it isn't just about the money. It's emotional. It's the shift from that constant, grinding money stress to actual peace of mind, from skipping things you need to being able to afford them, from feeling stuck and isolated at home to being able to go out and join friends for coffee. It's a fundamental shift from just surviving to actually feeling secure. So how could these proposals actually become reality? This is so important to understand. They are being debated by lawmakers as we speak. They are not law yet, and that's exactly where you and your voice come into the picture. Here are the actual names of the key proposals we've been talking about. You have the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. These are the specific pieces of legislation that contain all of the various improvements we've just explored in detail. Your voice has real power in this debate. This slide lays out some concrete steps you can actually take. Calling or emailing your representatives to share your personal story, that's a powerful and direct action. You can also talk about it with your friends and family, support advocacy groups that are on the front lines, and of course, vote for candidates who align with your views on this. Let's end on the core principle that supporters of these changes always come back to. They argue that this isn't about giving a handout. It's about honoring a lifetime of contributions, and it's about making sure that people can live their later years with the security and the dignity that they have absolutely earned. So, I'll leave you with this question to think about. What would be the very first weight lifted off your shoulders if you had a more secure income every month? This isn't just abstract policy. It's about your life, your health, and your peace of mind. A more secure future that proponents say is absolutely within our reach. Today, we are going to dive deep into some really ambitious proposals that could completely reshape Social Security as we know it. And listen, these aren't just minor tweaks we're talking about. This is a fundamental reimagining of what financial security looks like for tens of millions of people in America, from retirees to those with disabilities. We're going to get right into the numbers, the mechanics, and what this all could mean for real people. And that quote right there really gets to the heart of all this, doesn't it? This isn't just about spreadsheets and policy debates in Washington. It's a human story. It's about giving people a life of dignity, about easing that daily anxiety so many feel, and making sure that after a lifetime of hard work, people can actually retire with some real security and peace of mind. So here's our roadmap for today. We'll kick things off with the big picture, that core vision. Then we'll break down 3 major legislative proposals, piece by piece. After that, we'll see what happens when you put them all together, the combined financial impact on real people. And finally, we'll look at what it takes to turn this vision into reality. Okay, so before we jump into the dollar amounts and percentages, I think it's really important to understand the why behind all of this. These reforms are aiming to solve a problem that goes so much deeper than just what's in a person's bank account. Financial insecurity is this crushing weight. It's that constant nagging anxiety. That voice in your head asking, can I afford my rent and my medication this month? It means not having dignified choices, like having to buy the cheapest food, not the healthiest. It can even lead to social isolation because you can't afford to go out and see friends or family. And all that stress, it leads to very real health problems. So as we get into the numbers, let's just remember, this is the human cost we're really trying to fix. All right, let's get into the first major proposal. This one is called the Social Security Expansion Act, and it's designed to give immediate, widespread relief with a really direct and, honestly, powerful approach. So, to put it simply, this act is all about boosting monthly checks for everyone right away, while also making some key adjustments to make sure the system stays strong for years to come. Let's start with the biggest, most immediate change it proposes. This is the big headline. A simple, straightforward $200 a month increase for every single person receiving Social Security. There are no complex formulas here, no means testing. It doesn't matter if you're a retired teacher, a former construction worker, or someone getting disability benefits. This is an immediate, universal boost to your monthly income. Now let's see how that $200 really adds up. For your average individual, it pushes their monthly check over that $2,000 mark, which means an extra $2,400 a year. For a couple, you double that. That's $4,800 annually. And look at the person getting the minimum benefit. For them, this is a massive 21% jump in their income. That is a truly significant boost.
So what does $2,400 a year actually mean? For most people, this isn't about fancy vacation money. It's life-changing. It could cover essential dental work that's been put off for years. It could mean finally getting a new pair of glasses without having to worry about the cost. Or maybe, for the very first time in their life, it could let someone build a small emergency fund for when the car inevitably breaks down. It's the difference between constant stress and just a little bit of breathing room. The Expansion Act also makes this really crucial kind of under-the-hood change that has huge long-term effects. It changes how the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is calculated. Right now, the formula is based on the spending habits of younger working people. This proposal would switch to something called the CPIE, which is specifically designed to track the costs that seniors actually face, like their typically higher healthcare and housing bills.
And this chart shows you exactly why that little technical change is so powerful. It might not seem like a big deal year to year, but because of compounding, the impact over time is enormous. Let's say someone starts with a $2,000 a month benefit. After 20 years, this new CPIE formula would mean their monthly check is $181 higher than it would be under the old system. That's over $2,100 extra every year, just from this one small tweak. The Act also creates a new, much more robust minimum benefit for people who worked for decades but were always in low-wage jobs. It sets the minimum benefit at 125% of the federal poverty level. That would boost the current minimum from about $950 a month all the way up to a much more stable $1,500.
Just let that sink in for a second. 57.9%. For someone who spent 30 years as a home health aide or a farm worker or a childcare provider, this is a nearly 58% increase in their retirement income. It's a direct lifeline. It moves them from deep poverty, not just to the poverty line, but securely above it. This is one of the most powerful anti-poverty measures in any of these proposals. All right, next up, we're going to look at Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. Now, this is a separate program that supports the most financially vulnerable among us, low-income seniors and people with disabilities. And the SSI Restoration Act aims to completely overhaul this critical safety net. First thing it does is raise the benefit itself. Here's a crazy fact. Right now, the maximum federal SSI benefit is actually below the federal poverty line. This proposal fixes that, plain and simple, raising the individual benefit to 100% of the poverty level. And as you can see, for a single person, that's an increase of over $300 a month. That totals almost $3,800 extra per year. Now this is frankly revolutionary. The current asset limits for people on SSI, they haven't been updated since 1984. Can you believe that? They basically force people into poverty and punish them for saving any money at all. The proposed change would increase the limit for an individual by 400%, from just $2,000 to $10,000. And for a couple, it's an even bigger jump to $20,000. So what does that mean in the real world? It means someone on SSI could finally build a small emergency fund without being terrified of losing their benefits. It means they could save up for a reliable used car to get to their doctor's appointments. It means they could handle a major home repair without going into debt. It allows for a basic foundation of security that's just impossible right now under these ancient rules. And now we have to talk about one of the cruelest parts of the current SSI system, the marriage penalty. It's exactly what it sounds like. If two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit is slashed by a full 25%. The system literally forces people to choose between a committed relationship and their own financial survival. And let's put a hard number on that. If two people who are each getting the maximum SSI benefit get married, their monthly income is cut by $471. That's over $5,600 a year that they lose, just for formalizing their relationship. It's a direct financial punishment for love and commitment. It's absurd. The SSI Restoration Act does exactly what its name says it does. It restores dignity by completely getting rid of this penalty. A married couple would get the same total benefit as two individuals living together. There would be zero financial penalty for getting married. Simple as that. So we've seen these big proposals to increase benefits right now. But the big question is always, how do we make sure the system stays strong for generations to come? Well, that's where our third piece of legislation comes in, the Social Security 2100 Act. It's all about long-term solvency. So, how is all of this paid for? Well, the main funding idea is to ask the highest earners to contribute a little more. Right now, there's a cap on how much of your income is subject to Social Security taxes. This proposal keeps that current cap, but then it reapplies the tax on all earnings above $400,000 a year. It just ensures that those with the highest incomes contribute on a larger chunk of their earnings. And here is the single most important takeaway on the funding. This change would not increase taxes for 99.6% of working Americans. Only the top 0.4% of earners, people making over $400,000 a year, would contribute more. For the vast majority of the country, your payroll taxes wouldn't change at all. And get this, the 2100 Act also includes a significant tax cut for millions of seniors. It does this by raising the income level where your benefits themselves start to become taxable. For single folks, that threshold doubles to $50,000, and for married couples, it more than triples to $100,000. This is a direct boost to the take-home income for millions of middle-class retirees. Okay, we've looked at 3 different acts with a whole bunch of different provisions. Now, for the most exciting part. Let's put it all together and see what the total financial transformation would actually look like for real people. So first, let's take a look at a typical senior retiree. This is someone who's getting the average Social Security benefit, and maybe they have a small pension or some retirement income that puts them at a modest tax bracket.
When we combine that $200 across-the-board increase with the tax savings from the 2100 Act, their financial picture changes pretty dramatically. Their annual income gets a boost of up to $3,900. That's almost an 18% raise. It provides significant relief from the rising cost of healthcare and just, daily living.
Now let's look at someone who's spent their life in low-wage work and is now retiring on the minimum benefit. This is where the impact becomes truly life-altering. So this person benefits from multiple proposals all at once. You've got the new higher minimum benefit plus that $200 flat increase, and it pushes their annual income up by over $7,000. That's more than 60% raise. This isn't just a number on a page. This is the end of that constant anxiety we talked about at the beginning. This is what lifting someone firmly out of poverty and into a life of basic financial dignity actually looks like. And for our final case study, let's look at the couple we discussed earlier, 2 people with disabilities, both on SSI, who just want to build a life together. This is the most profound transformation of all. Right now, the system slashes their benefit just for getting married. With these reforms, their individual benefits rise to the poverty line, and the marriage penalty is eliminated. Their combined monthly income jumps to over $2,500. That's an annual increase of over $13,000. It is a staggering 77% raise that affirms their right to love, to marry, and to build a secure life together. These numbers, they represent an incredible vision for a more secure America. But they are not just ideas on a piece of paper. These are active legislative proposals. So the big question is, how do we get from this vision to an actual reality? Well, the path to any law has a few key steps. A bill has to pass through committees in both the House and the Senate. Then it has to get a full vote in both chambers. If the versions are different, they have to be reconciled into one. And then finally, that single version goes to the president to be signed into law. And one of the most compelling points in all of this is this. While Washington might seem completely divided, the American public really isn't. There's overwhelming bipartisan support for expanding Social Security. A recent poll found that 84% of all Americans are in favor, including a staggering 78% of Republicans. For the public, this isn't a partisan issue. It's just a common sense priority. So we end with this question. Beyond all the dollar amounts and the percentages, these proposals represent a potential future with a lot less fear and anxiety for millions of people. The real question they pose is about the kind of society we want to be, one that honors its elders, supports its most vulnerable, and ensures a lifetime of contribution is met with real security. Ultimately, these numbers ask all of us to define what financial dignity truly looks like for America. Today, we are taking a deep look at some huge proposals that are on the table right now aimed at completely reshaping Social Security and supplemental security income, SSI. And listen, these aren't just little tweaks around the edges.
We're talking about a whole new vision for what retirement and disability support looks like in America. So let's break it all down.
You know, this quote from the source material, it just hits the nail on the head. It perfectly frames this entire conversation. This isn't just about spreadsheets and budgets. It's about dignity, it's about security, it's about the kind of promise we want to make to our seniors and our most vulnerable neighbors. It's a really powerful way to think about the human side of all the numbers we're about to get into. So here's the game plan. We're going to break down 3 major pieces of proposed legislation: the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. We'll look at exactly what they do, who they're going to affect, and, of course, the big question, how they'd be paid for.
First up, let's talk about the Social Security Expansion Act. Honestly, this is the cornerstone of the whole vision. It's the foundation for a lot of the other changes, and its main goal is super direct: to provide immediate, substantial financial relief to every single person receiving Social Security benefits. The headline feature of this act is a real game changer: a proposed across-the-board increase of $200 per month. And let me be clear, this is not a one-time check. This would be a permanent boost added to every single monthly payment for everyone, from retired workers to people on disability. So what does that look like over a year? Well, it adds up to an extra $2,400. For any household on a fixed income, that is not just a number. That's real security. That's money for a car repair you didn't see coming. It could cover months of utility bills. Frankly, it can be the difference between just getting by and facing a real crisis. Okay, let's put some real numbers to this. The average Social Security benefit right now is about $1,838 a month. With this change, it would jump to over $2,000, $2,038 to be exact. That's an 11% increase. I mean, think about that. For someone on a fixed income, an 11% raise just like that is absolutely massive. It provides some serious breathing room in a budget that is often stretched way too thin. Next up is a change that sounds a little technical, but stick with me because this is so important. It has to do with the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA. Right now, the formula is based on how younger urban workers spend their money. The problem? That formula really doesn't account for the massive healthcare and housing costs that seniors actually face. So the proposal is to switch to something called the CPIE, which is an index based on how the elderly actually spend. This would make sure benefits keep up with the real inflation seniors are experiencing, and over a long retirement, that could mean thousands and thousands of extra dollars. This is another truly transformative part of the Expansion Act. It sets up a brand new, much stronger minimum benefit. And the goal here is simple, but it's profound. If you work for 30 years, paying into the system your whole life, you should not retire into poverty, period. The new minimum would be set at 125% of the federal poverty level. For millions of people who've spent their lives in tough, low-wage jobs, this would be an absolute lifeline, ensuring a basic level of dignity they've earned.
Okay, let's shift gears now to the SSI Restoration Act. This one is all about modernizing the rules for supplemental security income. SSI is a critical safety net for about 8 million of our most vulnerable Americans, but a lot of its rules are just wildly out of date. We're talking decades old.
The first big change here is a direct, substantial increase in the benefit itself. The current maximum federal SSI benefit is just $943 a month, which means recipients are actually living below the poverty line. This proposal would raise that benefit all the way up to 100% of the federal poverty level, which is about $1,255 a month. That's an extra $312 every single month, a 33% boost designed to pull people out of poverty, full stop. Now, this proposal also tackles one of the most ridiculous SSI rules on the books, the asset limit. And I'm not exaggerating when I say this. It has not been updated since 1984. 1984. The current limit of just $2,000 makes it literally impossible to save for an emergency. This proposal raises it to $10,000 for an individual and $20,000 for a couple. For the first time, this would allow people to build a small safety net without being punished for it.
The current SSI rules also create what is just an impossible choice for so many people. It's because of something known as the marriage penalty. Right now, if two people who both receive SSI benefits decide to get married, their total combined benefit gets cut by nearly 25%. I mean, can you imagine? It forces countless couples to choose between getting legally married and their own financial survival.
So, the SSI Restoration Act has a very clear, very compassionate solution. Just get rid of the marriage penalty completely. Under this change, two SSI recipients who get married would continue to receive the exact same total benefit they did as two single people. It basically says that people with disabilities have every right to build a life together without facing a devastating financial punishment for it.
Okay, so we've looked at all the individual pieces of these proposals, but the real magic, the real power happens when you start stacking them all together. This is where you can truly see the combined financial impact these changes could have on people's everyday lives. So let's take a real-world example. Imagine someone who's worked their entire life in low-wage jobs. First, they'd get that flat $200 boost that everyone gets. Then, on top of that, the new minimum benefit rule could add another $300 to $500 to their monthly check. You add it all up, and their monthly retirement income could increase by $500, $600, maybe even $700. For many people, that could nearly double their income, transforming their retirement from a struggle to one of basic security.
And if you thought that was incredible, wait until you see the impact for a married couple with disabilities on SSI. It's just revolutionary. The benefit increase adds $624 a month. Then, eliminating that cruel marriage penalty restores another $471. That is a total monthly gain of $1,095. Annually, that's over $13,000 more a year, a 77% income boost that would fundamentally change their quality of life. Of course, a big question is probably popping into your head right about now. Expanding benefits is great, but how do we make sure the system is strong for generations to come? Well, that's where the third proposal, the Social Security 2100 Act, comes into play. It's all about long-term solvency, and it adds a few more really key improvements.
This is it. This is the question on everyone's mind, right? A major expansion of benefits like this needs a serious plan to pay for it, not just for today, but for decades to come. And the Social Security 2100 Act proposes a very specific way to do just that.
Okay, here's how the funding would work, and it's actually pretty straightforward. Right now, there's a cap on the income that's subject to Social Security payroll taxes. This proposal would keep everything the same for most people, but it would reapply the tax on all earnings above $400,000 a year. Let me be super clear about this. For 99.6% of Americans, taxes would not change at all. This plan only affects the top 0.4% of earners, asking them to contribute more to secure the system for everyone.
And get this, the 2100 Act also includes a tax cut for millions of Social Security beneficiaries. Right now, your benefits can be taxed if your total income is over just $25,000. This proposal would double that threshold to $50,000 for individuals and more than triple it to $100,000 for married couples. For a whole lot of middle-income retirees, that means an immediate increase in their take-home pay.
So with all these transformative ideas on the table, what's the real chance of them becoming law? It's really important to understand that what we've been talking about are proposals. They're being debated right now in Congress. They aren't established law yet.
Yeah, the legislative process is a long road. These bills have to get through committees in both the House and the Senate, then they have to get a vote on the floor. And a lot of the time, the House and Senate pass different versions, which then have to be worked out before one final bill can be sent to the president. It's a whole process, and public support really does play a crucial role.
And that public support, it's incredibly strong. A recent poll found that 84% of all Americans, including a remarkable 78% of Republicans, support increasing Social Security benefits. So while the politicians in Washington might be debating, it seems the public has pretty much made up its mind. This is not a partisan issue for most people. It's just a widely shared belief that this system needs to be strengthened.
Ultimately, all these proposals, all these numbers and tables, they force us to ask a really fundamental question. They move the conversation beyond just accounting and ask us all to think about the value of dignity, of security, and of peace of mind for millions of our fellow citizens. What is the true value of a secure retirement and of a society that actually honors the promises it makes to people who've worked their whole lives? That's the real question at the heart of this entire debate.
Today, we are jumping right into a topic that really hits home for millions of Americans: Social Security. We're going to go way beyond the headlines to look at some specific proposals on the table right now, ideas that could seriously change your monthly budget, your peace of mind, and really your whole future. We're going to break down the numbers, the rules, and what it could all mean for you.
So let's just start with a question. I want you to take a second and really think about this. What if your monthly check actually covered all of your bills? I mean, everything. The rent, the lights, food, your prescriptions, and you still had money left over at the end of the month. How would that feel? That feeling?
Well, that's the promise behind the reforms we're going to explore today. For so many people, the end of the month is this constant, stressful tightrope walk, figuring out what gets paid and what has to wait. But the proposals we're about to dive into, they're not just abstract ideas. They represent a potential path to real, tangible relief from that day in, day out financial pressure. All right, so let's get down to the nitty-gritty. We're going to look at the actual dollar figures being proposed and translate them into what really matters, the real-world impact on your wallet. This is where a policy written on paper starts to feel like a meaningful change in your actual life. So, the most straightforward ideas are the ones that, well, put more money in your pocket each month. Let's start right there and look at what could be a pretty significant across-the-board increase for Social Security beneficiaries. Okay, so a major piece of legislation that's being discussed is called the Social Security Expansion Act, and the cornerstone of this act is a direct across-the-board increase for every single person receiving Social Security, an extra $200 each and every month. And this isn't some temporary fix. We're talking about a permanent boost to your base benefit. An extra $200 isn't just a number on a statement. In real life, that's a week's worth of fresh, healthy groceries, instead of just relying on canned goods. It's being able to cover your prescriptions without having to choose between your health and some other bill. It's paying the electric bill in full, on time, without that constant worry about a late fee or a shutoff notice. For a lot of folks, it's just the peace of mind knowing that if your glasses break, you can actually afford to get them fixed without a full-blown crisis. And when you zoom out and look at it over a whole year, the impact gets even bigger. That $200 a month adds up to an extra $2,400. That is a really significant amount of money. Think about what that could do. Maybe it's that essential dental work you've been putting off for years, or a new set of tires for the car so you feel safe on the road. It creates a financial cushion that, right now, just doesn't exist for so many people. Now, beyond just a flat-out raise, another really crucial proposal tackles the annual cost of living adjustments, or COLA. Right now, the COLA is calculated using a formula that tracks what younger working people buy. The problem? Well, retirees and seniors spend their money very differently. A much, much bigger chunk of their income goes to things like healthcare, and healthcare costs are rising way faster than general inflation. So this proposal would switch to a new formula, one designed specifically for the elderly that gives more weight to the things people are actually spending their money on. The bottom line is, your benefits wouldn't just get a one-time boost. They'd be better protected from losing their buying power year after year. Now let's switch gears and talk about supplemental security income, or SSI, because here the proposed changes are even more dramatic. The SSI Restoration Act is aiming to lift benefits from the current level of around $943 a month all the way up to the federal poverty line, which would be about $1,255. That's an increase of $312 every single month. I mean, that is a genuine lifeline that could pull millions of people out of poverty and give them a shot at real stability. On top of all these permanent monthly increases, there's also serious discussion happening about another round of one-time stimulus payments. This idea would provide an immediate cash injection of $1,400 to help people deal with urgent, pressing needs that have been piling up. This isn't for long-term planning. This is about immediate help right now. A lump sum payment like this is all about tackling those big, stressful problems that keep you up at night. It could mean finally getting caught up on past due bills, getting that dental work you've been putting off for years, or paying down a high-interest credit card. And that last one is huge, because paying off that kind of debt doesn't just solve an immediate problem, it frees up more of your cash every single month going forward. It's a chance to hit the reset button. All right, so putting more cash in people's pockets is absolutely critical, but it's really only half of the puzzle. The other half is about fixing these outdated and frankly unfair rules that can trap people in poverty and limit their most basic life choices. So let's look at how these proposals want to fix the system itself. This quote, it just says it all, doesn't it? It gets right to the heart of one of the most punishing rules in the current SSI system, what's known as the marriage penalty. Right now, the system literally penalizes two people on SSI financially if they decide to get married. These new reforms are built on a very simple principle. Your benefits shouldn't force you to choose between financial security and the person you love. Just take a look at these numbers. It's kind of shocking when you see it laid out like this. Right now, two individuals on SSI get a combined $1,886. But if they get married, their benefit gets slashed to $1,415. They lose almost $500 a month just for getting married. The proposal gets rid of that penalty completely. And when you combine that with the benefit increase we just talked about, a married couple would bring in over $1,000 more per month than they do today. This is a complete game changer that restores dignity to relationships. Here's another rule that's just incredibly out of date. Since 1984, that's right, 1984, SSI recipients have not been allowed to have more than $2,000 in assets without losing their benefits. Just to put that in perspective, $2,000 back then would be worth over $6,000 today. The rule is stuck in the past. The proposal would raise this limit to a much more realistic $10,000. This means you could finally have a real emergency fund. If the car breaks down, you don't have to go into debt, you can have some money set aside. It provides a level of security that is basically impossible right now. So we've looked at the direct payments and we've looked at the rule changes. Now let's try to put it all together. What would daily life actually feel like if all of this became reality? Because this is about more than just numbers on a page. It's about a total shift in your day-to-day existence. So picture your morning. Instead of waking up with that familiar knot of anxiety in your stomach about which bill you can afford to pay, you wake up with a sense of calm. You can take your medicine on time without worrying about the cost of the refill. You can have a healthy breakfast because you actually had the money to buy fresh groceries. The entire tone of your day changes before you've even had your first cup of coffee. And that feeling of security carries right through your afternoon. A trip to the grocery store becomes about choosing nutritious food, not just what's cheapest. You have the freedom to say yes when a friend asks you to go grab a cup of coffee. You can make a doctor's appointment without dreading the copay. All these little freedoms add up to a life that feels less isolated and more connected, healthier, and just fuller. And at night, that constant grinding worry that keeps so many people awake can finally start to fade. Just knowing you have a small savings account for an emergency, knowing your income is stable and will actually keep up with rising costs, that financial security is directly tied to better physical and mental health. It means you can actually rest, and that's absolutely essential for your well-being. And this quote really sums up the entire goal here. For far too long, the system has forced millions of people into a state of just barely surviving, where every single day is a struggle just to get by. These reforms are all about making a crucial shift, from just surviving to actually living. It's about having the resources and the peace of mind to enjoy your retirement, your relationships, and your life with the dignity that you absolutely deserve. Now, it is really important to remember that this more secure future we're talking about isn't a guarantee just yet. All the ideas we've discussed are inside legislative proposals that are being debated right now. They need political will and, just as importantly, public support to actually get signed into law. So let's just quickly run through the key proposals we touched on. You've got the Social Security Expansion Act, which is where that big $200 monthly increase comes from. There's the SSI Restoration Act, which would raise those benefits and fix the marriage penalty and asset limits. You also have the Social Security 2100 Act, which includes benefit improvements and tax relief. And then separate from all that is the ongoing talk about another one-time stimulus payment for immediate help. So for anyone who believes in these changes, the path forward really involves taking action. That means things like contacting your elected representatives to let them know where you stand. Sharing your own personal story can be incredibly powerful. It puts a human face on all these numbers. And of course, voting for candidates who support these issues and joining advocacy groups adds your voice to a growing chorus that's demanding change. So, we're going to end right where we began, with a question for you to think about. After hearing all these details, the numbers, the potential changes, what would this level of financial security truly mean for you, for your family, for your future? What doors would it open? What worries would it finally close? That vision, that's what this entire conversation is really about. And it's a future that a lot of people believe is worth fighting for.
Today, we're going to get into a topic that is on a lot of people's minds, the future of Social Security. There are some major proposals being discussed right now that can mean a huge increase in benefits. So we're going to break down exactly what these changes could mean for your wallet. You know, this one sentence really gets to the heart of what's driving these reforms. It's such a powerful idea. It frames this whole conversation not just as policy talk, but about the kind of society we actually want to live in. You know, one where a lifetime of hard work is rewarded with security, not constant worry.
And that is the billion-dollar question, isn't it? It's the one we're here to answer today. I mean, it's one thing to talk about big ideas like dignity and security, but it's a whole other thing to see what that means in actual dollars and cents. How does this vision translate into cold, hard cash for you or the people you care about?
Okay, so here's our game plan. We'll start with that big vision, then we'll break down the 3 key legislative proposals that are making all this happen. After that, we're getting into the real numbers, looking at the financial impact on 3 different groups: the average retiree, the person who's worked low-wage jobs their whole life, and SSI recipients. And then we'll wrap it all up by looking at the big picture.
So let's be clear. Our focus today is 100% on the numbers. We're going to move past all the political back and forth and just give you a clear financial picture of what these potential reforms could mean for millions of Americans.
Okay, so to really understand these potential financial shifts, we first have to look at the 3 main legislative acts that are the engines behind all this. Each one tackles a different part of the system, but when you put them together, well, they create a pretty comprehensive overhaul. All right, first up is the Social Security Expansion Act. The main feature here is super simple and super powerful. A direct, across-the-board increase of $200 a month for every single beneficiary. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For the average person on Social Security, that's like getting an 11% raise overnight. A huge deal for anyone on a fixed income.
Next, we have the SSI Restoration Act. Now, this one is laser-focused on the 8 million Americans, the elderly, blind, and disabled, who rely on supplemental security income. Right now, the maximum federal benefit actually leaves people living below the poverty line. This act would change that, period. It would raise benefits to 100% of the federal poverty level.
And the third piece of this puzzle is the Social Security 2100 Act. This one kind of takes the long view. It has a bunch of improvements, but for our purposes, there are 2 key things to know. It creates a new, much stronger minimum benefit for folks who've worked in low-wage jobs their whole lives, and it provides some significant tax relief for beneficiaries.
Okay, now this is where it gets really interesting, because these proposals aren't mutually exclusive. Their effects can actually be combined. So let's start by looking at what this combination of reforms could mean for an average retiree. We're talking about a real transformation in their financial reality.
So the average Social Security benefit today is hovering around $1,838 a month. Right off the bat, the Expansion Act adds a flat $200. On top of that, a proposed change to how cost of living adjustments are calculated could add another, say, $10 to $15. And then the tax relief from the 2100 Act could put another $50 to $75 back in their pocket. You add it all up, and the average retiree could see their monthly income jump by about $300.
And listen, this is not a small change. That $300 a month adds up to $3,600 over the course of a year. For someone living on about $22,000 a year, that is a 16% increase in their total income. That is genuinely transformative. So what does an extra $3,600 a year actually buy you? It buys you peace of mind. It means you no longer have to choose between refilling your prescriptions and buying a full cart of groceries. It means when the car gets a flat tire, it doesn't automatically become a financial crisis that sends you into debt. It's the difference between just getting by and having the breathing room to maybe save a little, go visit the grandkids, or just enjoy a hobby. It's about restoring dignity. So, if the impact on the average retiree is significant, for people who have spent a lifetime in physically demanding, low-wage jobs, well, it's nothing short of revolutionary. These are the folks who have so often fallen through the cracks of the system as it is. It's a harsh reality that right now, someone can work for 30 years in a low-wage job and still retire into poverty. These proposals would completely flip that script. They'd get that same $200 bump from the Expansion Act, but then the new minimum benefit from the 2100 Act could add another $300 to $500 per month. With tax relief on top, we're talking a total monthly increase of between $530 and $750. For a lot of these folks, that could nearly double their retirement income. Seriously, let's just pause on that number for a second. An annual increase of up to $9,000. This isn't just about a little financial relief. This is a fundamental shift. It's the difference between retiring into poverty and retiring with a basic level of security and dignity that actually honors a lifetime of work.
This changes everything. It means having enough money for healthy food and to actually see a doctor when you need to. It means having a small cushion for emergencies instead of being one unexpected bill away from total disaster. For millions of people, home health aides, farm workers, childcare providers, this provides a level of security in their later years that was probably unimaginable before. Now let's turn to the 8 million Americans on supplemental security income. We're talking about some of our nation's most vulnerable citizens, the elderly, the blind, and the disabled. And for this group, these proposed changes would be absolutely life-altering.
The current max federal SSI benefit is $943 a month, which, yes, is below the poverty line. The SSI Restoration Act would boost that to $1,255. That's an immediate $312 extra every single month. That's a 33% raise that lifts people out of poverty in one single move.
Over a year, that's an increase of more than $3,700. And again, this isn't just a number on a spreadsheet. It represents the very real, tangible difference between living in poverty and living with a baseline of dignity, free from that constant grinding anxiety of never having enough.
But the changes here go even deeper than the monthly check. And this one is just incredible. The SSI Restoration Act also fixes one of the system's most outdated, punishing rules, the asset limit. For 40 years, since 1984, recipients couldn't have more than $2,000 in savings. This proposal raises that limit 5 times over, to $10,000, finally allowing millions to build a small emergency fund without the fear of losing their benefits.
And it also gets rid of another major, frankly inhumane problem, the marriage penalty. As it stands now, if 2 people on SSI get married, their combined benefits get cut by almost 25%. It forces this impossible choice between having a relationship and financial survival. This proposal ends that. A married couple's benefit would go from that penalized $1,415 a month to a full $2,510. That is a 77% income increase. It's about affirming the right to build a life with someone you love without being punished for it.
So when you take a step back and you look at the combined effect of all these proposed changes, the across-the-board increase, the stronger minimum benefits, the tax relief, and these really humane reforms to SSI, it's clear we're not just talking about a small adjustment. We're talking about fundamentally redrawing the map of financial security for millions of Americans.
And that really is the big story here. This whole suite of reforms is designed to move millions of people from a state of just surviving to a state of stability. It's about replacing anxiety with confidence and desperation with dignity. It's about giving people the financial breathing room to not just get through the day, but to actually plan for tomorrow, for next year, for the rest of their lives.
So we end with this question. Because these proposals, with all their numbers and details, they really represent a choice about what we value as a society. They present a very clear vision of a future with more security, more dignity for millions. And the question that leaves for all of us is, what kind of future will we choose to build?
Today, we are jumping right into the future of Social Security. There's a huge package of reforms being discussed that could literally transform the financial lives of millions of Americans. So, we're going to focus on the one question that really matters. What could these changes actually mean for your bank account? Let's get into it.
You know, this quote right here, it really gets to the heart of what all of this is about. This isn't just about tweaking some numbers in a government program. It's about a bigger vision, about rethinking what security and quality of life should look like for our seniors and our most vulnerable citizens. It really sets the stage for everything we're about to cover.
Okay, so a big vision is great, but let's get real. How does that lofty goal actually translate into dollars and cents? That's what we're here to do. We're going to break down the exact proposals to give you a super clear financial picture of what these increases could look like, month by month and year by year. All right, here's our roadmap for today. We'll start with that big vision, then we'll break down the 3 key proposals that make it happen. After that, we'll get into the real numbers, looking at the financial impact on average retirees, low-wage workers, and SSI recipients. And finally, we'll zoom out and look at the bigger picture. So for this entire explainer, I want to be crystal clear. We are going to focus entirely on the proposed increases in benefits. Now, I know there are always complex debates about how to pay for things, but for right now, our goal is to show you the numbers, to clarify what the potential upside could look like in your pocket. We want you to see how this could be a really significant financial shift for millions. To really understand the potential impact, you first have to know where it's all coming from. There are basically 3 key bills at the center of this whole effort. So let's quickly break down what each one is trying to accomplish. First up, we've got the Social Security Expansion Act. Think of this as the foundation. Its biggest, most powerful feature is super simple. A $200 a month across-the-board increase for every single beneficiary. That's an extra $2,400 a year. For an average person, that's like getting an 11% raise overnight. It's a foundational lift for absolutely everyone. Next is the SSI Restoration Act. Now, this one is laser-focused on the 8 million elderly, blind, and disabled Americans who rely on supplemental security income. Right now, the maximum benefit actually leaves people living below the poverty line. So this act aims to fix that straight up by raising the benefit to 100% of the federal poverty level. It's about providing immediate, substantial relief. And the third piece of the puzzle is the Social Security 2100 Act. This is a really broad proposal, but we're going to zero in on its two major benefit boosts. First, some pretty significant tax relief for beneficiaries. And second, a much, much stronger minimum benefit for people who've spent their entire lives working in low-wage jobs. Okay, this is where it gets really interesting. See, these proposals aren't designed to exist in a vacuum. They're meant to stack on top of each other. So let's start our financial breakdown by looking at what happens when you combine their effects for the average retiree in America today. Let's just walk through this table together. So an average retiree today gets about $1,838 a month. Okay. Under these reforms, boom, the Social Security Expansion Act immediately adds a flat $200. On top of that, that same act changes the cost of living formula, which could add another $10 to $15 a month. And then the Social Security 2100 Act kicks in with tax relief, adding another $50 to $75 to their take-home. You put it all together, and you're looking at a jump of around $300 every single month. And that monthly increase adds up fast. We're talking about an additional $3,600 in income every single year. For somebody on a fixed income, that's a 16% boost. That's not a small tweak. That is a really significant enhancement to their financial stability. But what does $3,600 a year actually do? It means you're no longer having to choose between refilling a prescription and buying a full cart of groceries. It means when the water heater breaks, it's an annoyance, not a financial disaster that shoves you into debt. It gives you the breathing room to maybe actually save a little, to plan, to visit your grandkids without feeling guilty. It's a shift from just surviving to actually living. Now, the impact on an average retiree is huge, but for those who have spent an entire lifetime in low-wage jobs, the effect is even more profound. I mean, for people who currently work for decades just to retire directly into poverty, these changes could completely redefine what retirement means. Just take a look at these numbers. A lifetime low-wage worker gets that same $200 flat increase, right? But then the new minimum benefit rules kick in, and that could add another $300 to $500 per month. You throw in some tax relief, and the total monthly increase could be between $530 and $750. In a lot of cases, that would nearly double their retirement income. Annually, this could be an increase of up to $9,000. Let that sink in. This isn't just about making things a little bit easier. This is a fundamental change that lifts a person from a state of poverty, where every single day is a struggle, to a basic level of security and dignity that actually honors a lifetime of hard work. So what does this transformation look like in real life? It means being able to afford healthy food and consistent medical care. It means having a small cushion for emergencies, so a flat tire doesn't completely derail your entire life. For someone who has worked for decades in physically demanding jobs for very little pay, this provides a level of security in their later years that was probably unimaginable before. It's a profound shift. Now let's turn to the 8 million Americans who get supplemental security income. For this group, which includes many of our most vulnerable elderly and disabled citizens, the proposed changes from the SSI Restoration Act would be, and I don't say this lightly, truly life-altering. The most direct change is a big benefit increase. The current max benefit is $943 a month, which is below the poverty line. The proposal would raise that to $1,255. That's an immediate increase of $312 a month, a 33% boost, specifically designed to lift recipients up to 100% of the federal poverty level. This annual increase of over $3,700 represents the financial line between living in poverty and having a basic level of dignity. It provides the resources for stable housing, for consistent nutrition, things that are a constant struggle for so many people right now. But the proposed changes go way beyond the monthly check. This one is huge. The current asset limit for SSI recipients is just $2,000, a number that hasn't changed since 1984. You're basically penalized for saving. The proposal raises this limit to $10,000 and ties it to inflation. This is a monumental shift, allowing people to build a real emergency fund for the first time without the fear of losing their essential benefits. And then there's this other major change, which addresses the marriage penalty. Right now, it's wild. If two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit gets cut by about 25%. It forces this horrible choice between a partnership and financial survival. This proposal just eliminates that penalty completely. So a married couple's benefit could jump from a penalized $1,415 a month to a full $2,510. That's a 77% increase. It affirms the right to build a life together without financial punishment. So, when you step back and you look at all these proposed changes together, the across-the-board increases, the stronger minimum benefits, the relief for SSI recipients, the potential impact is just immense. The entire financial security landscape in America could be fundamentally redrawn for millions and millions of people. Ultimately, the theme here, the big idea, is a shift in perspective. These reforms are all about moving people from a state of constant financial anxiety, just trying to make it through the day or the week, to a place of stability. It's about restoring dignity, choice, and the ability for millions to look ahead with a measure of confidence instead of fear. In the end, all these numbers and policies, they really lead to a much bigger question. These proposals are more than just policy tweaks. They represent a choice about our national priorities. They ask what kind of society we want to be, one that ensures dignity for people who've worked their whole lives and for those who are most vulnerable among us. So the real question is, what kind of future will we choose to build?
So what if every single person on Social Security got an extra $200 a month? Today we're diving into several major proposals that want to do exactly that, and a whole lot more. We're going to get into the precise numbers, don't worry. But this is about something much bigger than a spreadsheet. It's about a whole new vision for what financial security could look like for millions of us.
And this quote right here, it really gets to the heart of it. The whole idea behind these proposed changes is to focus on the human impact. It's not just about tweaking the numbers, it's about fundamentally changing lives for the better.
All right, so here's our game plan for this explainer. First, we'll talk about that big picture vision for security. Then we'll dive right into the details of the proposed increases. After that, we'll see what those numbers actually mean in real life. And we'll finish up by looking at what all this means beyond just the bank account.
So the first big idea here is this huge shift in thinking. The goal of these proposals isn't just to help people scrape by or merely survive. The vision is to create a future where seniors and people with disabilities can actually thrive with real financial security and dignity.
Okay, let's get into the nitty-gritty. We're going to break down the key parts of three major proposals. That's the Social Security Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the Social Security 2100 Act. We're talking about the exact dollar amounts they want to bring to the table.
Let's start with the Social Security Expansion Act. One of its core ideas is super straightforward, a flat increase of $200 a month for every single Social Security beneficiary. No strings, just a direct boost.
Now, what does that flat $200 actually look like? Well, for an average person, it's about an 11% raise. But here's where it gets really impactful. For someone getting the minimum benefit, that same $200 is more like a 21% increase. And for a retired couple, you're looking at an extra $4,800 a year. That is significant.
But it's not just a one-time boost. The Act also wants to change the formula for the annual cost of living adjustment, or COLA, to something called the CPIE. It's designed to better track the costs seniors actually face, like healthcare. And the effect of this just grows over time. After 10 years, it's an extra $72 a month. But fast forward 20 years, and it's an extra $181 a month. That adds up to about $22,000 in extra benefits over 2 decades.
And this next part is a really big deal. Another key goal is to pull people out of poverty by setting a brand new, higher minimum benefit for folks who've worked their whole lives at low wages. The proposal would set this new floor at 125% of the federal poverty level. That means going from about $950 a month to $1,500. That is a nearly 58% jump. Huge.
Okay, now let's shift gears a bit and talk about Supplemental Security Income, or SSI. This is the program that supports some of our most vulnerable Americans, and the SSI Restoration Act is proposing some major updates here.
So this proposal really tackles two massive issues. First, it would raise the monthly benefit up to the federal poverty line. Second, and this is wild, it would update the asset limit for the first time since 1984. Think about that. It would go from just $2,000 to $10,000. That means people could actually save for an emergency without getting kicked off their benefits.
Now here's something in the current SSI system that a lot of people find shocking. It's often called the marriage penalty. Right now, if two people on SSI decide to get married, their combined benefit gets cut by 25%, We're talking a drop from nearly $1,900 a month down to just over $1,400. That's an annual loss of more than $5,600.
So, the SSI Restoration Act has a very simple solution. Get rid of it. Completely. Under the proposed new benefit rates, a married couple would get the exact same amount as two unmarried people. No penalty. You get married, your benefits stay the same. Simple as that.
And finally, let's look at the Social Security 2100 Act, which focuses on some serious tax relief. Right now, your benefits can start getting taxed if your income is over just $25,000 for an individual or $32,000 for a couple. This proposal would double that threshold for single folks to $50,000 and more than triple it for couples to $100,000. For millions of seniors, this is basically another pay raise because their benefits would suddenly become tax-free.
Whew. Okay, so we've just thrown a ton of numbers at you. What does all of this actually mean for someone's wallet at the end of the month? Let's connect these proposals to the reality of everyday life and see what the combined impact really looks like.
For your average retiree, when you combine that $200 monthly boost with the tax savings, you could be looking at an extra $283 to $325 a month. That's not just a number on a page. That's your prescription copays covered, that's your utility bill, that's a few weeks of groceries. It creates real breathing room in a tight budget.
Now, for a lifetime low-wage worker, the effect is absolutely life-altering. You see it happen in stages. First, that $200 increase brings them up to $1,150. Then, that new minimum benefit floor kicks in and lifts them all the way up to $1,500 a month. All told, that's an increase of over 60%. It's literally a ladder out of poverty.
And for a married couple with disabilities, the change is just staggering. By getting rid of that marriage penalty and raising the benefits, their monthly income could leap from around $1,400 to over $2,500. That's a 77% increase. And at the same time, their savings limit would jump from $3,000 to $20,000.
But you know, this whole story isn't just about the money. You can't just measure the impact in dollars and cents. Let's zoom back out and talk about the human side of all this. What does this kind of security really mean for a person's well-being?
One of the biggest goals here is relief. Relief from that constant low-level hum of anxiety that comes with financial instability. It's about being able to answer the phone without fearing it's a bill collector. It's about being able to go to the doctor when you're sick, not just when it's an emergency. It creates peace of mind.
And that brings us to the dignity of choice. You see, poverty shrinks your world. It takes away your options. When you have enough, you can make choices based on your health and well-being, not just on what's cheapest. You can choose to buy fresh, healthy food. You can choose to get preventative care. It puts people back in control of their own lives.
And that idea of control extends to our most basic human relationships. Supporters of these changes see eliminating the marriage penalty as a fundamental human rights issue. The argument is simple. People with disabilities should be able to marry for love without the government slapping them with a devastating financial punishment for it.
So let's wrap this all up. What's the big picture? These proposals are aiming for a totally new level of financial security. We're talking monthly increases from a couple hundred to over $1,000, new benefit floors to lift millions from poverty, much higher savings limits, and an end to the SSI marriage penalty. It's all about restoring dignity and dialing down that daily anxiety.
We've been through all the detailed numbers, the specific plans, and the profound human impact, and it leaves us with this final thought. What could this kind of security truly unlock for millions of Americans, for their families, and for all of our communities? What does a future where we move from just surviving to actually thriving, what does that really look like?
Today, we're diving deep into some major Social Security reforms that are being talked about right now. These proposals could literally change the entire financial picture for millions of people. We're going to get into the specific dollar amounts, the different plans on the table, and what it all could actually mean for you. So, let's start with a feeling I think a lot of people know all too well. You know, it's that pit in your stomach at the end of the month, looking at the bills piling up, looking at what's left, and just wondering, how am I going to make this stretch? That constant stress is exactly what these new proposals are trying to fix.
All right, so to make this super clear, here's how we're going to break it down. First, we'll talk about the big idea, the promise behind all of this. Then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of the plans for Social Security and for SSI. And finally, we'll piece it all together to see what your new financial reality could look like. Okay, let's jump in. Before we even get to the numbers, it's really important to get what the goal is here. The whole point of these reforms is to close that massive gap between what people get in their benefits and what it actually costs to live today. It's all about building a bridge from financial struggle to financial security.
This right here, this gets to the absolute heart of it. This isn't just about dollars and cents. It's about getting rid of that constant nagging anxiety. You know, the freedom to just live your life without worrying that one small emergency, one flat tire, could derail everything. It's about moving from just surviving to actually feeling stable.
So, how exactly would these plans build that kind of stability? Well, let's look at the first big proposal, which is all about a simple idea: putting more money directly into your pocket every single month. The first piece of the puzzle we're looking at is called the Social Security Expansion Act, and its main goal is super straightforward: to increase the monthly benefit check for every single person receiving Social Security, no exceptions. So what's the headline number? It's a flat increase of $200 a month. And what's really key here is that this isn't some complicated formula. It's an across-the-board boost for every single recipient. But let's be real. What does $200 actually mean in day-to-day life? Well, for a lot of people, that could be a full week of groceries. It could cover your prescription copays for the month, or maybe the entire utility bill. It could mean a small emergency, like your glasses breaking, is just an inconvenience, not a full-blown crisis. And if you zoom out and look at the whole year, that $200 a month adds up to an extra $2,400. Now that's a serious amount of money. That could be what you need for some major dental work you've been putting off, or maybe even a trip to finally go visit your grandkids. Okay, stick with me because this next part's a little technical, but it's so important. The proposal also wants to fix the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. Right now, it's calculated based on what younger working people spend, but seniors spend way more on things like healthcare, right? So this plan would switch to a new formula, the CPIE, that actually reflects what seniors spend their money on. In simple terms, it would likely mean bigger, more realistic benefit increases each year. All right, next up, we're shifting gears to look at some proposed reforms for supplemental security income, or SSI. And for folks on SSI, the changes we're about to talk about are, well, they're even more dramatic. Supporters say this is about restoring the original promise of the program. So right now, the maximum federal SSI benefit is around $943 a month. The problem, that's actually below the federal poverty line. This SSI Restoration Act would raise that benefit to over $1,250. That's a jump of more than $300 a month, and it's designed specifically to lift people out of poverty. But it's not just about the monthly check. These reforms also try to fix some really old rules that, frankly, just don't make sense anymore. And one of the biggest ones is something called the marriage penalty. You're not going to believe this, but under the current rules, if two people on SSI get married, their combined benefit is actually cut by about $471 a month. I mean, think about that. It forces people to choose between their relationship and their financial survival. The proposal? It's simple. It gets rid of that penalty completely. And here's another rule that feels like it's stuck in the past: the asset limit. Right now, a person on SSI can't have more than $2,000 in assets. That limit hasn't been updated since 1984. The proposal would raise it to $10,000, which would let people actually save up a real emergency fund for when life happens.
Okay, so beyond those direct benefit boosts, there's a third major proposal in the mix. It's called the Social Security 2100 Act, and it takes a much broader look at the whole system. It's about strengthening Social Security for decades to come, while also making some really important tweaks to benefits and taxes.
First off, it focuses on people who worked their whole lives in really essential but low-wage jobs. This act would create a new, higher minimum benefit. The bottom line is, if you have 30 years of work under your belt, you'd be guaranteed a retirement benefit that's actually above the poverty line. And second, this is a big one. It would mean a pretty significant tax cut for a lot of beneficiaries. Under this plan, if you're single and your total income is under $50,000 a year, or if you're married and it's under $100,000, you wouldn't have to pay any federal income tax on your benefits. Now, to pay for all this, the act would also have the Social Security payroll tax apply to earners over $400,000.
Okay, that was a lot of information, I know. We've talked about the Expansion Act, the SSI Restoration Act, and the 2100 Act. So what happens when you start to put all these pieces of the puzzle together? What could life actually look like?
See, these proposals aren't necessarily an either-or situation.
You can think of them as different layers of a much stronger financial safety net. You've got the extra $200 a month from the Expansion Act, you've got the huge upgrades to SSI, and the tax cuts from the 2100 Act. And there's actually one more piece that's been talked about for some more immediate help. On top of all those permanent changes, there has also been serious discussion about a one-time stimulus payment of $1,400. This would be for immediate relief, money to help people finally catch up on those past due bills, handle a major car repair, or get some medical care they've had to put off. This table really brings it all home. The goal of all these proposals is to create a massive shift from a life where you're just struggling to get by to one with real stability. Moving from a world where covering the basics is a daily fight to one where the bills get paid with less stress, where you can actually have a cushion for the unexpected, and where you can look to the future with some security. And that gets us back to the ultimate goal here. Yeah, the numbers are important. That extra money could be a game changer, but the intended impact goes so much deeper. It's about lifting that heavy weight of constant financial stress, which we all know can impact your health, your sleep, your relationships, everything. So, we'll leave you with this to think about. Now, it's super important to remember, these are all just proposals for now. They have a long way to go before becoming law, but they do paint a picture of a very different future, one where retirement and disability don't have to mean poverty and stress, but instead could mean the security and dignity that their supporters believe everyone truly deserves.
So are we getting another stimulus check? Come on, it's the question that's on everybody's mind, right? Especially if you're on a fixed income. But what if I told you the answer isn't buried in politics? It's actually hidden in plain sight, in the economic data. Today, we're going to pull back the curtain and find the one key trigger that actually makes these checks a reality.
This is the big one. It's the question we're all asking. After everything we've been through, it just feels like everyone is wondering when, or even if, more help is ever going to be on the way. Well, instead of just guessing, we're going to look at the exact same signals the people in charge are watching. It's time to see what might really be coming over the horizon.
Okay, so before we can look ahead, we have to get one really important thing straight. And, it might not be what you want to hear, but believe me, understanding this is the absolute most critical piece of the entire puzzle.
And here it is. The bottom line is, it doesn't matter how many petitions get signed or how loudly people demand more help, none of that directly triggers a stimulus check. The one thing, the only thing that acts as the catalyst is the health of the U.S. economy. Period.
Now look, I know that might sound a little discouraging at first, but it's actually the complete opposite. It's empowering. It means we can stop getting caught up in all the political noise and start looking at the real data, the same stuff the policymakers are looking at. It changes everything from just, hoping for help to actually understanding the conditions that make that help necessary.
So, if it's all about the economy, what are those conditions? What should we be looking for? Well, this brings us right to the heart of what we're talking about today, the economic trigger. Let's break down exactly how this thing works.
The key idea here is something called an inverse correlation. Now, don't let the fancy term fool you. It's actually super simple. Just think of a seesaw, right? When one side goes up, the other side has to go down. It's the same here. When the health of the economy goes down, the chances of the government sending out stimulus checks goes up. They move in opposite directions. Simple as that.
Think about it. When the economy is just humming along, jobs are everywhere, businesses are growing, there's basically zero chance of stimulus. And why would there be? You don't need to stimulate an economy that's already running hot. But when things start to slow down, when the economy looks like it's heading for a recession, that's when the whole conversation in Washington completely changes.
So what exactly should you be watching for? Well, here are the big 4 signals. First, rising unemployment claims. That's a big one. When more people are losing their jobs, it's a clear sign of trouble. Then you've got slowing growth and contracting business activity, which just means companies are making less and selling less. But honestly, the real flashing red light to watch for is the Federal Reserve. When they start cutting interest rates, you need to pay attention. They only do that when they see big trouble on the horizon and want to make it cheaper to borrow money to get things going again. These are the headlines that truly matter.
And look, this isn't just some theory somebody came up with. The data shows a crystal clear, repeating pattern throughout recent American history. It's kind of undeniable once you see it.
Let that sink in for a second. Every single major recession in the modern era has led to stimulus checks. That tells us that these payments aren't random acts of kindness. They're a standard, almost predictable response to a specific crisis, a major economic downturn. The playbook is there, and they've used it again and again.
Let's just walk through it. Back in 2001, the dot-com bubble burst, and we had a recession. The response?
$300 checks. Okay, 7 years later, 2008, the housing market completely collapses, triggering a massive global crisis. The response? $600 checks. Then, of course, 2020, the pandemic shuts down the entire world. The response? $1,200 checks. Are you seeing the pattern here? A major recession hits, and boom, payments go out. It has happened every single time.
But hold on, because if we look just a little bit closer at those numbers, something even more interesting and kind of wild starts to pop out. It's not just that they sent checks, it's the amount of money that tells a whole other story.
Okay, so the first time, in 2001, the baseline was set, $300.
Then in 2008, when the next big crisis hit, what happened? The amount exactly doubled to $600.
And in 2020, you already know where this is going, it doubled again to $1,200. I mean, come on, that's not a coincidence. That is a clear mathematical pattern playing out over 2 decades. Each payment was literally double the one that came before it.
All right, so now we're armed with the 2 biggest clues. We know about the economic trigger, and we've seen this incredible historical pattern. So what can we reasonably guess about what might be coming next?
This is the million-dollar question, isn't it? If we were to face another major recession in the near future, would the people in charge stick to this exact same doubling pattern that's held true for more than 20 years?
Well, if you just follow the math to its next logical step, you double $1,200 and you get $2,400. Now, let's be crystal clear about this. This is not a prediction. It's just pointing out a very curious historical trend. But it is a fascinating pattern to think about, isn't it?
All of this really leads to one powerful, simple takeaway. If you want to have a real idea of what's coming, you can pretty much ignore the political shouting matches. The real answers are in the jobs reports, the GDP numbers, and what the Federal Reserve is doing. You now know exactly what to look for. The real signs that history shows us come right before these payments.
And here's one final crucial warning. When these things happen, they happen fast. I mean, think back to early 2020. In February, everything seemed pretty normal. By March, the entire world had changed. And by April, checks were already on their way. The shift from a stable economy to a crisis can happen in just a few weeks. When the dominoes start to fall, they fall quickly.
So, when you put it all together, history seems to show us that a major stimulus payment isn't really a question of if, but a question of when a recession forces the government's hand. The focus shifts away from waiting for politicians to make an announcement and toward watching the economy itself. So the real question I have for you is, now that you know what to look for, what economic signs will you be watching?
You know, there's a question that just keeps popping up, and I see it everywhere. Are we going to get a 4th stimulus check? It's a huge topic online, and honestly, for very good reason. So today, we're going to cut through all that noise and really look at what the economy itself is telling us. So let's just get right to it. This is the question on everybody's mind. And listen, while there's tons of speculation out there, the real answer isn't buried in some political headline. Nope. It's found in the economic data. And that's not an exaggeration. We're talking about this today because for millions of people who are really feeling the financial squeeze, this isn't just some abstract idea. It's a very real daily concern. So let's try to get some real clarity. All right, here's how we're going to break this all down. We'll start with what actually triggers these payments. Then we'll look at a pretty surprising pattern from the past. After that, we'll zero in on the one economic number you need to keep an eye on. And finally, we'll talk about why the next stimulus might look totally different from the last one. Okay, first things first. What actually causes a stimulus check to happen in the first place? It's not random, and it's not just politics. It is a direct, calculated response to one specific event, an economy that's gotten sick. And when we say the economy is sick, we're really talking about a recession. That's the official word for it, right? A major, widespread, and kind of prolonged downturn that hits everything and everyone, from big corporations to your local coffee shop. And this right here is the core idea we need to understand. If you just look back at the last couple of decades, the pattern is crystal clear. Every single major recession has been followed by stimulus checks. Every single time. It's basically become a standard move in the modern economic playbook. Here's a great way to think about it. Imagine the economy is a patient. A recession? That's when the patient gets seriously ill. The lawmakers are the doctors, and their go-to prescription is a big old injection of cash. That's the stimulus, to try and get the patient back up and running. And it makes sense, right? The sicker the patient, the bigger the dose of medicine they're going to need. So let's dig into that history a little bit, because when you actually examine the numbers from past recessions, well, a really fascinating and maybe even predictive pattern starts to show up. Okay, check this out. Back in 2001, after the dot-com bubble burst, the check was for $300. Then in 2008, during that massive financial crisis, it doubled to $600. And then in 2020, with the pandemic, it doubled again to $1,200. Are you seeing the pattern here? Now, if you just follow that doubling logic, the next number in that sequence would be around $2,400. But, and I have to be super clear about this is just an observation of a historical trend. It is absolutely not a guarantee. The actual amount of any future check would depend completely on how severe the economic downturn is at the time. So if a sick economy is the trigger, how do we know when it's sick enough for the doctors to step in? Well, there's one key health report that we can all look at. It comes out on the first Friday of every single month, and it's simply called the Jobs Report. And inside this report, there are a few vital signs. You've got the headline number, the unemployment rate. But just as important is jobs created or lost. Are companies hiring, or are they laying people off? The labor participation rate tells us how many people are even trying to find a job, and average hourly earnings shows if our paychecks are keeping pace with inflation. Altogether, they paint a pretty clear picture of our economic health. So when you start to see that businesses, from the giant corporations all the way down to your local pizzeria, are slowing down their hiring, or worse, starting to let people go, that is a massive warning flare for the whole economy. It means people aren't spending as much, companies are getting nervous, and the whole economic engine is starting to sputter. That is the signal that gets lawmakers to scramble and start seriously talking about what they need to do. But, and this is really important, if they do act again, there's a good chance it won't be a carbon copy of last time. The whole strategy could shift to something much more targeted. See, the last few checks were broad. They went out to a massive chunk of the population. A targeted strategy is different. It would focus laser-like on low-income and fixed-income households. Why? Because those are the folks most likely to spend the money immediately and pump it right back into the economy. This gives you way more bang for your buck, and it does it with less risk of driving up inflation for everybody else. So the big takeaway here is this. We might need to adjust our expectations. If and when another stimulus package comes along, it could be designed very, very differently. Maybe aimed at a smaller group of people to get the maximum economic impact with the fewest negative side effects. Okay, so let's just trace that path one more time. It starts with an economic contraction. We see it in those bad jobs reports. That triggers the lawmakers' scramble, where they have to respond. Then a stimulus package is passed, and finally, the payments are distributed with one single goal: to get spent right away and kickstart the economy. So that brings us to the final thought. Based on modern history, it really doesn't seem to be a matter of if the government will intervene in the next major recession. The real question is, how sick does the economy have to get before they open up that playbook once again? That's what we'll all be watching.
You know, remember those stimulus checks we all got a few years back? For some people, they were an absolute lifeline. For others, well, they were a nice little bonus. A really fascinating new study is asking a powerful question. What if we could have gotten a much, much bigger economic boost, but for a fraction of the cost? The answer, it turns out, lies in getting the money to the right people and doing it in a totally different way. So let's break down this idea for what might just be a smarter stimulus.
Okay, so let's get right to the heart of it. The proposal this study makes is for a recurring $2,000 monthly check. But wait, this isn't some money for everyone idea. Not at all. The entire strategy really hinges on who gets this check, and the data suggests that being super precise is the key to making it all work.
So to really get to the bottom of this, we're going to walk through 4 key parts. First, we'll look back at the stimulus dilemma from 2020 and 2021. Then, we'll uncover a key economic clue that is absolutely central to this new idea. After that, we'll compare the economic impact of spenders versus savers. And finally, we'll explore all the details of this proposal for a smarter stimulus.
All right, let's kick things off with Section 1, the stimulus dilemma. You know, to figure out where we might be going, we first have to really understand where we've been. So let's take a look back at the lessons we learned from that last big round of stimulus payments.
So between 2020 and 2021, the government pushed out 3 big waves of stimulus checks, and the total price tag? A pretty staggering $850